The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we living in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and I go it's hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
keep changing, man. Where's my avatar?
I don't know, they can hear you though, Shabaka. They hear everything on these microphones. Greetings, Black family, greetings. This is thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Nkrumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And on this season 4, episode 43, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we will be discussing several things. The first thing that we will be discussing is tangibles. Tangibles 2025, all the way to 2100. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote in the new year 2025 until 2100. Then we got Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, is defending Robert Brooks killers, literally. Boule Martin tries to scare FBAs who work for the government that Trump will take their job. Michelle Obama will not attend Trump's inauguration. Representative Jasmine Croccett compares trans to FBA. Then honoring the real Dr. King, 2025. And then sheriff deputies handcuff a 11-year-old Black girl claiming she fit the description. Then we got Drake's career is over. Then we got your neck of the woods and Lady Che's neck of the woods about untold stories of LA fires.
Okay, repeat that. You fizzled out.
Untold stories of LA fires.
Oh, yeah.
Incarcerated firefighters, Blacc Altadena, and Octavia Butler's warning. Then we got 7 Black celebrities who lost everything in the LA wildfire outbreak. And if we have time, white Texas rapper Jen Lee says he can use the N-word and the untold evil world of the Black codes.
Well, it sounds like on that one right there, after she eats a couple of right hands, man, followed by overhand and left hook, she'll change her tune real quick.
Yep, I agree, Shabaka. I agree. I say hi to the people, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, family.
1 second. I'm thinking of looking for something. Pretty much what he said.
All the way over there.
Oh, man.
All right, so it's a balmy 0 degrees. We're gonna hit below 0 here shortly in my high-income city. So stay warm out there. A lot of people are gonna die these next 3 days out here on the streets. Really sad. But thank y'all for tuning in. So we're gonna start off with tangibles. Tangibles. So this past election cycle, Black family, brought the Democrats to their knees, pushing for the tangibles. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came up with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. And in it, he was detailing everything that we, meaning the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen, formerly known as African American, African diasporan, Black people here in America, on demand from the two-party system. So we've been pushing this for the past 5 years now. So I'm going to read this as I start off every show with the tangibles. So instead of 2020, it is
25 now.
There was no presidential election in 2025. It's probably the fan. Can you feel good? I hear your background, Shabaka. The mic, everything you're doing.
Like what?
Sound like you're cutting something, some tape or something, taping something up.
No, actually, I was doing this I had to give me some hot chocolate to warm my ass up. I'm off of coffee, man, because I've been up there doing this extra duty, and the damn coffee been keeping my ass up.
Okay. So the next presidential election is in 2028. So in 2025, there's local elections like for mayors and local stuff, city council, commissioners.
Yeah, so, basically at your local levels and state levels.
Yeah, in various parts of the country. So we got 2025 for that. Then we got 2026 for the midterms. And then we got 2028 for the presidential. So all of that is coming out right now. And foundational.
So which means as that next year is that California will be getting another governor.
Yay. Yep.
Because Gruesome Newsom said that he's running for president and
he ain't gonna win. That's gonna be
a
waste of time, Shabaka. That's like Vivek wanting to run for the governor of Ohio. It's just a waste of time. But I gotta read it. So we're gonna reject this 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy, thanks to Dr. Claude Anderson, shout out to him for bringing this to all of our attentions, mandate that Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, downtrodden, undisturbed, underprivileged, et cetera, has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, meaning the 2025 for the local and state, 2026 for the state and the midterms for the federal, and 2028 for the presidential, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Americans want tangible benefits specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, no lift all, rise and ties, all boats, none of that garbage. Secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society, and the code teaches us that it's 9 to 10 areas of human activity that we are being marginalized and disenfranchised, and that's foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politics offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020, and we've been doing that for 6 years now.
Yeah.
Tangibles. Dr. Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the tangibles?
Cut the goddamn check today. Today.
And what's the amount now, Shabaka, with the compounded interest?
$950 sextillion. In other words, motherfuckers, give us all your goddamn money and fuck you.
We want everything. Okay. Is that it, Shabaka? Or did you have more to go with that?
I have more to go with that from an intellectual perspective. In other words, white America, we were asking for our fair share. So since you did not give us our fair share, we're going to have to tack on some interest to you and a little bit of financial discomfort, even if it means that your ass is going homeless, because look what we've been through. Now, keep in mind that Uncle Tom, Yasser Boss is 10, Scott, Karen Bass is Brandon Johnson, Cory Booker. These Negroes do not represent us. Hey, twin, what's going on with you? How you be? How you be? Say, so therefore, too, what we need to do in a political arena, no tether zone. No tethers. Okay. Cory Booker, Hakeem Jeffries, tether. Okay, only Pam. All right. We have to make it publicly known and worldwidely known, okay, is that these Negroes do not represent us. And the Black experience, and hence, now that we're defunct, we dealt with the Black experience from the beginning of time to 10 minutes ago.
We're not defunct, Shabaka. We're just on a house right now for Shabaka. Yeah. But we have a temporary house on StreamYard. But continue.
Right. So we're on the internet freeway, people, saying please help. And we damn sure ain't getting in no fucking Google car.
Oh my gosh. B wants to lose. It's the only Pamela's way. Appreciate you, twin. You was in here early. I appreciate you.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. So, Lady Che, are you ready to give your thoughts on the tangent?
Yeah, I guess. Well, look, if you listen to the Black Authority tonight, you know, it's really simple. Power is taken. We need to just demand respect, demand what we're asking for, or what we're telling them they owe us, and that's that. And that means everything that we're fighting for. A hate crime bill, you know, reparations, lineage-based, cash-based reparations, the right for our intellectual property, the demand for justice in all kind of ways, in all 9 areas of human activity. The right to gatekeep what is ours.
Yeah, no Google cars, twin.
What belongs to FBA.
Yeah.
And the right to, you know, basically tell a motherfucker to fuck off. They didn't appreciate the gift when it was given to them.
Mm-hmm.
Since they don't know how to respect FBA, FBA's intellectual property or anything that FBA has fucking contributed and given to this whole shit forever and a day.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, tangibles, asking for tangibles, and now really demanding it in this current climate that we're about to head into.
Yeah.
You know, motherfuckers like to say, "Oh, Biden this, Biden that." But Biden didn't set us up for any sort of fucking success for this new wave that we're about to hit. Everybody's wrapped up in all kinds of sensationalism, fear that 2025
Right.
you know, what is he gonna do? You know, really, we don't need to be. Really, we just need to be worried about what the fuck we're gonna do.
Right.
By any means necessary, because we can't rely on them. They've proven themselves as all unreliable without our interest in their mind.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about Black people.
So which means is, Lady Che, not stepping on your comment, but what they just goes to show that they don't pay us no regards, none whatsoever. You see what I mean? So what we need to do is flip it over. Then when we build up our own infrastructures, later for these motherfuckers.
Right. They'll get us tangibles. You can't go to Mecca if you didn't work it. You don't put in the work to go to Mecca.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You can't go to Zion if you didn't put in the work to go to Zion.
Everyone besides us.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And at this point, they gotta hold their own fucking nuts now.
Right.
The capes are off.
They've
been off
for 6 years.
Right. The capes are off, and there's no going back. Right now, look, we've been at war. So for us to keep saying that we're at war is redundant and ridiculous because it's conscientious knuckleheadism. You know what I mean? It's not.
No, Lady J. What it is conscientious stupidity. You see what I'm saying?
Right. You're just being a
See,
knucklehead.
stupid is that when you fuck around and find out and you still don't get the message. That's being stupid.
Exactly. And nobody has time. Like, a motherfucker like me doesn't have time to keep saying over and over and over again. When we put in the war, we are at war with everybody and racism, white supremacy, first and foremost. You know what I mean? But everybody too, because they don't respect what is being given to them. It's a gift to be given, just the privilege to be around FBA. There's been lots of contributions, and then everybody seems to want to steal from FBA, right? Nobody wants to give FBA any credit for nothing, not a fucking thing.
Not even hip hop.
That's the American ethos.
Not hip hop, nothing. Everything's just, you can't have it, they'll destroy it, right? Out of jealousy or whatever. And enough's enough. Now, we're fucked either way, however we want to do it. We want to get active, or we want to be, strategically active. Now we really have to make our own choices. But it's not going to take a lot of people to really make a lot of impact. So if we're worried about everybody getting on board, scrap that idea, because we already realized that this election showed everybody's ass. Anybody who voted Democrat, who was black, voted Democrat, know goddamn well you weren't even supposed to vote Democrat.
You weren't supposed to vote
at all. You were supposed to sit it down or write in somebody else, third party, anybody, the couch, fucking anything, yourself, fucking anything, but vote Democrat. Anybody who voted black mega, anyone black mega, okay, I hope you're great. We're right. We like it and love it. We're watching laugh all the way to the bay while y'all do whatever. Because keep in mind, Trump has always shown that he doesn't give a fuck, and he penalizes black people when it suits him. He don't give them no place to work in his administration. If you haven't looked at Omarosa, that dumbass broad came back after getting fired from out of the show, which got fired from the show. Yeah. Right? He fired her in the administration, and she cried in her car. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Yes, you do. There's no such thing as in my version of this, in my opinion. There's no such thing as suspected white supremacists. They're all racist. They're all under that guideline. And anybody who's with them is on that same tip. It's us against everybody. As you can see, we have no friends except ourselves in the reflection of the mirror.
Yep, that's what Dr. John Henry Clark told us.
Tangibles. I got questions about certain things, but I'll take it like this. I'm going to watch and just listen and pay more attention to what I'm reading. Because I think everything is designed to
every click you make,
mislead and propagate everything for us.
Everything.
I can't tell sometimes. We're in a weird zone of the matrix.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm just paying attention to that.
So,
and I can't, and don't get bogged down by other people's shit. That's all I gotta say about that. Untangibles.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jess. Go ahead.
Hold your vote.
Oh yeah, hold your vote like you hold your swallow. But honestly, hold your behavior like you hold your swallow.
Right.
Because they want us to act out.
Mm-hmm.
That would be lovely.
Yeah, they're already protesting. I heard.
Continue their angry fucking
rhetoric.
There's
already a protest going on.
They really don't want that smoke, but they want it. They're provoking us in their own little way. But we can't let that happen. Our best action
anti-Trump
is like a Dr.
Right.
Khalid Muhammad way. You know what I mean? Just be loud about this. Be very strategic, but not performative.
Yeah.
Not performative, it's theatrical, but serious. Because we watch motherfucking activists do performative theater.
Oh my god!
And tokenize a motherfucking black family. They're black, tokenizing a black family, and picking and choosing what side of activism they want to play on. You know what I mean? And it's unfair because there's children, actual black children, being killed. Not grown ass men. Shoot other men, and they can't. They took a flesh wound or two and died at the thing.
Exactly, twin. It's us against the world.
It is, and we shouldn't have to apologize.
Yeah, pretty much, twin.
Oh, we shouldn't have apologized. Part of being unapologetically Black and standing on this is to be that and mean it.
Yeah.
No back, no taking back.
Nope.
Made a choice. Stay with it, or definitely move around and you can't come back.
Right.
It's got to be a consequence for that type of backslide, you know?
Right. So moving along,
Thank you.
continue to demand something tangible for your vote. All the way now until 2100. We told y'all from the beginning this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So we in it for the long haul. We told you from the very beginning it was going to be a generational fight. We in it for the long haul. So moving along, Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, who's a tether, Shabaka, by the way, is defending Robert Brooks' killers, literally.
Defending his killers. Well, see, that just goes to show, man, that house nigga syndrome, man, is much worse than I thought.
No. Somebody's calling you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'll call him back. Right now, I'm doing this.
Is it a woman?
Letitia James. So Professor Black Truth's going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. I've been listening to him for over 10 years. And everything he said has come to pass.
Yep.
I'm a professor, and this is the moment of truth. It's been over a month now since the heinous torture and murder of Robert Brooks occurred. No arrests have been made, no charges filed against anyone. Nothing has happened since. And this in a Democrat state. And with no less than Letitia James as Attorney General, she was saying that she wasn't going to allow justice to be delayed or denied in this case. And then here we are a month later with nothing having happened. So that's what you get. You see, they're trying to see if this issue is going to go away. They're digging in their heels on this one. Now, they've tried to throw the public some crumbs by having that wrinkled up racist Kathy Hochul make a nothing burger statement. And all they've done is suspend a few of the killers and their accomplices without pay. Kathy Hochul herself decided that she was going to visit the scene of the crime, and you can tell she's feeling the heat. And the reason for that is she's got delusions of running for higher office. And after the public backlash she received for endorsing the murder of Jordan Neely, and also how she saw Kamala Harris's shameful record of backing the thugs in blue tank not one but two of her presidential attempts, well, I guess that's why Kathy Hochul's suddenly acting like the law should apply to the criminals with badges and not just the ones without. She correctly pointed out that Letitia James could have already hit the murderers with charges while making preparations to add other charges later on. There's a slew of charges that they could have already put on these killers. And the governor's right about that. Prosecutors do it this way all the time, except, of course, this isn't what they want to do. This is about putting on some political theater to pacify the outraged public. They're stalling for time. Now, the last that we heard anything from the so-called authorities regarding this murder was nearly 2 weeks ago. And at that time, Letitia James had announced that she was recusing herself from this case. She was taking herself away from prosecuting this case. And this is the woman who was claiming from the very beginning of the public scandal on this that justice wasn't going to be delayed or denied. And she was talking about how she was so dedicated to seeing this thing through. And now she's saying, oh, excuse me, I got to go. And what's the reason for this? She announced that her office is defending at least 4 of the criminals who have been implicated in the murder of Mr. Brooks. That's right, defending at least 4 of the individuals implicated in this murder. Now, she doesn't name who it is that she's defending, but remember, the feds were the only ones who were making a half-hearted effort to investigate these criminals prior to the murder of Mr. Brooks. And they already had cases that they were supposed to be putting together, though nothing came of that. What do you expect from the Biden White House? So this is all a concerted effort by state and federal authorities to go through the motions. There's a program at work here is what I'm trying to say. Now, at last report, after Letitia James recused herself, she passed this political hot potato over to what they're calling a special prosecutor, quote unquote. And in this case, it's Onondaga County District Attorney William Fitzpatrick. That's who apparently is supposed to be the special prosecutor in this case. In other words, just the DA. Now, New York's penal code has a lot of parameters for what qualifies as first-degree murder. I noticed that a disproportionate number of these scenarios involve someone with a badge being killed. So basically, they try to make this big deal about, well, anybody with a badge is receiving protection under law. If something happens to them, it's first-degree murder. Yeah, they stubbed their toe. That's first-degree murder, buddy. This is the epitome of injustice. For every one law that defines killing someone with a badge as first-degree murder, then of a necessity, there must be 3 laws that qualify a cop or anyone with a badge who kills somebody as being first-degree murder. You got to make it where the police understand you go ahead and decide that you're going to misuse your little old authority and you're going to get hit with first-degree everything. That would be justice, but we don't live under justice, do we? Now, one of the definitions of first-degree murder in New York is the defendant acted in an especially cruel and wanton manner pursuant to a course of conduct intended to inflict and inflicting torture upon the victim prior to the victim's death. As used in this subparagraph, torture means the intentional and depraved infliction of extreme physical pain. Depraved means the defendant relished the infliction of extreme physical pain upon the victim, evidencing debasement or perversion, or that the defendant evidenced a sense of pleasure in the infliction of extreme physical pain. That is word for word what happened to Robert Brooks. His death was undeniably first-degree murder. And not only was he killed, he was tortured to death. And his murderers took sick glee in every second of it. That's what they wanted to do. And more than that, though, these were not just 4 white men who killed him. There were 4 white men with badges. And for the so-called authorities, that means they have double the incentive to not see any sort of prosecution go forward. That's the reason why they're stalling for time, not making any statements, and not doing anything. All of this is supposed to be making the public wait and wait, and what they think is going to happen is they'll say, well, we've decided that we can't really justify any higher charges than third-degree misdemeanor homicide or whatever at most. Or at the very least, say, well, they had badges, so, qualified immunity. They were carrying out their duties, don't you know? I told you about how the white media was setting up the idea of this is a use of force issue. Oh, well, see, they were justified. They just went a little bit too far, you see. And that being the case, well, they were carrying out their duties. They're authorized to use force, don't you know? That's what all of this foot dragging and stalling for time is about. The idea is they're thinking to themselves that the public is going to be relieved just to see them do something. To them, they're trying to defuse the issue, and this is how they think they're going to do it. This slow walking of the investigation isn't because they don't have the evidence. They got a ton of evidence. They got the murder on video. They're just trying to figure out, how do we bury this? How do we get rid of this one? Because you see, you begin punishing the enforcers of white supremacy, and there's no enforcement mechanism for white power's so-called legislation. How do you force people to live under an unjust system? You use violence to do it. But if you start making it where the perpetrators of that violence can't carry out their criminality, well, then nobody's going to willingly go along with a system of injustice. I've said it countless times, these racist DAs and corrupt judges have long had an unspoken but fiercely enforced policy that when police kill a black person, particularly if it's a white cop that does it, then they are not to be sentenced to anything more than 5 years in prison. Now, there is no law on the books that imposes a 5-year limitation on punishing police, but this is what these prosecutors and judges have agreed upon amongst themselves. And we know that this is a deliberate system that's at work by how consistently it happens, be it in Texas, California, New York, or wherever. Red states, blue states, purple states, all of them upholding white power. What they're worried about is that the same energy that broke loose in 2020 may be on the verge of doing so again. Only this time it won't be in Minnesota. It'll be in New York. And yes, there's been suspensions of some of these criminals, but this should also include Letitia James as well, because she's known about this doggone mess for years and hasn't done anything about it. At some point, she's supposed to be held accountable for this. I detailed for you how at least 3 of the murders of Robert Brooks had already been under federal investigation for beatings that they carried out in 2020 and 2022, which, by the way, both of those incidents were after Letitia James was already Attorney General of New York. So she knew all about this mess. It happened on her watch, and she did nothing about it. Letitia James is a bold protector and proponent of these thugs with badges being allowed to get away with murder. After all, what do you expect from somebody who is called the state's top cop? As Attorney General, she loves hearing that. I'm the state's top cop. Yeah, a dirty cop. This woman ran on an alleged platform of police accountability because she was running for office in the middle of the BLM protests. But we see what her idea of keeping the thugs with badges in check is. Her office is literally acting as defense counsel for these criminals. She's literally defending these animals. I've been telling you for years now that the enemy has been trying to tiptoe its way back to the old normal. That is what things were before the uprisings of 2020. Well, at this point, they're not tiptoeing anymore, and now it's a full-fledged stride. And Letitia James is the main one leading this perverted parade. Just like Kamala Harris before her, she's prioritized supporting the thugs in blue over any black person. As far as she's concerned, she's going to make it to higher office over black people's dead bodies. So it doesn't matter if it's Kamala Harris, or if it's Daniel Cameron, or Letitia James, or Alvin Bragg. They all operate out of the exact same playbook. They know exactly what the rules of racism are, and they play it to a T. Their job is to make sure the white power is assured that the racial pyramid scheme is going to remain in order, and that the enforcement of it by using unrestricted and unpunished killings of black people will also remain supported. That she's going to make sure that all these killings of black people never go anywhere. But understand something. This woman is eventually going to be having the nerve to demand loyalty from us, and she's going to have a phalanx of bootlicks out there backing her up on that. Before it's all over, she'll be doing some half-brain press conference or some other form of PR stunt. And she'll make sure that she has whoever her bootlicking cheerleaders are behind her, and they'll be standing there behind her like so many extras in a pathetic infomercial. But you can bet that was going to be coming next. That's what they always do. Now, as the black grassroots, what we have to do is to make sure two things happen. One, we're going to have to start advocating heavy for that anti-black hate crime law. But more importantly than that, Letitia James, for the stunts that she pulled, making sure she would stick up for everybody except for us. She had a hotline and all the rest of it, appeals to the public for help during the so-called Stop Asian Hate movement, which, by the way, happened at the same time that black people were in 2020 and 2021, the majority of hate crimes victims. But Letitia James, who I hear is black, she didn't have anything to say about that. Same way that Officer Eric Adams of the NYPD wasn't too terribly bothered by all the killings of black people. He immediately reverted to, what about black on black crime? And you see how the white leadership of the DNC repaid him. They're putting charges on his behind. Now, Letitia James, I'll bet it doesn't take much imagination to figure out that she's no doubt got some kind of form of dirt under her fingernails. We've seen this with Fannie Willis. We've also seen it with Carolyn Mosby. So Letitia James, as stupid and incompetent as she is and crooked as she is, yeah, I'm willing to bet that she's got some stuff going on that she would not want anyone to know about. That's because people who are corrupt when it comes to carrying out their duties in office means there's a ton of corruption outside of the office, just a matter of time for people to find it. And white power doesn't put these bootlicks in any sort of position without having something heavy to hold over their heads. When the time comes, if they got themselves some Negro who suddenly decides to grow a spine, well, they know exactly how they're going to remove them. Though in most cases, these guys are going no matter what because white power has no permanent plans for them. But the murder of Robert Brooks is yet another in an endless string of data points about why it is that we are supposed to have an anti-black hate crime law in this country. But it also illustrates for us that we're going to be facing opposition not just from the Republicans, but also the Democrats as well. Letitia James deserves to be excoriated and hated by the black community every bit as much as Kamala Harris, because she's doing the exact same kind of things. Kamala Harris also, as I detailed for you on this channel in the archives here, when I did my videos reposting what I had said about Kamala Harris nearly a decade ago, that woman was protecting the thugs in blue when she was the DA back in San Francisco. She adamantly refused to cooperate with the public defender's office and hand over the service records of these crooked, dirty cops, which, by the way, she had no legal standing not to do it. She just said, I'm not going to do it. And when asked why, she said, well, it's a matter of privacy. Now, we're talking about their service record, which is what they do when they're on the job.
Okay, Professor Black Truth, evidently, man, something is going on with the telemetry.
Police do not have any expectation of argument that Kamala Harris tried to put together.
So
has her support from the Fraternal Order of Police or the Corrections Officers Union or whatever lined up. They always want to make sure that they're on the good side of the thugs in blue for a number of reasons. It's not just union votes. It's also donations as well. They want to make sure they got all that lined up. But we need to make sure that we remember the murder of Robert Brooks, the same way that for 4 years I made sure that you remembered all of Joe Biden's broken promises that he made on the campaign trail, so that you would be reminded over and over again, hey, before Joe Biden starts telling you all of this hocus pocus pie in the sky stuff about what he'll do if he gets reelected, ask him, why haven't you done any of the stuff that you promised to do when you got elected? This is where Letitia James is going with this.
It's
and the
called
Democrats
hypocrisy.
too. The murder of Robert Brooks should have been acted upon immediately. There should have been charges that day. But more importantly than that, the murder of Robert Brooks actually shouldn't have happened at all. And if we lived under a system, so-called authorities were not more dedicated to racial immunity from law than they were to actually murder him, would have already been in jail themselves. They would never have had the opportunity to kill Robert Brooks because they would already be in cages where they belong. And that's ultimately what the goal must be. But because of her corruption and malfeasance, when and if the murderers of Robert Brooks get put behind bars, Letitia James ought to have a cage right beside them. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Cornell Sly, Alexa Villard, James Porter, Workhorse Enterprise, and Gregory Franklin. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Well, tonight on the podcast, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts?
I tore up my voter registration card. This bitch is a hypocrite. She belongs in fucking jail. Okay, I'm willing to bet dollars to donuts, okay, is that these bastards are still getting paid who murdered this man. And I don't understand why they're not in the New York County jail. And when these bastards go to jail, put them there in the mainstream population, put them in the general population. Where their officers, their lives might be in jeopardy. Doesn't any motherfucker realize that's been locked up that everybody's life is in jeopardy in jail? But, nobody wants to talk about that. But it is what it is. I didn't make it to this age being stupid. I didn't make it to this age believing that shit does not stink. And I did not make it to this age believing in fried ice cream and boiled ice cubes.
Somebody is blowing you up, Shabaka.
Yes, Shabaka.
All right, Lady Shay, what is your thoughts?
Man, I would love this man go to jail. I would love to get all the options stickers. I mean, it's so quick to throw black people in jail, but fuck to anything else, like white folks. They just like, fuck. You gotta like pull the pieces, pray for a miracle. Do like 2 weeks worth of work. It's stupid. And that's like clearly to kill them. It's clear. It's evident. Like, what's the fucking debate? You got them, you got the whole lead up, you got all kinds of people. There's plenty of jail. Look, they never run out of places to put people in jail. There's boats, there's floor, there's mats. I don't understand what the problem is. And what is it, like, what, 5, 6, fucking race soldiers?
Yeah, at least.
On camera? At least? Minimal? Well, let's just be generous. Let's say there's 12, 13 white folks. You mean you can't find a place for them in jail?
Right.
What's the problem? The problem is like, and what is all this like mammyism and shit, like sucking up for her? It's not gonna elevate this bride. She's not gonna go nowhere with it. She's being like, she might as well just utilize whatever positional power she has and put him in jail and fucking throw, make an attempt to throw the book at him. Something, do something. All this like passive shit. It's not really helping her. She's not gaining no momentum. She's not elevating. She's not getting any extra money. She's not getting any extra position. She's not getting any, extra biscuits at the table. Like, she's just doing it for free. She's just being a fucking mammy and for free. Who does that?
Tethers.
And what's the benefit of that? Like, there's no fucking way that any first of all, I wouldn't do none of this shit. But there's no fucking way that a reasonable individual would not do this for some kind of benefit. Like, there's no tangibles in this for her. At any level, good or bad. She's just in a stagnant place and just being talked shit about, and that's she all right with it. That's typical mammy shit. It'll blow over. Will it? I don't think so.
Well, we're gonna keep
I
pulling
don't
up.
think so. Like, and she should have some repercussion for not taking action. She should lose some assets. She should lose something. She should get knocked down a peg or two. Maybe she's not who she is, and she loses her position and gets knocked back to like paralegal or something. Fucking what is it? Intern. That'd be a rip. Get your license taken. Something. Do something. Fuck. Like, where's fuck her. But who's above her? Can we go above her?
Kathy Hochul.
Who's above her?
The president.
All right. Okay. So I don't know, family. I don't know. Personally, you have more likelihood of being real complaining. You don't like problems. Touch up black people. You don't like black people. So I would go with that route. I would apply all kind of pressure to punish her, punish them.
She said black kids in the Bronx didn't know what a computer was or how to spell a computer.
She's an old ass bitch. You think she's computer savvy? No, she's not doing the work. She's an old ass bitch. She's an old ass bitch. And my mom's like this. She got somebody else doing her work. She got a slave to do her work. So you got to go to her, punish them. Baby. So she don't like black people. So apply the pressure right there. Black people are coming after her. She's gonna be upset because black people shaking their head at her, making her face, giving her side eye, telling her she's lame, whatever. She's getting recalled. She's not gonna have that position no more. Good luck to Sarah. You come out of it in 6 months. Easy. Midterm, your ass is gone. She's gonna think like that. She don't like black people. She don't like black people. Push a little bit further. So go push it on Sarah attitude. Yeah, but see, lucky that.
They sound real low on your end.
I talk low. I'm the old girl.
Wow, man, what is that? Sound like a lawnmower.
Chewbacca.
It's the fan.
It's the fan on the internet.
Damn.
Yeah, it's so cool.
There be some funding bad.
What do you want us to do about it, Chewbacca? What can we do? It's a winter vortex right now.
Right.
It's like what? Below what? Negative what?
Below.
-5?
Yeah.
Outside right now.
And it's 40 degrees here, but they're saying we're going to get some temperature drops here over the week.
He said it sounds like race cars. Damn.
Deal with
Wow,
it.
twin.
Put on your captions.
You don't qualify for captions.
Yeah, you don't call. They get captions. You can watch captions.
They only allow that to.
Okay. And also too, I'm happy to announce, that I tore up my voter registration card.
Can I talk on the program?
No, I'm asking what they're gonna do about it.
I hope Letitia James does get locked the hell up. I hope Tom Homan locks her ass up, along with Kathy Hochul and the rest of these Democratic governors and mayors that want to keep doing the sanctuary city bullshit.
We can't fix the laptop.
Oh, and by the way, Karen Bass is up for re-selection this year.
This year? How?
Mm-hmm.
Because
Because she got elected in 2021. Hold on a second. Let me verify this.
Karen Bass.
Okay.
Karen Bass, but I
think
will get arrested too.
When they stopped her, confronted her, she looked like the drugs she was on was just the shit.
Yeah.
She had nothing to say. She just stood there like, please motherfucking door. Open the fucking door.
Right.
Just open the fucking door.
That's the look she had on her face.
Classic.
Yeah, so justice for Robert.
Ooh, Lord. Boy, they cannot.
What is this about?
Boy, they.
All right, well, justice for Robert Brooks.
Yeah. But I'm telling you, you're going to have to go to like 4 people to press on her to get them.
Mm-hmm.
Something is wrong here.
It took to get Daniel Penny.
Oh, God.
Right?
At least some.
Look what they did with Luigi. They were like pretending to look for that.
Yeah, they were pretending.
They were looking at the bushes and shit. Just they just kind of like brushed that to the side.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give a fuck. They were convinced though. They were like, yeah, Diddy's locked up though.
Yeah, he ain't
out of sight, out of mind. You know?
They denied
that was easy. That was an easy $50 million lockup. They didn't want that $50 million. They'd rather lock his black ass up. You see the kind of shit that is?
Mm-hmm. So we're not gonna let up. We're gonna get justice for our brother and so many more of our people. We were calling in last week and the week before last, calling Alexandria Horseface and some other representatives from New York to demand an anti-black hate crime bill and justice for our brother Robert Brooks.
Yeah, on TVA. I'm not gonna lie, that was like I had to make room I had to make a desk little situation. I come back and I was like, damn, man. Then they kicked my email out. And as mad under the suggestion thing, they probably thought I was trolling. Got to go under my actual, slave name.
Yeah, so moving along, Black family, because I know Shabak is pressed for time and he got to stay on to the wildfires.
Why are you pressed for time?
Huh? Oh, what it is, Lady Chaz, this data plan that I got.
Oh.
And then going back and forth with these clowns over at Straight Talk. They saying that what pulls the majority of my data off of it is the videos. They say I got to get another plan with them, and then I'm trying to find out. Okay, I'm just gonna ask this computer, when is Karen
can y'all see me?
Bass up for re-election?
Like long time no see, fellas.
Okay, boy, we get every goddamn thing but what we're asking for. Karen Bass, Republican or Democrat, political party, mayor endorsements, election results for Bass. How come I just can't answer a goddamn direct question, the motherfuckers?
What are you asking?
Because you're using Bing.
This here, we'll like to send you notifications. Motherfucker, kiss my ass. I don't want you to be notified of none of your bullshit. Okay. Let's see. The next time that this broad will be okay. Now this is bad. Okay, she's gonna be running for mayor again in 2026.
Okay.
No, she ain't.
So
that's next year.
No, she ain't.
Gruesome Newsom is going to be running for governor next year.
I thought he was turned out.
President.
Let's see.
I think Gruesom's turned out, Shabbat.
I hope so, man.
Hold on. Can Gruesome Newsom? Can Gavin Newsom?
Yeah, you gotta get off of Bing. Bing is not working for you, Shabbat.
Go to Google.
You gotta go to Chrome and Google.
Damn, well, this computer doesn't have that.
What do you say?
Okay.
Nobody's saying nothing.
Can Gavin Newsom run for governor again?
Hell no. Even if he could, don't let him.
Including, how many times can a governor be elected? See, when Newsom's...
I think for governor.
Okay. California will vote for a new governor in 2026. That's next year.
Yep.
Okay, hold it. Wait a minute. Is Gruesome running for... Oh, fuck the goddamn LA Times shit. All right, is Gavin Newsom running for re-election? No, that's due to term limit. So he's termed out in California.
That's what I just said, Shabaki.
I said no, don't let him. Even if he could, don't let him.
Yeah, he's termed out, so he's going to have to run for president or something else.
Yeah, that's the move.
Yeah.
Run for president. And that should be cock-blocked at all costs.
He's going to lose.
No, some bitch ain't even gonna make the goddamn primaries.
Nah. So,
he's gonna lose in the primaries.
Yeah. So moving along, the Democrats are still running around like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off.
Right.
It's just devastating loss FBA gave them.
Okay, now hold on, people. Here's what. Okay, not stepping on your wisdom, brother Paris. Okay. Keep in mind, now looking at Kamala Harris, she's going to be pulling 5 pensions. You know this, right? Number 1, she'll be pulling a pension from Alameda County as the assistant district attorney. She'll be pulling a pension from the city and county of San Francisco, okay, where she was the DA. Her raggedy ass will be pulling a pension from when she was the attorney general of California. She'll be pulling a pension when she was a U.S. senator from California. And she'll be pulling a pension as the former vice president. This bro got 5 pensions.
Cupping season, Black family.
That is ridiculous.
That's like immediate sugar mama type activity right there.
Mm-hmm. All right, so moving along, Shabaka. Boule Roly-Poly Martin tries FBAs who work for the government that Trump will take their job. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
Boule Martin. Boule Martin, I guess his plan for the next 4 years is to try to scare y'all and then say, oh, you see, you should have voted for Kamala. Boy, Trump gonna get you. So Boule Martin is starting off already. Let's go ahead on and check out what Boule Martin posted up here, and then really won't bust out Boule Martin really at the same time, because Boule Martin is actually giving out some actual misinformation, because they love to say that word in the Democrat circles. Now, Boule Martin says, we tried to tell you. A whole lot of y'all who talk ish about not voting for VP Kamala Harris are about to have some mamas, daddies, aunts, uncles, siblings, cousins, and friends out of work. Trump plan to slash federal jobs, put black workers at risk. Now, let's talk about that. Why are you sitting up here like almost gloating about someone who could potentially, not to say they will, potentially to be laid off? Why? Well, let's actually go to the article to see why Bloomberg even wrote this like this, because it don't make sense why they wrote it this way based off of the numbers you're about to see. All right. So Bloomberg, Trump plans to slash federal jobs. They say federal job puts black workers at risk. Black workers make up a large share of public sector employees. Government jobs have provided a pathway for economic stability. Now,
so you think you know Wix? Do you really? First up, we've got Shake Video.
When you see a certain, I'm going to show you exactly the percentage of what black people are working in the federal government. And you tell me why black people would be put at so much risk. All right, so let's kind of go here. So it say Trump's plans to shrink the federal workforce could have a desperate impacts on black employment, or potentially eroding a key conduit to economic mobility that many black families have relied on for generations. And some researchers say a substantial cutback could push the black unemployment rate higher, particularly in areas like Washington, D.C., where black joblessness is among the highest in the country. Yeah, and with a black mayor, Muriel Bowser, why is that black woman not making sure black folks are employed? So such an outcome would stand at odds with Trump's campaign promises to protect black workers' jobs and provide them with more employment opportunities. Trump has pledged to move 100,000 government jobs out of Washington, eliminate tens of thousands and more, and require federal employees to come back to the office, a policy that could be done via executive order shortly after he takes the office next week. So the makeup of federal employees means black Americans would be disproportionately impacted by such a downside. So they say about 378,000 black Americans accounted for roughly 19% of the permanent federal workforce in fiscal 2022. The latest data available from the Office is a personnel management that was higher than black Americans' share of overall U.S. population. By contrast, white Americans' 60% share of the federal workforce is smaller than their representation. You can't listen. This 13 points. You know we're not 13%. But how you gonna sit up here and say black people? You have to watch how these people write things. If 378,000 black people are working federal jobs, so let's say 4.
Okay, we can't hear Uncle Phil. It's frozen.
45 FBA immigrants. That's only 378,000 according to y'all. Now,
okay, we still can't hear him. Can you guys hear me? No, I think this data burned up.
We're back.
Oh. Okay, you still got, your top, you got 2 pictures of yourselves up there.
I know.
It's coming after all these jobs, not just the black people. They coming after the white ones too. And one thing this white guy said online, never forget it. He said the reason why they want black. So, but the reason why they wrote it like this is say, oh, this can, hurt black people. Because remember, we talked about this in the stream. They need black people to speak out. Because trust me, Trump is coming after all these jobs, not just the black people. They coming after the white ones too. And one thing this white guy said online, never forget it. He said the reason why they want black people to speak up is because nobody listens to when a white person advocates for anything. Nobody listens. They only listen with black people. So in order to save this number, they need to rile up.
True, Uncle Phil.
To save this group, you got to rile up this group to speak out and do the heavy lifting. And this group going to benefit while this group will still be losing something. You understand? And what I tell FBAs is don't sit up here and fight to save these people jobs. Let them go out there and fight with Trump to save their own doggone jobs. They say we're talking about tens of thousands of black workers. They say who could lose their jobs. And Michelle Holder, associate professor at John Jay College, City University of New York, say it would be pretty devastating to the black community writ large, just in terms of loss of income. They say a loss of benefits and potential loss of health insurance. You know what? I've been fired on jobs. I've been laid off too. You know what? I'm okay.
frozen again.
This, I don't want nobody to lose no job. Trust me, I don't. And I'm not. More than you taking in, then you have to start cutting spending. And then let's call it what it is. I've talked to people. I was one guy that told me he worked at NASA. And he said that they had ordered these treadmills, these some specialized treadmills that cost $1 million each. And they were supposed to do some testing for the astronauts, and they did maybe say 10 minutes on that thing, and then that was the end of it. Spent $1 million on, he said, 3 treadmills for $3 million. And I say, you serious? He said, yes. He said, and they just spend the government money like it ain't nothing. So it's so much wasteful spending. They got people in the federal government that's doing jobs that probably somebody else can do. Maybe they can take up a different role or whatever, right? I mean, the government overspent a lot of money. You remember when they were going through the spending bill a few months ago, and they started looking through it and they said, wait a minute, look how big the spending bill is. But then when they start finding out where the money was going and they start cutting it out, then the spending bill got smaller. You understand? No, they want FBAs to get riled up, to be speaking out and fighting with Trump about these jobs to save white folks' jobs.
Right.
It's just that simple. As black people, we used to getting fired. We used to getting laid off. I mean, it happens. No job.
Well, that's why you create your own goddamn jobs, man.
And they got to pay you out your contract.
Go create
when you got your contract, you can get fired. Look at your boy Don Lemon. He had a contract with CNN. They fired him. And he was with them for 20 some odd years. They still fired Don Lemon. They gave him his money in his contract, but he still got fired. He ain't got that job no more.
Yeah, Don Lemonade, you know, he ain't broke. Don Lemonade ain't standing on the side of a freeway holding up a goddamn sign. Shit. You know? Yeah, I mean,
so
I don't have no sympathy for Don Lemonade. You know?
There's no job out here is guaranteed, bro. None.
Well, that's why you got to make your own goddamn job. Shit.
You don't fear that. But Boule Martin want to keep black people riled up and in fear about Trump and all that because he don't know what to do in these 4 years. He really don't. And you're going to see him try to crash out, but nobody respects Roland. Nobody does. Because he has truly shown himself as a sellout Democrat shield. And people is not really down for that. But as a person who's been laid off, as a person who's been fired, every time that's happened to me, I've went to a better job that made more money every single time. So I can't even say I feel bad about getting fired or laid off because I've always went into better situations in the end. And sometimes I say, hey, okay, they lay you off. Okay, cool. That means God got something better for me. And he wanted to put me in position. That's why he allowed that to happen. And that's how you got to look at it, black people. Don't sit up here and get scared about losing no doggone job. As long as you got your life, as long as you get in your right mind, you could walk, you could talk, you can go make some money. You easily go make some money. Please, the jobs.
His ass. Bro, the lost cause like a book.
Right. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Roly Poly Martin trying to scare us, the FBAs, into being scared of Trump because they think that he's going to take their job?
Well, once again, like I said, dudes like that are on puppet strings. You was told to say that shit. But then again, at the same token, I don't put nothing past Trump. So what we got here, in my perspective, is a paradox. What is a paradox? A contradiction that is true. See, this is why I tore up my voter registration card. You see what I mean? Because, I mean, you know, look at the scam election of 2024. You know, we did an episode on that on Shabaka's Black Experience. You see what I mean? I can't do it no more. However, if a motherfucker want to bribe me, I don't have a problem with it. I'll take bribe money for the vote. I mean, you paying me for my time, energy, and effort to even consider this fake ass kangaroo shit.
Yeah. All right, Letitia, what's your thoughts on roly-poly?
Technically, you wouldn't be wrong about it because the black vote is for sale. My thoughts of this, I think he was deflecting. I think he's concerned about his job, and his place in the world. The other thing I think about is, what did he do with his bag? Did he got for Kamala when he was chilly and not doing anything, not bringing black people to the yard?
That $350K.
What did he do with that? I really want to know. Secondly, I really want to know.
He probably would have invested in some income-producing property. He probably went up there to San Francisco and made investments into some, how should we say, unsavory ventures there. But then again, we all know what the city of San Francisco represents. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Maybe he's going up there putting a banana in his mouth like Al Sharpton.
We're live. Would you like to join us? Peace and abundance. Oh, you're on? Oh, let me drop the link so you can get on. Bianca.
Yeah, but what it is though is this, okay? See, when I tore up my voter registration card, okay, I felt a sense of relief, but I also felt a sense of remorse. The sense of relief is
black people only, and my sister's about to come up.
Let me finish my
Go
statement.
ahead, Lady J.
The thing is, I think they with that kind of shit, like certain black people are trying to scare us back to like they're gonna put you back in chains. They trying to scare us back into some shit, and they try to keep bringing up.
Lady J, they very easily could do that tomorrow.
Hold on. Look, man. If you're that worried about it, I mean, first of all, they gotta catch all of us. They gotta catch us. We got the best wiggle out game so far. Secondly, no, I would never let nobody take me no motherfucking where. I wouldn't. I mean,
Lady J,
many things, Shabaka.
Do you know how many people got killed in Los Angeles by the police department saying that?
Yes, Shabaka from California. Yes. Every time they manhandle me, they tell me I'm not. This is in California. I know. I'm saying that, but I would not just allow anybody to take me anywhere, not even to the upper room. I just wouldn't. That's just not me. I got that fight. I will fight until I can't fight no more. You dig? By any means necessary. That is a reality. That is something I can honestly state I have lived by. Scarred up and everything too. That is an honest statement. But this is what I'm thinking. They try to push this fear, right? I have questions about the Project 2025 people and shit. They were supposed to wrangle their dude, but where the fuck did that go? They endorsed her, right? Yeah. But where is any of that in the last month or two, right? Nobody's talking about it.
Okay, Pamela, thank you for joining us.
Two, the other thing is you can't be afraid right now.
Pamela's waist up.
There's nothing to be afraid of. If you really think about it, we have the upper hand. If you want to look at it like that, we will have the upper hand.
Right, sister,
patience. You know what I mean? We don't have to be worried or scared or anything. We just need to watch out for the bullshit. Keep our head on swivel.
Yeah.
And look out for each other. That's really what it is. And build on that. We can do all this shit, Shabaka. We can build it for ourselves. We can teach ourselves. We can do all that shit. But we need to just keep eyes on everything. Like know where your enemy is at all times type shit.
Well,
just watching us. Other than that, what else can we do? It's gonna be like for the first 6 months. It's gonna be hell for them. Hold on, man. I can't do it. Maybe I'll think about it. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be something. We shouldn't fear this though. In fact, we should get the mentality that we got to be in control. We can't let our emotions. Go ahead, Jesse. We can't let our emotions guide us into fuckery of fear. We've been living in fear this whole fucking time, and not acting on anything, not doing anything, but being conscientiously like knuckleheads and just letting this shit slide. Passive aggressive type
talking
shit.
about since 2020.
Either
'Cause
way,
we definitely acted on some shit in 2020.
right? Either way, what I'm saying is with this, what the fuck? The positions are put in play. Now we have to watch every move. Keep in mind, midterms come up. Motherfuckers can get recalled.
Yeah, in 2026.
Yeah,
That's a
motherfuckers get
year
recalled.
away.
They got a whole fucking year to fuck up. The problem is going to be pushing out the money that's making the moves. You know what I mean? That's going to be the problem for him, for them. Can't let it guide us because we let fear take over. Where are we going to leave our children? You know what I mean? What are they really going to think?
Yeah.
That we're cowards and we just gave up, like all the other generations. We just let it go. We didn't provide them no legacy.
Well, actually, Lady Che, we were pretty active in the 1960s and 70s, but what had happened is when Reagan had came about with his bullshit, you see, this is the beginning then. You can see one thing you have to understand is that the white boy plans long term for his shit. You see, Dr. Wilson showed us that, with Nixon and Kissinger.
Sister B, get your ass up here,
I gotta send her the link on the phone.
Yeah,
and then the cold part about it is that you get these ass scratchers and yassa bosses who believe that's the only way to go. See, so the chain is no longer on our body, but it's on our goddamn minds. You see?
It's on my mind. And it shouldn't be on your mind either.
That's what Master.
No, it's not on my mind. That's why I said fuck them.
Fuck them.
I did my part over the years and ain't got not one goddamn dime to show for it.
Exactly. Do you regret anything? I can't regret shit. I did it. I done it. I said it. I spent it.
Oh, okay. Well,
I can't take it back now.
Well, the only thing I could say is this. I don't regret creating the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, and that there's we need to monetize that hashtag just like what them raggedy bras did with that Black Lives Matter bullshit.
And look what happened.
That was George Soros.
Didn't their shit get burned down?
And their shit got burned down. And we got to get into all of that. So
karma.
Let me move us along. I was just trying to get Sister B on.
Yeah. Hurry up, B. So we can do our usual, turn up.
Oh, who is that? Bianca?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I need my girl. Get her ass up here.
Right. She said she was watching on her phone. So here she is. Sister B is in the house.
Peace and abundance.
Peace.
Hey, Bianca. Greetings from Sin City.
I'm watching the show now. Do I need to on my end?
I think it's echoing.
Tell him.
All right. I cut it off now.
Tell him happy C-Day.
Yeah.
Yes. You already know. Happy solar return, brother. May you have many more.
Thank you.
I miss you.
I missed y'all.
I miss you. We already know
what. Yeah, y'all too cool for me back there. We up here to 39 degrees.
We at 5 below.
Yeah.
No, that's too cool for me.
Well, not my house. Not at my house. I keep a very tropical feeling house.
Oh, I do too.
Hey, see right? Can you tell my aunt about what I need?
I did.
Did you tell her about that I need?
I did. She was supposed to send me.
Yes, he told me.
I told you too.
I know. I got the text.
Oh man, I miss you.
I've missed y'all very much. I really have.
You missed me because I missed you. You know.
I'm like this season though is a season of preparation for us. It's a season of awareness, and it's a season of drawing the line in the sand as a people.
Yeah, it really is.
And standing on business.
Yep.
And Sister Bianca, you missed our last dynamic show we did Tuesday night.
I didn't miss it. I watched it.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, but I'm talking about on Blog Talk the other night. Or was it?
Oh.
Man, what damn day of the week is this?
It's Saturday.
Oh, I'm talking about yesterday because old Sarge, he came up. Was it Friday or was it Tuesday where we gave Sarge that work?
The Grand Rising Friday.
It's always on a Friday.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we gave Sarge that work, you know what I'm saying? And I just simply asked Sarge, I say, Sarge, how many motherfucking governors in the state of Illinois have been convicted and walked the concrete? Oh, about 8 of them. And I say, Sarge,
He
so
says
you
6.
telling me, was it 6?
Yeah, 6.
Okay, it seemed to me, if you got the chief executive
He did
going
go
to the goddamn, to when Sarge went nuts, okay? It seemed to me that if you in a damn state where you got 6 goddamn convicted ass governors of felonies, mind you, of fucking felonies, you would figure at the Fed level that they would declare that motherfucker an outlaw state. Understand?
Well, I mean, we can't really act like there's a fly in the ointment when the whole damn ointment got flies in it. You know, this was founded by, robbers, thieves, bootleggers,
rapists,
the land that we know it to be now. So I mean, corruption is a part of America's moral fabric, which basically is a thong, isn't it? Okay. There's no moral fabric.
Sister. Yeah, it lacks morals, Sister Bianca, and to prove your point even further, that when I go over there to a city like San Francisco, where women go out there and go bare-chested in the cold to raise money for breast cancer research, okay, that takes a lot of dedication. Now, the city of San Francisco said that these women were committing indecent exposure, but at the same token, you're gonna let a goddamn grown, naked ass, hairy motherfucker walk around the goddamn streets.
Well, my thing is what do they deem inappropriate when they still let ass cheeks clap all over Facebook? When they sit up here and they overexpose our children to people that are gender misleading. I mean, where do we draw the line in the sand on that?
Well, say, sister,
you can't get to talking about the Frida Tatas and cancer research, and you got your chest out for that cause. But then
why not though? We real women.
But no, this is the thing. Where is the censorship when it comes down to other aspects? I mean, if that's going to be something offensive, breast shouldn't be anything offensive. But if they're going to be offensive, why isn't it offensive when there are neo-Nazi rallies? Like, come on now. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Where's the offense then? Or is that just freedom of speech?
Because
freedom of
wait.
What about you see what I'm saying? So you can't.
East Coast, they put a bathroom in East Coast, not a fucking universal bathroom in East Coast. I mean, let's talk about that right there.
You see what I'm saying? Like, but that just goes to show that America's moral fabric really is a thong. Because, Like everybody loves to think that there's something to hold on to. There's nothing to fucking hold on to.
Right.
Okay, now, Sister Bianca, if I may prove your point even further, there was a movie with Al Pacino called And Justice for All, and if you follow me on Facebook, did you see the clip?
Well, no, I've seen the movie.
You remember the part when he was doing his opening statement before the jury? That son of a bitch deserves to go right straight to fucking jail. What Al Pacino said is that they playing all this politics, this sick, perverted, raping ass motherfucker, deserves to go to fucking jail. And then what he was talking about was the moral lack of consciousness, called this hypocritical Constitution, take it, wipe your ass with it. Now, for all you assholes out there who hate Shabaka, well, if you don't like it, leave it. Cut the goddamn check on the reparations, motherfucker. I will be up out of here yesterday. Don't worry about where the fuck I'm going. I might go buy some pussy. That's my business. Excuse the expression, Sister Bianca.
That's right.
So there's no argument with undisputed truth. Now, when you get this sick bastard that takes over on Monday, this is not a presidency. This is a goddamn regime.
Well,
Period.
I mean, the way I see it is like, okay, a lot of people don't think about this country as what it really is a mafia. If you really thought about this as a mafia, this was more of this is more of like a hostile takeover. Like it really is, you know. You gotta really look at this place for what it is. This is not a country. This is a corporation. And if we look at it as a corporation, it's gotta be a dirty corporation. So what's the best dirty corporation to compare it to? The mafia.
Right.
Well, okay. First place, as we all know, now let me recall my basic business class. Oh, yeah. A corporation is a separate legal entity. You see what I'm saying? That does not.
Which is why we're separate. This is why we're separated from our funds from birth. Right. Do you see what I'm saying? Your social security number is an account.
Yeah, it is.
You're separated from your funds from birth.
Now, get this, sister. I went for Social Security. You know what Social Security said? They say, Shabaka, your black ass ain't got nothing coming.
Right.
Ain't got nothing coming.
Come over here and draw Social
See, and that's why it's important for us to know about birth certificate authentication and everything like that. Look, if you ain't gonna give it to me, I'ma take it.
They don't even.
Well, Sister Bianca,
we have to stop asking this corporation to give us anything. The HR here sucks.
That's right.
Yeah. Now, I was born in Crook County. Now, I was born in a state where you got 8 goddamn convicted governors. You had a great man by the name of Dr. Martin Luther King who went and led a protest march in a place called Marquette Park in Chicago. Mayor Daley told Dr. King, he says, Dr. King, there's nothing we could do for you. We can't protect you. It's because Chicago has certain traditions here. After all, it was the home of Al Capone for many, many years. You know what I mean?
That's why I said, look, the mafia.
Right. She ain't lying.
Yeah.
When I use the metaphors that I use, it is for a reason. This country literally is ran by the mafia, by the mob.
Right. I mean,
well, Sister Bianca, out here in Las Vegas, everybody's here. Frankie Capone's, Jimmy 2 Times, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Henry, you know what I'm saying? Karen, you know, they got certain traditions.
There's a lot of secrets out there in that desert.
Well, I'm quite sure they found a hell of a lot of them when Lake Mead dried up.
There's a lot of people that were high standing that had accidental deaths that were never solved. There are deaths every day in Las Vegas, and I promise you don't see half of them.
Not at all.
Oh yeah. Well, like I said, they have certain traditions here. You know what I'm saying? I respect their traditions here. You see what I mean? And
I used to live there. I used to live there.
You sure did.
You did. Where you
Oh
used to
yeah,
live
I know
at
that
here in
place
Las
is haunted
Vegas?
like a motherfucker.
Oh yeah, where can I go? Where's the best casino that I can go to turn my $100 into 1,000?
Not there.
No.
Not there. Hey, you know what?
Where I gotta go? Lake Tahoe?
Look, you're better off going to Black Hawk, Colorado.
No, I lost money there in Black Hawk too.
Well, you're gonna lose it there. You're definitely gonna lose it there because they have it strategically set up like that.
Sleeping on the dog.
Well, all these casinos or corporations, as you call them, ma'am, they own stock with each other. You have preferred stock, you have participating stock, you have common stock. You see what I'm saying? And generally,
we are the stock.
Exactly.
We are the stock. We are the stock.
Yep.
Well, at one time, sister, you were getting an argument from me.
The stock market never changed. They just put different names on it. The things that are still on the stock market from day one, which was us, we're still on the stock market. Just under different names, different labels.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute, Brother Che. Didn't we do some research on the story one time, man, where they used to sell slaves in New York City over there on Wall Street?
Oh yeah, they did.
Okay.
We were the first stock. That's what I'm saying. It ain't nothing changed about that damn game except the names.
Right.
Okay. All righty. Okay. It sounds crooked as hell. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow. So I got to move us along because we got a lot of topics.
All right.
Act out no more, B.
So the hell with you, Boule Martin. All your tap suing, all you roly-poliness is not going to get you nowhere.
Right.
I ain't scared.
So Michelle Obama says she will not attend the dump, as in human shit. And
I salute the sister for it. I salute Michelle Obama for it. And they try to talk all that bullshit. Oh, well, you're the former first lady. You're supposed to be there. And Michelle Obama's attitude was, why don't you all just kiss her black ass? How about that?
And then old sister girl Jasmine Croccett compared FBA struggle to the trans struggle.
That bitch is stupid.
That, sir, I have no comment on that. Is because those individuals are in need of some serious.
Can I interject right here? There's no comparison. No comparison. One, FBAs, we are that by birth.
Yep.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
You choosing to change your life and to change your narrative and to change your gender has nothing to do with me.
Right.
It has nothing to do with me. So if you want any other rights aside from the God-given rights that you're supposed to have, I don't know what else to tell you. Because I have no problem with people living in their truth, but how much of your truth do I have to participate in? Because it's lying to me.
I'm not going to participate in your delusion.
I'm not going to participate.
Right. I'm sorry. You know, your truth is a lie to me. What? And my truth is the truth all around. It's historically proven.
All day.
Right. Okay.
Facts trump feelings.
Right.
Facts trump feelings. I don't give a fuck.
That's right.
Okay, but also too, off of research that I've done on this right here, okay, is because when I look at a practicing homosexual and a dope fiend by the name of Sigmund Freud that's going to sit there and tell me there's something wrong with me because I like looking at women. Okay, man, go on back to your bottle, go on back to your shit, go see Hunter Biden, go get that stash, and y'all go on about yourselves. You got your human rights, you got your civil rights to exist. But I'll be goddamned if you're going to sit up there and insult my motherfucking intelligence like that. That's like saying shit don't stink. That there's like saying roses is garbage, but you're going to tell me shit is attractive. Okay, that's up to you.
Well, what we also got to keep in mind is there's so much psychological and mental warfare right now.
Right.
You have so many people looking at the sky green and they'll say it's blue.
I love being a woman.
Okay, yeah,
you see what I'm saying? There's so much delusion that is running the illusion.
Well, you're right. Now, you got the illusion of inclusion. Now, tell me of how a dope fiend and a practicing homosexual like Sigmund Freud, which is his business, is going to sit up there and tell me there's something wrong with me for liking women.
No,
it must be the dope.
Experiencing what it's like to be
it must be the dope. I'm just gonna blame the dope. I'm gonna be like, he took a full pull before he said that.
No, I'm gonna blame the
damn. Sorry,
black that he was white.
I wonder why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead, because you got a whole lot of brain dead motherfuckers out here. But
yeah,
however,
and it doesn't help when they're on drugs.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't help when they're on drugs. Hell, they only got a couple of good brain cells up in there, and they frying them away.
Right. And you don't want to be a woman because that's the problem for you. Go ahead and type. Hey, no amount of pussy is gonna replace.
Hey man, he can continue on with his free basing and butt bumping all he wants, but I'm gonna tell you like this: facts trump feelings.
Facts over
feelings. Try real woman.
That's the only way you gonna hear me say Trump like that. But I'm telling you, facts trump feelings.
Right. I love being a woman.
Yeah.
And you know what's so scary? You know what's so scary? Is that the divine feminine is what runs the world, runs us.
Exactly.
So for men to be so jealous of that divine feminine, man, say that just goes to show things are coming to a close.
Mm-hmm.
That's
things are coming to a close.
So I'm gonna play this clip.
Put up in one and just sit in there for a minute.
The reset is inevitable. So
we had a great reset.
Yeah.
All right,
man,
so
that's on them. They don't want to be up in women and feeling the magic of a fucking black woman. You know.
They don't know the magnitude of the universe. That's what that is.
Yeah.
You don't deserve it. Oops. That's all. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm going to say this here, Bianca. Listen to me very carefully when I tell you this, okay? Because I've been making a statement on social media and people have been knocked off their feet by it. Listen to me when I tell you this. It takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, but it only takes one woman to put him there.
That's bad, Shabaka. Take that back.
Well, don't say it like that, but I'll tell you this much. A man experiences the magnitude of the universe coming out. And on an average, most men try to spend the rest of their lives getting back in there.
Yep. Speak on it.
I'm just saying.
We'll be here.
Well, if they try to get back off in there, sister, then they need to be far the fuck away from San Francisco. I'll tell you that much.
Well, no, we need them there. We need them out in San Francisco, so that way there's still some type of hope for humanity there. You know, if not, then you'll end up having all kinds of women running around with cyber dudes and dudes running around with trans chicks, and everybody is up and down, and I love bread.
Right.
Okay, now get this here. Now, you do know, now check this out, people. You're going to love this one right here, right? You know how they got these robots that they are inventing right now? Connect the dots. You don't have some other type of other robots out there, because I think one of them sick bastards that called up our platform about 2 years ago with that bullshit.
Well, you got them already. You know what I'm saying? You got the freaky robots already. Those were the first ones that they made. So
let me guess.
you've had the little you've had the sex robots for, I want to say, at least a good 10, 15 years. But now they want the ones where you interact with them. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these weirdos that been screwing these robots for the past few years finally want somebody with some personality. So then they download these AIs to these robots, and they're like, "Oh yeah, this is the perfect woman for me. I goodbye to women." And they forget movies like Megan.
Right.
They forget movies like I, Robot. They forget about the malfunctioning ones.
Right.
My.
I choke you out.
Well, that's why I'm so glad that I got fewer tomorrows than yesterdays, because I don't want to see this goddamn world in 2098. I don't want to see 2085.
I look forward to seeing the reset. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why I look forward to seeing the reset is because not only are we going to be put in a position of being in charge of our own destinies again, but the truth that's going to be exposed.
Yeah.
You know, like, there's so many people that really believe that they are living the right life.
Right.
They do. You know, and until they see anything otherwise, that's what they're going to believe. But with this society going the way that it's going, and people's idols and favorite artists and all this stuff, Babylon's falling, crumbling all around us. There is there's something to be looked forward to in that, you know. There really is, and that's the exposure of truth.
Yeah.
All
right, so I gotta play this clip, y'all.
He's gonna die.
Obama is saying she's not gonna attend the inauguration.
What?
And Jasmine doesn't represent FBAs.
Didn't work right or whatever. Sending it to me is not going to get it fixed too quick. I mean, I try to get it to people, the right people, but the quickest way, let me see if I can get this up on the screen and show you better than I can tell you. Give me a second. Let me see if I can, so I can show you exactly how to do it. If you have any kind of issues, just give me a second. I am going to scroll to the bottom.
Yeah, twin. Silicon Valley ought to be making a killing off that shit.
So there's a contact tab on our app, right? And let me see if I can get the screen.
I don't fuck with apps.
You see, there's a contact tab on the app, and then you put your name, you put your email.
I won't be, man. I won't be using it, bro.
And then
I don't fuck with no apps.
This that you see here, and you can
all they want is your info.
I'm having a technical issue with your website. I can't log in. I can log in, but can't be video, something else. And then you go here and you say, hey, I got the app or whatever. This is not working, or I'm having a hard time logging in. I don't understand. Tell all
be sure to
what's
put in your bank account information. I bet you that motherfucker work when it hijacks your bank account.
IT team will get back with you, because this section goes directly to them. When you're sending messages to me, I'm telling y'all, I'm so busy sometimes trying to get things done So like this phone of mine is always going. My emails is going, and also I have a personal life as well. And on top of what else is going on with other business things that we're doing.
Well,
so
I ain't got no
y'all definitely got to get to the right people. So you have any issues or problems, make sure you use that contact tab. That's how you do that. Okay. For Black History Month, we'll be doing a 20% off the annual. That's the plan for Black History Month, the whole Black History Month.
And why they give Black History Month one of the coldest goddamn months of the year?
You'll be missing out on a whole lot of things that we got coming. So don't miss out. Definitely don't miss out on the Friday live stream. So let me hurry up and get to something before. I was going to talk about Michelle Obama tonight, and that's that, and Jasmine Croccett. But let me get to Dr. Claude Anderson real quick before we get started.
Dr.
Where's FBA is definitely you, but where's the South Africans? Any South Africans in it, or any South Africans?
God damn it! It's called Azania, motherfucker. Say it right.
No. Having a little technical difficulty.
Video. Let's go.
The worst form of racism in this country is that kind of racism that tries to tell Black people to put your history behind you. To tell Black, and you can never compete, you can never get out of your dilemma as long as you're ignorant of how you got into it. And I've got people telling me, so Dr. Anderson, what we need to do now is be teaching Black folk how to just get beyond racism and become competitive with white folk. I say, how? You never tell anybody in this country to put their heritage, their race behind them, except Black folk. And once you buy into that, if you buy into that garbage, you're lost. There's only three ways you would have gotten into your dilemma as a Black people. Either you got here by godly divine decree, or you got here because you're genetically inferior, or you got here because white people have been social engineering. If you put your history behind you, then they got you trapped. Because there's only two left. You're here now because God wished it, or because you're genetically inferior.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad you heard that. So real quick.
Boy, they're giving us the business, boy, I'm telling you.
Well, you know how this happens. They only do this like this when the gang's all here.
It's called getting keyed in on, sister.
Well, we're the usual suspects.
Oh, yeah. Deny everything, confess to nothing. I don't know any Godfather. It's all lies.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
These people are the same everywhere they go.
Now, what happened to Brother Che? Earth calling Brother Che.
This is what I be worried about hopping on. They always look. I mean, I've been banned off of Facebook now, so.
Oh, is that why I can't find your pretty ass on Facebook no more?
Man, they had enough of my shit. They kicked me off.
Well, but here's something for you. I'm next. Hold on. I'm next because they tell me yesterday I got 426 followers, right? Look, I told you this here, Brother Che.
I tried to start it.
Okay, well, funny you should say.
I tried to start a new page, literally, and they was like, take that coat off, nigga. We know it's you. I was like, well, damn. I can't fuck with them.
Yeah, well, there's a sister that Brother Che is familiar with, okay, in the Midwest, okay. I'm not going to say exactly where her location is. You spoke with her on our podcast about this Black experience enhanced in the past.
Okay. I believe I know what you're talking about then.
Okay, and so sister was saying is that there's this brother who's trying to start a another podcast. I mean another
platform.
Podcast service. Huh?
Yeah, another platform.
Yeah, another platform. Yeah, that's the correct term. Yeah, I stand corrected. You see what I mean? And I honestly believe, Black family, we got the knowledge. Huh?
I'm back.
Hold on a second.
Oh, there you is.
Oh, we were just talking about how we're the usual suspects. That's all.
Wait, before y'all get into that South African stuff, I gotta say this before anybody.
The name of the place is Azania, Lady Che.
Oh, wait, just wait a second. I've been drinking. Just wait a second. Listen, our father.
No, I can't drink no more. I'm on too many meds.
Rebecca, stop interrupting.
Just stop real quick. It's really important. Really important before you carry on. Right? Before you carry on. Listen, my best friend of like 30 years, right? From South Africa. Her father, who just passed away. Was a
Condolences.
Right? And they came came during that time. During the apartheid time, okay? So and they you know, everybody's a citizen now. You know, it doesn't matter. But they came and they did a lot of work, specific fucking work to better their people there. Okay? And with AIDS and all kinds of shit during that particular time.
Yeah.
So it was really effective to me. It really bothers me. I'm just telling you right now, it just bothers me what what Uncle Phil said, because I know it's not true. Because I was just at the funeral like last weekend, right?
Yeah. With
all the family from Xania or South Africa, whatever. With all the family. But before that, I've been like this. It's just not just anybody can live in the family house. You dig? The only person that can live. So
you all right, sister?
Serious shit. This is serious shit.
Yeah, she shouldn't wait.
It's serious shit.
Yeah, me coffee break.
For me, it's very important. Because what Uncle Phil is saying is not true of all South Africans that do the work for the betterment of South Africa. You dig? So whatever he's about to say, I don't even want to hear it. I'm like, la, 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 right? Because I know differently. And
well,
so
that's how I feel about cats. They said Haitians is eating cats. Nigga, I ain't ate my cat.
Hold on, Bianca, hold on. Seriously, because my family just passed away. And that man was like a father to me, like for real. Like 30 years, he's like a father to me. It was amongst their own siblings. You know, so I'm just saying that because during that particular time, it's so important. The fight was so important in South Africa. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm going to say. Carry on now. I had to get that off my chest because funeral was like last week. And it's still really effective. You know what I mean? For a man that put his whole life out there like that. You see, you dig?
Teaching apartheid history.
Well,
you're not teaching about the freedom fighters that got the country liberated. You understand what I'm saying? Now, we was talking about this. I think Renelway was saying that the people who's really guiding a lot of the education in South Africa is the folks. And you know the folks don't want you to know your history because they want to subjugate you. See, they can't do that to us because we're very good in America to keep talking about our history, talk about our ancestors, even talk about the people that did something 5 years ago, 10 years ago, right? We'll talk about some freedom fighter that was going toe-to-toe with the race soldiers. We don't forget the Michael Brown and we don't forget George Floyd. We don't forget these type of things what people done in the streets.
Oh,
you know
the chairman of Montgomery.
What I'm saying to my brothers in South Africa and sisters in South Africa, you need to study apartheid. You need to study how these people showed up in your land. You need to know how your land was before these people got there. You understand? You need to study how they used to go around sniping y'all. You need to study how y'all couldn't leave your house without a card. No different than when we was off the plantation, we had to have a pass. black folks in South Africa had to have a past too. That's why when I talk about apartheid or what happened here in America, it mirrors the same. It's nothing really different. And why it's not different? Because these people are the same everywhere they go. They're the same. That's their culture. And you'll be doing yourself a horrible service not learning apartheid.
Right. Correct.
Excuse me.
They're not learning it from the folks.
I know about apartheid because it was in our generation I learned about it, and for sure we spoke against apartheid, that wicked apartheid government. If you learned your history, DA wouldn't even be in there right now because you wouldn't want them nowhere near power. Because you know when they get power, they're going to subjugate you. If they get power, you see how Cape Town is right now? That's going to be the whole country. Because you don't learn your history. And I know a lot of young people don't really care about history and all of that, but bro, you need to really you need to learn something. Because you're not really free like that. Same thing in America. We don't learn our history. We don't know the history. That's why black folks are going to all white enclaves and living now when things we never did before, because you knew the history of why you didn't do that. You knew the history of why you don't go in the woods with these people talking about, they're my friend, we going hunting. You knew the good and well why we don't do that. If you knew your history. Understand? I was told somebody that they say, yeah, if you want to, there be some hunting or whatever, you want to, they like to do that. I'm like, no, no. I say, no, you want to talk to me? You can talk to me this way, that way, but no, certain things I just don't do. So first of all, I mean, there's no reason for me to be hunting for anything. I can go to the store and buy it. That's number one. But what I'm saying is, you got to know your history. Know your history. Because like Dr. Anderson say, if they can convince you that your history is just don't even matter, you passed it, then what he said, I'm in this condition because God ordained it, or I'm slow, I'm silly, and that's why. And good and well, God didn't ordain the position that black folks are in. Number two, we're not slow people. We very intelligent people, right? These people don't never want to hear their history because they're embarrassed about it. They're ashamed of their history. When you listen, they are the only group of people that don't want to hear what they've done in the past. They don't want to hear it. Why do you think they want to ban books? Because they know what they did in their history is evil and wrong. They know that.
They don't want to.
But you gotta put the mirror up in their face. When they tell you all blacks commit so much crime, you really want to talk about your criminality today and even back then? How many whole towns have black Americans or black South Africans wiped out based on the color of skin? There's no black South African went to no town and just wiped out a whole bunch of white people, stole their land, stole their homes, stole everything. Same thing in America. No black American did that. No FBA did that. No FBA was stealing the patents of white people. No black South African was stealing jobs or saying, hey, you know what? I like that land over there that they on. We're going to go take it. Let's get them off of it.
When they fuck with the Zulu Empire.
We've never did that to nobody. We've never dropped bombs on nobody. We didn't become police officers and run around just shooting children that's walking to school. But in apartheid South Africa, you had police just running around sniping kids. Yep. Look it up about that green Chevy.
Sound like you ain't never
oh my
been
God,
in
what kind of car is that? It's a Chevy. But they was riding around when somebody had got killed, and they was at the funeral. These white police in South Africa would go to the funeral and start doing drive-bys on the people that's mourning the person that was killed by them. You better know your doggone history.
Right.
That's not a joke. That's why I told them we need to do a documentary about apartheid, because y'all really forgot. And I'll be honest with you, it bothers me a little bit how some of y'all move. Now, how Julius move, I love it. But how some of y'all move over there, and some of y'all here too, you done got brand new, you done forgot your history too. That's what Dr. Anderson's word for y'all for the day. I'm just saying, don't forget your history. Learn. There's a lot of books. You can listen to audio books. You can read. I mean, shoot, we got Chat GPT now. We got all kind of things now where you can learn something, right? Learn your history. Never forget it and teach it to your doggone children. Don't let your children grow up in this world oblivious. You know, well, I don't want to teach them that because I don't want them. Like, that is the greatest disservice you can do to your children, is not teach them their history and not teach them how to navigate. If you're in America, you really got to teach your children, because that's literally survival. And in South Africa, if you don't teach your children, that's survival for you too. Maybe not as great as it is for us here, but it's still survival, because these people still doing y'all stuff. I see them pulling stunts in South Africa that they would never pull over here in America. Please. Please. But that's that.
Well, Uncle Phil,
they didn't get the most all the way here, so I don't know.
No, there's 3 flaws he made.
All right, so let's go ahead and get to Michelle Obama, because I just had to say that because, like I said, it's just what I'm seeing with some FBAs, and then what I'm definitely seeing in South Africa with some black folks. You know, you better, especially young people, know your history, man. And you older people that's not teaching the history, shame on you. Shame on you. You know, don't get comfortable, because you'll be right back in apartheid. I'm telling you, will be right back in it. And that Cyril Ramaphosa and all them type of dudes, they gonna be cool. They'll make a deal to put you in apartheid. You better watch them kind of dudes. Black folks, that's global. What I know about black folk, you have no problem selling out other black people as long as you get good. As long as your family is good, you would do it. That's been going on since the plantation to a lot of the tribes that was on the continent, selling each other out to the folks.
Yeah, a tribe is from Europe.
Michelle Obama.
Nations in Africa.
Now let's get to her. Let me get to my other screen here. Where's my screen? And where we at, ladies and gentlemen? All right. So right here, they're making a big deal about Michelle Obama not attending the inauguration. How dare Michelle Obama not attend the inauguration? Now, she did not attend the funeral of President Jimmy Carter. She did not attend, but her husband, Barack Obama, attended. And you see he was talking with Trump and all of that. Now, they're saying here that she done with Trump. It says her decision to skip next week's inauguration means anything to the former first lady who once called on Democrats to go high when Trump's Republican Party goes low would not be going to the Capitol to watch Trump take the presidential oath for the second time, leaving her husband, former President Obama, to go it alone. Now, as a married person, let me see if I can kind of play out that conversation. First of all, she never wanted to be in politics. She's made that clear. She never wanted to do nothing with politics. She said that her husband wanted to do politics, and she was only, supporting him, like wife's supposed to do, support your husband, right? But the political landscape has gotten nasty. Yeah. And yeah, she did say when they go low, we go high. But people have a right to change their mind. Yeah. She is
talking like Eric May.
She has that right. Now her husband, he was the former president. And he said, I guess he believes in decorum and all of that sort of thing too. But I guess she got to a point, and Kamala, because Kamala is very angry. It seems like Michelle and Kamala is extremely angry about that election. Kamala, if you remember the video, she was rolling her eyes so much, boy, when she saw Trump and Obama talking. Oh man, she was mad. She was mad. It was visibly showing that she was upset. And I guess Michelle was like, I'm not going to that, right? But here's the deal. Just a few facts for the mainstream media. Once again, I told y'all last night, I don't care about political affiliation. I don't care about it. If the media is saying something and making a big deal out of something, even if I disagree with a black person's politics, I'm still going to speak on it, right? Number one, Donald Trump and Melania did not go to Biden's inauguration. Trump was doing a speech during the inauguration. He did not go.
Why not?
And so why are they making a big deal about this? Just a question.
Right.
I mean, he was the president of the United States,
It's called
and he didn't even
hypocrisy,
go.
Uncle Phil.
Now, when he got inaugurated, Joe
The
Biden
pity is
went,
wasted on the
and
young. I
President
never
Obama
thought
went,
I'd
and they
say
said,
that.
you know, some craziness, you know, and all that stuff, right? When he first came in, I'm gonna say they both went.
We are gonna perform.
So I'm hearing Nancy Pelosi may not go either, and you know what? That's fine. If you can't be courteous, then it's best you stay home. I mean, I don't know why y'all making a big deal about that in the media. I wouldn't want nobody at no event of mine, and I'm getting some sort of honor, or I'm becoming the leader of something, whatever, and this person just don't like me. I wouldn't want them there. Right. I wouldn't be upset if they wouldn't go. Right. I wouldn't. Right. Now, as a married person, let me see how that conversation probably went. So they were discussing that inauguration in the house, and she's like, you know what, Barack, I ain't going to that. I'm not dealing with that dude. I know you're the former president and all that, and if you want to go, that's on you. I guess you got to. I'm not going. Yeah. Just like, and they say, why she didn't go to the funeral? Because she had to sit next to Trump, and she was like, I'm pretty sure she's like, I'm not sitting next to that dude. I don't want nothing to do with him. I mean, definitely pay respects. I'll call the family. I'll send the family something. But I'm not sitting next to that dude. I don't like that dude. I don't like him. So once again, you can go, but I'm just not going. Well, Michelle, but it's going to be all in the news, and it's going to be a big deal. And if people question me where you at and all of that, say I don't care what they question at this point. I'm tired of it. Right. I'm pretty sure that's how the conversation went. Say, well, you know. Yeah, I gotta go. We say, okay, well, you know, you go ahead and go and do what you gotta do, but I'm not going around that dude. I don't like him. And I would say this much: at least she it seems like she took it to that route, because she didn't tell him, well, and if you go, you know, then it makes it seem like you agreeing with him, the stuff you say and this and that. You know, it seems like she didn't take that route. You say she loves George Bush. Yeah, you say Keith say she tried to be fake. Yeah, because if you look at the first inauguration, right, she didn't look like she wanted to be there. You can look at somebody and tell if they want to. So why would you want her? And then the media will be focusing on her face. She'd probably be rolling her eyes. She'd probably be just pissed off. And then that'll be the story. Oh, Michelle was so upset. Michelle this and Michelle that. Like, okay, well, let Michelle stay home.
Who cares?
Leave that lady alone. I don't I say about the situation. Leave her alone. She don't want to be there. I don't know why y'all making headline news that she's not going to be there. Like, y'all don't own Michelle Obama. Y'all don't.
Right.
And you got literally some of these white conservatives are mad. She just this and she just that. Y'all was calling that lady Michael.
That's right.
Her name isn't Michael. Her name is Michelle. She has children. She's a wife. She's a former first lady.
You sure about that?
So now you're mad that she's not going to go, but y'all called her a man?
What a nice bill. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to figure that part out.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
I thought y'all didn't want the lady around. And now y'all mad about it? Like, make up your mind. Either you don't not like the lady or call her names. Like what is it? See, let me tell you about these people. And that's the culture. Because listen, the term culture is big with me. And I think I learned more about the term culture and understand breakdown of cultures a little bit more as just being an African continent, working with Africans, and we couldn't lean on color. We had to lean on culture. And a supremacist culture, they want to be able to abuse you, and they want to control every aspect of you, right? They want to control your emotions. They want to control your presence. They want to control everything. So for her to say, I'm not going over there,
like social media,
that pissed them off, because how dare you don't let us abuse you and demand you sit there and watch the person that we support get in.
Thank you for joining us the other day, man.
Choose to do what you want to do, because a lot of these people still think they are slave masters. Because when we talk about we are descendants of slaves, and it's the truth. They are the descendants of slave masters. Now, some of them will get brand new and say, well, my family immigrated over here in the 1920s. And my family didn't come to the 1940s. I had nothing to do with that. Yeah, but here's the problem. No. You had a lot to do with it. Your grandparents came into a system of severe anti-black racism, and they had no problem getting in line with it and benefiting off of their skin color.
That's just what the fuck I said, Uncle Phil.
Free of guilt.
I just said
just
that.
as responsible as the ones who were the actual slave masters or the ones who actually did the black codes. You just responsible because you got right in line with it and you practice anti-black racism with the rest of them. So when they tell you I never had a slave, my grandparents did this, they came in the 1920s, nobody had slaves. No. You got right in good with these folks here, and you practice anti-black racism.
Pretty much.
You wasn't a champion for justice.
Yeah.
So when they
and they still benefited of being policy enforcers.
Immigrants.
You see what I'm saying?
This is why they kind of okay with giving, especially the Democrats, billions and billions of dollars to all the immigrants that come here because they relate more to immigrants. They don't relate to us because we're not immigrants.
That and they united to segregate neighborhoods.
If you talk to the majority of the folks, they can tell you where their family from. They can tell you, oh, my family's from Germany, my family's from Britain, my family's from Italy, my family's from this. Only an immigrant can tell you that. Only an immigrant can tell you where they're from. So when they say FBA and the foundation of America, literally, right, is we are the foundation of this country. We are the foundation. You ask us, where you come from, the African continent.
Was the foundation of this country,
I don't know.
Which they got
We've been
for
here
free.
about 500 years.
The
I don't know.
same goddamn thing with our intellectual property.
And it
like
was the United States to immigrate
stole his idea
all these
from
people
a
that
brother.
you see coming in here
Same
and came through Turtle Island and all that, those were immigrants. The biggest group of immigrants that came in here were white immigrants from Europe.
Or we get at your house.
So in one instance, some of them now are talking about mass deportations, and I agree with a lot of it. But real talk, their immigrants want other immigrants out. You always tell them you're an immigrant. Where your family from?
No,
because I know a lot of times you say that to people in the diaspora, but start asking these folks, where your family from? Where they from?
No, this is what I really feel like South Africa should be doing. You know what I'm saying? Why aren't the whites out there made to identify as Irish South African or English South African or British South African or Swedish South? Why aren't they made to identify that way?
Because they're Boers. Okay, and they took advantage of over there in Cape Town.
Brandon,
they're Boers.
It was a hostile cultural takeover
at all. We're still working on the freedom and justice part.
But according to our man, Dr. D's daughter,
they said we'll never have.
I don't think he was on that
but
show.
No man or
yeah,
woman
that's
on
right. Yeah, that's right. CRU, they're Dutch
at all.
They
to
are
make never
Dutch.
True.
Yes, sir.
That's why I like people telling me never in my prayer. Well, Phil, I would never. I'm like, oh, don't tell me that. Because every person ever told me what they would never do, they did it.
From Amsterdam.
They did it every time.
And the goddamn Dutch was some of the
matter
most
what it was, they said they never would do. They did it. Because you don't have the power. You're not God. Only God could say what he would never do. Because he has the power to make never happen. You and I don't have the power to make never happen.
Los Angeles. Why do you think he's burning that motherfucker?
So don't come telling me, man, I would never do this. I would never do that. Anybody tell me never, I get scared. I said, oh my God, whatever you said you never gonna do in relation to me, I'm expecting you to do it now because you just don't have the power to make never happen.
Mm-hmm.
These people have no power to make never happen. And you may say, well, You know, but I don't know. I don't think they're gonna pay no reparations. Let me tell you something. God's version of reparations may be a lot bigger than what we thinking.
Yeah, look at the Pacific Palisades. God issuing out reparations there like a motherfucker.
Look, turning their original state in stature and everything would be, and if you know their stature before they got in any kind of contact with us, you know what it is. Their global influence is dwindling. Trump, everything says, he's not lying about. We talk about America. He said we are a nation in decline. He's the only one saying it, and it's the truth.
I told you this nigga was a Trump supporter. He just told
most people today can't
right
afford a house. When back in the day, you gonna have one man working by a house, cars, send your kids to college and everything off of one job. Your wife didn't even have to work. Now you can have two people working and still can't afford nothing. You can't buy a house, you're renting.
Inflation. It's called inflation.
Everything's through the roof.
School
shootings, the folks though.
Flat out.
School shootings, everything. Just people are godless, immoral. Like it's a nation of decline. And if you study nations in decline, that's one of the main thing is being immoral and godless. Every nation that went downhill, study them. That's one of the two things that breeds everything else: being immoral and being godless. Think about it. Our U.S. government would rather ban TikTok.
Man, let them ban that motherfucker, man. I'm tired of people who goddamn TikTokers putting that shit on my wall.
I would ban OnlyFans out of the United States of America, not TikTok.
Putting that
you want to talk about
on my
victims
wall.
of human trafficking that can be put in that?
And by the way, brother,
all those images and all that stuff, all the commerce and what kind of people are getting on there? What kind of money laundering is happening on there? What's going like? And you mean to tell me you rather keep
fuck TikTok
OnlyFans than TikTok?
I'm glad they banned that motherfucker. Shit.
This is
but I just thought of
I had a TikTok account for a grand total of 3 weeks before they tore the motherfucker down.
Oh, that part.
Yeah, you remember that, Brother Che, and I said we was gonna use the TikTok, man, you know, to advertise a little bit. They tore my shit down, man, within 3 weeks. They said this arrogant black ass bastard.
But you got so many illicit massage parlors that's ran by a lot of these Asian communities. But y'all not banning that or shutting that down. But like I said, let some black folks open up some illicit massage parlors and some FBAs and trafficking women from Africa somewhere. It wouldn't last a week. It wouldn't last a week. If Elon Musk buy TikTok, that app is done. That app is done. That dude would have every stupid racist on there. Because now we get to see how he runs the app, and he let just about every dummy on there.
Yeah.
It's 12.
I'm a firm believer of free speech, but it's certain. Listen, nobody should be on there using racial slurs of any kind toward no
such goddamn thing as no motherfucking free speech.
I can talk to
Nigga,
y'all.
take your
I can
ass
talk
to
to
Los
anybody
Angeles and say
without
fuck the police
using
and watch
racial
out
slurs,
put the nightstick
saying
glides
horrible things about
gracefully
people's
upside
religion,
your head.
Gender, or anything like that. You don't have to do that to have a conversation. But sometimes it's good to let things happen so you can see how it is.
There's only two
like
genders,
Elon Musk
man.
can barely
Male and
run
female.
Tesla.
That motherfucker got cars from Tesla
I don't see
that
anybody buy
won $200,000 for them raggedy ass pieces of shit. Tesla, I wouldn't buy one of them raggedy
one of them cars
motherfuckers.
personally.
Where you gonna charge some bitch up at in a goddamn blizzard like what happened to our people in
That's your
Chicago?
money if you want to. I never give, but it'll say 100, but really it's not 100. It goes down. Like one time on my phone here, I went and changed my. It said 100, but according to what Apple was, it was really 80%. But with time, that battery could only basically charge up to 80%, even if it said 100 on my screen.
Yeah.
And I noticed how quick the battery was
It's
charging down.
getting your head bumped,
versus a
man.
gasoline.
Motherfucker sold you some boiled ice cubes and fried ice
diesel,
cream.
even better. You can
He
run that
sold
vehicle.
you a pile of fertilizer and told you it's
electric
roses.
cars. I don't want nothing to do with that crap. Forget that. Oh, you talking about that Cybertruck? Yeah, I tease my daughter about it. My 10-year-old, she hates that truck. I said, hey, for your 16th birthday, you want me to buy you the Cybertruck? Oh, that's no. I say, okay, what if I bought it for you with a boat? Like, I tell you, take it back. I don't want that ugly car. That thing is ugly. Oh, I always tease about the Cybertruck. She can't stand that Cybertruck. Oh, it's funny. You got people that love that thing. I'm like, y'all just buy anything because it's a name brand. That's stupid.
Well,
that
you had a motherfucker who went out and
I like trucks. Don't get me wrong. Last truck I had was a Nissan Titan, and I love my Nissan Titan I had. Right? I don't know. I may go back to a truck later, but yeah, I had a Nissan Titan, and it was cool. It was cool. Nissan Titan looks a whole lot better than that Cybertruck. I promise you that.
It's still a smart.
You got a diesel, yeah. Shout out to you. Shout out to you about the Nissan. I mean the diesel, because yeah, if you get you something with some diesel, it's gonna last you, bro. You can drive all day long on that diesel.
Shit.
That's for
yeah. Until you need some repairs on that motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yeah, you say try replacing the battery in your vehicle, it costs as much than a gasoline powered car. Go try to reset it and watch how much it gets marked down.
Tomato on
the electric car business, I can care less about that. I'm an oil and gas man. That's been my career. And
down here,
I'm all about oil and gas. So I'll never be on electric car anything, especially with the power grid. Now, your girl Jasmine Croccett. Let me get to her real quick. Your girl Jasmine Croccett. Oh boy, y'all listen to this. Oh, this listen to this.
Let me tell you something. Y'all need to find some people that actually care about their constituents. And honestly, whenever y'all are ready to work, we on this side of the aisle have always been ready to do what is right by the American people. Instead, what you can continue to do is go after the most vulnerable in our country. The fact that you just sat up there and somehow figured out how to tie trans folk to your argument makes no sense to me. But let me tell you something. Trans people ain't going nowhere. Just like when the racists wanted to make sure that black people somehow were going to be dismissed in this country. We ain't left either. And I'll yield.
Would you yield back?
Okay. Okay. All right.
Man,
I saw somebody y'all call her Boule Mammy. I think that's kind of funny.
No, I'm not gonna be no.
I call her a hot mess.
I know you're from up there in Dallas area and all of that. That's where you're from. Jasmine, it's a a thing we call opting in and opting out, Jasmine.
Right.
Let me tell you something. Answer.
One for black folk, man. She just.
I want to chill with your family. Oh, you got invited? Oh, okay. All right. I mean, shoot, should have went. I mean, why not? But I didn't get an invitation, but if you did, you should have went. Anyway, since I cannot opt out, now let's look at a person that's trans. They can opt into being trans and they can opt out of it. If a person that's trans say, you know what?
Needs to opt into a goddamn mental institution. They got one up in a place called Napa Valley.
I got my life right with the Lord. You know what? This
they got Fort Logan out here.
Let me opt out.
So they got a place for these crazy motherfuckers, but they got their human rights and they got their civil rights.
because they can opt in of being trans and opt out of it, you cannot compare to people who can't opt out of being black. So there is never, ever, Jasmine, a comparison. This is why you Democrats lose elections.
Oh man,
leave us alone. Y'all always trying to attach somebody to black people, because you know why? Because nobody else. And I listen, y'all can get mad when I'm about to say some of you other groups. I say, show your resume. What I'm about to say.
100%.
The reason why they got to attach other groups to us because we're the only group that has been continually, truly victimized by this nation. Remember, all these other people that come here, they immigrated here. They know exactly where their family's from. They chose to come here.
Right.
Because they
Still
chose
got
to
the
come
choice
here, they can
to
leave
go home.
at any time. Right? When they want some that's attached it to black people because they don't.
Okay, screen froze, brother Che.
Nation is that y'all are saying now, no. You're not attaching yourself at all to us. Ain't happening. No. If we are worrying about ourselves, we're not doing no. And that when y'all talk about delineating, gatekeeping, all of that, we also the same smoke that Fat Joe got. It's the same smoke that every black politician need to get that sit up here and try to say, well, black and Asian, black and this, black whatever, black and trans.
Well,
no, they need the same
smoke. Black experience enhanced.
Just don't go at Fat Joe because he's gotten out of line. A lot of these black politicians have gotten out of line. Now, this new Congressional Black Caucus, Yvette Clarke, you know, she's a first generation Jamaican. Descent,
we cannot opt
and
out
she's pro-immigration.
100%
Every time that lady speaks about pro-immigration, you know when Trump and Tom Homan, what they about to do?
That's real.
They about to go ahead on and start ramping up the deportations. If you see that lady screaming and yelling about deportations, all of us better be on her like Farm Voltron on that lady.
Yeah.
They say it's called the Congressional Black Caucus.
We need to be on that now.
What that have to do with black folks?
Right, you hot messes, right?
We not no immigrants.
She went
so
to
what
private
do they got to
school
do with
like
us?
Papa Doc.
Now, she want to go be the head of the Congressional Immigration Caucus? Go ahead. I think she should actually, because that's more of her. That's where her family, her family immigrated.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay,
yeah, that's
but
what I
when
heard.
you say black, then you should be focusing on what black folks got going on, and then you focus on FBAs, all other black people in the diaspora that's here. They're going to benefit off of that. But you sitting up here talking about immigration and
oh man, well.
All right, Uncle Phil froze up.
Yeah.
Okay, this is how they key in on us people. This is why I stay out of Los Angeles. It wouldn't go well.
Yeah, too.
It would be a big time news story.
And you say glaze your face is your name. They getting paid for that. But see, this is the thing. That talk that they're doing, that's why they lost the election. All that trans immigration, that's why they lost. If it was a popular subject to talk about, then Kamala would have won, because that's all she was talking about. She would have won. So clearly they haven't learned their lesson. So clearly it looks like in 2026, they got to lose more elections. Because listen, I have no problem trying to regulate on the Democrats. I love to, because I'm so sick and tired of them trying to attach people to us and ain't got nothing, but won't do nothing for us. Won't do a thing for us at all.
That's why I tore up my voter registration card. I ain't got time for that bullshit.
Exactly,
no more.
Rodney. Rodney said, let them other groups fight their own causes. Right. Rodney said a mouthful. Let the trans people fight their own cause. Let the people that benefit from immigration fight their own cause. Let the Palestinians fight their own cause. Let everybody fight their own cause. Leave us out of it. When they say black people, you see what they doing? Trump and them deporting us. Look what he's doing.
Oh my God, Kathy.
But see, that's why they push these agendas so much on the black community, because they want us to
feel
included.
Why you take care of your paperwork, bro? Before Trump, you know Trump was coming in. He promised you to deport people. Why you didn't go holler at your boy Biden about your paperwork? So you could stay there.
They want us to keep feeling what
beyond. I don't feel bad for you, and you had a dude in office that preferred you.
They pushed these agendas on us,
and you didn't get it
as black people, because they want us to feel included in these causes.
Doggone years and took care of your paperwork and not.
Okay, they want to keep water in the closet.
They got you.
That's where you get your P Valleys from.
Bad for you.
Damn. Well, they got a state hospital in California called Napa. It's right out there. But
that long
rapes is at.
You took care of your paperwork, and you want people to feel sorry for you? Come on, man.
You remember the when it rained up there real bad, and they had the other fire up there, and we talk about bad news.
They a member of the channel. They wanted to be here to have a conversation. I have no problem with that. They're free to talk as long as they have a membership. They're very free to talk. You see, ICE is hiring. Yeah. ICE is hiring. Border Patrol is hiring. Go get some of them good jobs. I'm pretty sure Trump gonna open some jobs up. And a lot of brothers and sisters need jobs. There's gonna be some black jobs opening up.
The black jobs that he was talking about.
I don't know if y'all heard about Bakersfield, California. They say it's a ghost town right now. Yeah. Border Patrol and
California,
ICE came through there and everybody scurried. But it's like this. What are you scurrying for? Yeah. If you took care of your paperwork, it would be no reason to scurry. Yeah. You're like, I don't care about them. I mean, sure, I got my green card. I'm cool. Right. Like, just got your green card. You'd have been all right.
No, man, cuz you better stop.
But you sat here the whole 4 years of Kamala and Biden, didn't get your green card, and they preferred you to be here? Like, come on now. You see, Ophelia says, "Oh yeah, if I wasn't pregnant, I'll definitely be Border Patrol." Yeah, look, you well, look, hey.
I would hope that if you're going to be any kind of Border Patrol, that you be helping people leave this.
They want to donate because listen, whoever the person is, it's okay they're a Democrat. It's okay. Listen, it's okay to disagree with me. It's okay. It's trust me, it's okay. If a person's Democrat and they're paying to be here and they want to have conversation, I welcome the conversation because that means I take them seriously at that point. But they're willing to be a member on our channel to have that conversation. So I respect them for doing that. They're not just trolling. They're actually saying I'm going to invest because I want to be part of this conversation. And that's okay. That's okay. I appreciate it. All the Democrats can come in and be members if they would like, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. Cynthia, you say you gonna apply for ICE? Well, hey, go ahead and apply. I'm pretty sure they need some good Americans, some good FBAs. Listen, they need some FBAs in ICE. They need some FBAs. Listen,
no, they don't.
FBA.
We need to stop sending our people as a cause
they won't say you're racist.
For our own.
Just hire a bunch of good FBAs who come to Houston, go to Dallas, Atlanta, DC.
I don't know what he's talking about.
All the way to the city, New York City, and go recruit FBAs. But they have to be FBAs because you don't want nobody to feel like. The reason why I say it has to be FBAs is because sometimes when people have immigrant backgrounds, they feel like they have a soft heart about that, and I get it. Trust me.
I don't get none of what he's saying. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
So you need some FBAs who been in it, who are descendant of slaves,
That's all I want
to be part of.
We have our whole own agenda. And of course, this we know that this, like I said, this mob ain't gonna fucking change.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button. It's both free.
Click and subscribe to Frontline
Make sure
Black
to
News.
join us tomorrow night on the African Diaspora News
And
Channel
join
app.
us on
And we're doing our
Frontline
Friday
Black
live stream
News.
over there.
Join
And
us
we're
on
gonna have a pretty good time over there on the live stream tomorrow night.
Love you, homie.
everything.
You know, you can't be coming up here, man, advertising your shit up on ours. Hey, brother Kahari, how you be? How you be? How you be? See you in the chat room right there. Hey, don't get me wrong. I like Uncle Phil Scott. Very informative brother, very knowledgeable brother. But it sure be nice, Uncle Phil, if you'd mention us a couple of times. That's all I'm saying. We sure do mention you. Can't talk because everybody sleep here without text. Okay, brother Kahari, I understand. You know.
Well, one thing I can say is that I'm very, like I said, I'm very thankful that this is an age of truth. So a lot of truth is coming out. It might not be fully. It might not have the proper perspective just yet, but there's still hope just yet for that. You know, I did not see eye to eye on quite a few things that were mentioned, but I mean, you know, whatever's fair. That's all I could really say about that. But I just, one thing we always have to remember is that in order for something to change, you can't just go and add your people to the mix. Oh yeah, that's gonna make no. We have to make our own damn plan.
Right.
We have to make, as FBAs, we need our own damn plan. So then that means we have our own code of ethics backed up and supported. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we operate from there. Like we can't keep on falling into this mob shit.
Right.
And then wondering why we end up with so many agents and snakes within our community.
Yeah, and to prove your point even further.
You know what I'm saying? We done sent them in to do one thing. They got converted and got sent back out to us.
Yeah, and to prove your point even further, Sister Bianca, I was in Oakland, California one time, right? These motherfuckers had this staged protest, right? Okay, and they had these crackers out there, okay? They setting up these signs. They had these Negroes come around the corner on cue. It was like a damn movie set. I did a video on it, but they tore down my videos and all that old type of shit, right? And then there's this white fella up in the back of this pickup truck telling these motherfuckers just to go on and follow him. And these sons of bitches went up there and followed him like three blind mice. I says, oh, let me get the fuck up out of here. So I went down there to Lake Merritt in front of Huey's crib, and I went and smoked me one. And I just sat there and shook my head. I just shook my head. You know, I'm saying is, I'm just looking at these dumbass motherfuckers out here that's sitting up here like sheep going to the slaughterhouse. You see what I mean? Just like sheep going to the slaughterhouse.
Well, I mean, like I had said before, the last time I was on, and I really do mean this, there are going to be some people that are more comfortable with duvets in their prison cells than actually being free.
Yep. You're right. You're right.
And those are the ones that those are the ones who get left behind. You either get right or you're going to get left.
Hey, man, I'm all about leaving a motherfucker surrounded by killers. Fuck it. Hey, you brought it on yourself. I can't be worried about you. I led you to the water. You don't want to drink the water. Fuck you in the water. I'm out and do my own thing. I can't keep trying to drag your motherfucking lazy ass down the fucking road because you don't want to get right. You know what I mean? You don't want to get on point. It's useless for me to keep wasting my motherfucking energy when I'm trying to do revolutionary shit.
And let's stop vocalizing all of our damn plans. Let's get with the actual like-minded people that we know for a fact can't, the ones who can't be converted, can't be turned, can't be this, can't be that. And those are the ones that you disclose your plans with. That's how plans get executed. Because see, what we're making the mistake of doing right about now as a people is sitting up here telling them, oh, we're going to punch you, and then we actually swing. Of course they can catch the damn punch. You tell anybody that you're going to punch them and you go to swing, they going to move out the way. They're going to do whatever the fuck. They're not going to just they're not going to just let you hit them.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so we have to have that same tactic because, see, a lot of people still think that this is a game. This ain't no type of game. They ain't been playing with us. This has been a real fucking fight. So why aren't we swinging?
Not checkers. Yes,
but it's a real whole fight. Yes. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? But it's a real whole fight. So why we ain't swinging?
Right.
Okay. And then when it comes to
we
warfare,
can't keep on just ducking and dodging and diving and for what, man?
All right.
Exactly.
You got to return. You got to return the attack. You see, that's in the art of war. You got to return the attack.
And the best way to do that right about now, I'm not going to advocate any physical violence, but what I will say is the best way to do it right now is to really hit them where it hurts, which is their pockets.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's where our biggest punch needs to be right now.
I agree. Shabaka, you said
look at the Montgomery bus boycott. That's where we hit them at, Sister Bianca. Then I'm going to yield after this. When we stopped riding the bus in 1956 with Rosa Parks, when I met her, we got on a skateboard, beer cans, by any means necessary, but we didn't ride the bus. Go ahead, Brother Che.
Oh, yeah.
You said you got 15 minutes, Shabaka. So this next clip is 15 minutes. So I need you to stay for that because it's about MLK and you lived it. So you could tell us firsthand what it was.
Oh, yes, sir. Absolutely. I'll stay for that one. Yes. Gotcha.
After Shabaka
now, if I get kicked off now, gonna need everybody to send me 25 cents to get another data card.
Okay.
We're gonna pray into the pillow for you. I'm kidding. I'm fucking around.
All right, so as y'all all know, we just celebrated what was it, the 99th? What was it? It would have been his 99th birthday.
Dr. King would have been, oh my God. No, it would have been his 96th birthday because he was born in 1929.
Look just like him. Tell us.
We are coming up on the 100th anniversary of Malcolm's birth in May.
Right before him. Why don't you tell us, Jesse?
Yeah, on the day after him, actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My brother, he's a little reincarnation.
I was born a day after him and a day before Muhammad Ali.
Right.
That's a great birthday.
Right. Yeah, it was. I gave it.
Yeah, he sure did. Okay. Honoring the real Dr. King 2025. So we're reclaiming our icon, our leader at the time, Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin.
He wasn't the only one.
Right.
Don't forget Huey. Don't forget the X-Man.
Right. I was about to say one of many disciples.
Don't forget Robert Williams, the Deacons of Defense.
Don't forget Dr. Khalid Muhammad, my hero.
Don't forget Medgar Evers.
Yeah, and don't forget the former heavyweight champion that sacrificed his prime years.
I just brought him up, Sabaka. I literally just...
we thought it everybody.
Nobody.
Well, maybe I'm getting senile. This is what happens when you get old now. Maybe I'm drinking too much coffee.
Just putting emphasis on Dr. King because we're about to celebrate MLK Day on Monday. And we got to set the record straight about who the real Dr. King was.
Because you know the Bible like him.
I'm not a reverend, cuz.
Not yet.
Fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Because I think the biggest problem now is that we got our gains over the last 12 years at bargain rate, so to speak. It didn't cost the nation anything. In fact, it helped the economic side of the nation to integrate lunch counters and public accommodations. It didn't cost the nation anything to get the right to vote established. Now we are confronting issues that cannot be solved without costing the nation billions of dollars. Now, I think this is where we're getting our greatest resistance. They may put it on many other things, but we can't get rid of slums and poverty without it costing the nation something.
As our Holy Days commemorations storm on, we pay tribute and honor to our heroes, our icons. Today is January 15th, and that makes it the birthday of one of our greatest, the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Now, keep in mind, whenever people do that, whenever they give a person's full name, complete with whatever honorifics they may have, they do that as a way to honor that person. You don't just say that it was Dr. King. You say the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You put the man's entire name out there as a way to honor him, to name. We want them to know the real Dr. King, because you can't learn about him from the white media. On this day, we remember the man and his message, his real message, because the white media has carpet bombed the entire planet with a phony version of Dr. King, completely and thoroughly unrealistic, somebody who wasn't valid and somebody who just wasn't relevant. That's the phony Dr. King that the white media presented to you. The real Dr. King was the one that J. Edgar Hoover knew and feared, the one that J. Edgar Hoover used the unlimited resources of the United States government in an attempt to defame, smear, and ultimately destroy. Do you think that the white government was doing all that against the man because they were terrified of his speeches saying that little black children and white children should be able to play on the playground together? Do you think that was the reason they feared the man? Or because Dr. King was in their face, causing them problems and challenging white power? As an example, there are people who didn't like what it was the black grassroots did, challenging the Democrats for not producing the tangibles that we are owed, and actually saying that we shouldn't be tampering with presidential politics, we should just obey. Well, that's what they were telling Dr. King back in the day. You see, Dr. King was on good speaking terms with President Lyndon Johnson. And people were saying, you've got access to the president, so you don't want to mess that up. They were telling him to play the game. But when it came to empowering black people, Dr. King wasn't playing games with anyone. And this is the real Dr. King. Dr. King who opposed the war in Vietnam. Now, yes, he was moved by conscience, seeing Goliath beating the tar out of a smaller, weaker opponent. Sure. White media gives you an intentionally abbreviated version of Dr. King's rationale for opposing the Vietnam War, that he was motivated solely out of sympathy for the poor, hardworking indigenous peoples of wherever who were being bombed back to the Stone Age by the U.S. military. Now, understand something. Like a lot of black people who grew up at the beginning of the 20th century, up until about those born around the 1950s, most of our revolutionaries that we venerate, including more than a few of our grandmaster teachers, had explored or otherwise dabbled in a few so-called leftist movements, especially during their youth. Remember, Dr. King was murdered at the age of 49. Man didn't even make it to 40. Some of these people circulated in what today is called social.
Right.
What I'm saying is it wouldn't have been unfamiliar to him, because that's what a lot of black folks were doing back then, those who were called quote-unquote radicals. Some of them were possibly members of such group, or at the very least affiliated with them. As such, you would see a lot of them talking about a worldwide struggle of the proletariat. That's what the black people were talking about up in the 60s. And that's the reason that Fred Hampton was saying the same things. J. Edgar Hoover called him the Black Messiah who needed to be crucified. But men like Dr. John Henrik Clarke and others became quickly disillusioned with their white socialist allies that they had met, because it became obvious to them that these white socialists were not concerned at all about the plight of black people. Big ass dog and pony show. The white liberals we see around us today were actually fine with white supremacy. They were fine with anti-black racism. They didn't oppose white supremacy at all. They merely objected to their own place under it. So black thought leaders and revolutionaries, at least the ones who were honest with themselves, recognized this reality, and they left all that socialist stuff alone. Because, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, anything that you're a part of must either be a tool of your empowerment or
bang, 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 dang, 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 bang, bang, dang, dang, dang. Then there was another TV series on at that time too in 1968. It was a big hit. Bam, 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 bam.
You talking about Citizen Kane or
boom,
Perry
boom,
Mason?
boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, I forgot it. No, Perry Mason was in the late 50s and early 60s.
Oh, well, I still like Perry
Joe,
Mason.
that was a big hit there at that time when Dr. King got killed. Was called the FBI, starting Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Yeah, where'd Jesse go?
I have no idea.
Earth calling Jesse. Earth calling Jesse. Earth calling Jesse. Earth calling Jesse.
You should be back soon.
Earth calling Jesse. Okay, until Jesse, comes back. Okay, look at. Oh, there he is. Man, why you keep doing disappearing acts, man?
It's never meant to be that. It was meant to be a tool of improving the position of certain high-minded white working class people who wanted entree into high white society.
They're talking about that classism versus racism.
That's that duvet that I'm talking about.
Oh, and here's another thing from 1968 I remember. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wiley E. Coyote, super genius.
Yes.
And that motherfucker did not have a plan that worked at all trying to get the road running. Y'all always saw old Wiley.
Beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep.
Class warfare is irrelevant to black
See
people's
how
struggle
little
because
that the
our
road
oppression is
runner
based
had
on
to say and still got. You know what I'm saying? Wiley Coyote done said all this big ass spiel, and all the road runner says, me, and be gone.
Yeah.
And keep in mind that Wiley E. Coyote was super genius.
Again, I'm doing this to illuminate for you some of the things that Dr. King might have said or some of the positions that he was speaking to. Dr. King was not a socialist. Even his racist detractors who accused him of that could never offer a scintilla of evidence that he was. But I am saying that if it seemed at times that Dr. King was talking kind of like some of those folk who talked about the proletariat and the bourgeois, there was a reason for that, because that was part of the political milieu that he had grown up in, and that was also part of his own formative experiences as he became politically aware and astute as a young man. A lot of black revolutionaries were conditioned to amalgamate the black struggle with the struggle of everyone else on the planet. After all, if white supremacy is a global system, everyone is under it, right? Well, today we know better. In a world where white supremacy is in charge and has co-opted all of these non-white groups, including the ones that it's gone to war with, as black people, we can't afford the simplistic
Uh-oh, it is scratching. It's the DJ version of the documentary. Oh,
Connection problem. They stepping on us, guys. They stepping on us with this stuff.
Yeah, of course they have to have a case of the fucking problems.
The enemy is my friend. Now, dispensing with the white media, let the man know you himself.
Since I am a preacher by calling, I suppose it is not surprising that I have 7 major reasons for bringing Vietnam into the field of my moral vision. That is, at the outset, a very obvious and almost facile connection between the war in Vietnam and the struggle I and others have been waging in America. 2 years ago, there was a shining moment in that struggle. It seemed as if there was a real promise of hope for the poor, both black and white. through the poverty program. There were experiments, hopes, new beginnings. Then came the build-up in Vietnam. And I watched this program broken and eviscerated as if it was some idle political plaything of a society gone mad on war. And I knew that America would never invest the necessary funds or energies in rehabilitation of its poor, so long as adventures like Vietnam continue.
And then a classic line from the war in Vietnam. Ain't no Viet Cong ever called me a nigger. Ain't no Viet Cong ever raped my women. Ain't no Viet Cong ever burned our houses. And they call that man a coward. And due to that man's profession, when he went to the University of Texas, and they called him every kind of nigger and everything else, and he said, if I'm going to die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you. Now tell me
yes, he said poor whites, but that was because Dr. King was issuing a public speech, and one that had to be palatable to whatever reasonable elements there were in white society who would support a fundamental change like the kind that he was advocating. Don't let that one go over your head. But Dr. King said it, and this was the very first thing that he mentioned. It was about the money. That he had his own poverty program that he was pushing for, and he recognized the war in Vietnam as nothing more than a distraction meant to give President Johnson and his pals the out that they needed to ignore Dr. King's demands and to silence these demands by saying that the war over there is the only thing that matters. It's more important than your petty little economic empowerment of black people that you're talking about. You need to support this war and stop being divisive with all this economic and racial justice talk. Wars have historically always been used as a way to make those who are politically connected even wealthier, and also as a way to punish and silence people under the guise of maintaining national unity. If you disagree with those in power, well, they'll go ahead and start a war, and as soon as you start criticizing it, we got to shut you up because what you're saying is giving aid and comfort to the enemy, even if it has nothing to do with the war whatsoever. It's a political maneuver, not a national security one. Dr. King, on the other hand, refused to play the fool for anyone. Do you think that there weren't people back then in the 60s who were telling him that he had to support President Johnson no matter what he thought? That it was simply too dangerous to let someone like a Barry Goldwater or worse, a Richard Nixon become president?
But we see the narratives that they push now about Dr. King, you know, and it's crazy how you can represent one thing and they can call themselves memorializing
massive
or
sums of money
honoring
that white men in
under
power
a
were making
whole
off
nother
that war.
narrative.
Remember, President Johnson was from Texas, and so were a lot of the war profiteers, companies whose names you would recognize, like Brown and Root. Today, they're known as Kellogg, Brown and Root. And yes, they're the same companies who became infamous during W's wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Well, back in the 1940s, Brown and Root bankrolled Lyndon Johnson's Senate campaign. Yes, the company is that old. And later on, they also financed his presidential campaign too. Not to mention other companies whose interest President Johnson was also sworn to protect. That's a hell of a lot of money that was wrapped up in the Vietnam War that Dr. King was threatening. Now, Dr. King was the most well-known American figure outside of the White House. He didn't take any money from these white corporations, though, so they couldn't put the arm on him. They couldn't pressure him. They couldn't threaten to withdraw funding from him. The tradition of not letting white people buy us off is deeply ingrained into Black American political culture. The real political culture, I should say. This is what makes it where we can speak freely. This is the autonomy that true advocates for Black empowerment absolutely require. So when Dr. King began to speak out against the war, it was no small thing. But make no mistake, the reason Dr. King did it was because of the money. He didn't want the U.S. government to once again shovel a ton of money to wealthy white corporations. He wanted it going to the black people who generated that wealth and who had been systematically deprived of the fruits of their own labors. So from reparations to Vietnam, Dr. King made sure the money was front of mind. This is the Dr. King that the white media
That's right.
won't tell you. The white media's phony version of Dr. King, you know the one.
What we need to realize as a people is that
And I've come
this
to
has
see
already
that,
been
we
told
have,
to us
many more difficult
by our
days ahead,
ancestors.
and some of the old
We know, and
optimism
we still see it
was
going
a
on
little
now.
superficial, and now it must be tempered with a solid realism.
And if we know and we still see it going on now, then we need
Now, I'm
to
not one
pay
to
attention
lose
to the
hope.
economics
Keep
of
on
everything.
hoping. I still
Facts
have faith
over
in the
feelings,
future.
for real.
But I've had to analyze many things over the last few years, and I would say over the last few months. I've gone through a lot of soul-searching and
economics is the
agonizing
study
moments.
of how
And I've come to
society
see
allocates
that we
limited
have
resources
many
and
more
wealth
difficult days
distribution.
ahead, and some of the old optimism
I
was a
would
little
say that we
superficial, and now it must be tempered with a
economically
solid
need to
realism.
just
And I think the
focus
realistic
more on
fact
the needs
is
of our people,
that we
period.
still have a long, long way to
Right,
go,
that's called
and that we are
microeconomics.
involved in a war on Asian soil, which, if not checked and stopped, can poison the very soul of our nation.
But you won't see any of the white media's black bootlicks getting on television and saying, "Let us tell you about the real Dr. King." This video has been in the white media's archives for decades. They've been sitting on this for a long time, and the reason why is they've always known this. They know who the real Dr. King is, what he stood for, what it was about. They know that he specifically, completely, and thoroughly refuted and opposed their mischaracterization of him. But what they don't know is whether or not you know this. By depriving I make it a point to remind you that Dr. King's actual birthday is January 15th. The racist white government made it the third Monday of the month as a crass way to basically guarantee themselves a 3-day weekend in the month of January. We don't take orders from them, and we don't ask their permission to honor our heroes either. Sadly, most black people don't even bother to familiarize themselves with the actual date of Dr. King's birthday. Well, it falls to us to change that. Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen said, "Don't ask for a day, you take a day." If something is important to you, then it's worth working for, and it's worth sacrificing for. And truth be told, making it a point to honor our heroes on the correct and proper day is not a sacrifice at all. It's the bare bones minimum. It is literally the least we can do. Nobody's going to fire you from your job if you tell your employer, "Hey, I'm taking off on this day." And I'm pretty sure that nobody's going to cancel your invitation to the cookout either if you make it a point to observe the holy days correctly. Sure, there's no football games or basketball games going on today, and that's good because that means that there's no distractions either. You can focus on the reason for this holy day. It was our forefathers and foremothers who were the ones who risked their lives for generations that hadn't been born yet. Not merely to fight for our existence, but also to make sure that they brought us the knowledge we would need in order to perpetuate it. We owe it to them to honor them because they earned it. And if you need the approval or permission from the white powers that be to do what you know is right, then you have completely failed to learn the lesson of Dr. King. Part of being black is defying white power. Dr. King certainly did. He stood up to them every single day. He wasn't making deals with the enemy. He didn't compromise either. Did you see him make any deals with the Klan or even with President Johnson? No. He told them all that he opposed them, and he told them why. Dr. King stood on business, literally. And when the time came, he didn't hesitate to lay down his life for his beliefs. Dr. King paid an actual price for the stand he took. We got it easy by comparison, and perhaps that's the problem. We risk forgetting the people who waged this war before most of us were born. And in the process, we also forget about the white supremacist enemies by forgetting our ancestors, or worse, allowing our oppressors
just like Assad Shakur.
Well, thank goodness she's still alive.
Yeah, the Queen Mother's up in age, you know.
Risk erase their hard-won victory they gave everything for. This is why we must remember our icons. We must honor them and try to once again carpet bomb you with an orgy of lies. Lies claiming that Dr. King was actually fighting for aliens to come to the U.S. Everything except reparations or anything that empowers Black people. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a race man, but through cherry picking only a few totally out of context sentences and then distorting them beyond all recognition, white media effectively removed racial consciousness from a man who devoted his entire life to calling out white supremacy and condemning anti-Black racism everywhere he found it. And it says a lot that Dr. King's words were so threatening nonetheless to white power that the only thing they found that they could distort were just a few lines from his I Have a Dream speech. Let's be honest, for 99% of the population, that encapsulates 99% of everything they know about the man. Everything else Dr. King said and wrote was simply too dangerous for the white media to even try to manipulate. We can't let the white media's putrid defamation and distortion of Dr. King continue. You have people who are allegedly civil rights activists claiming that these caravans of illegal aliens are the modern day freedom riders. Right. They pervert and profane the deeds and legacy of our ancestors by telling those lies. Our parents and grandparents weren't fighting for the right to illegally enter the U.S. They were demanding that the laws of this nation actually be obeyed. Right. The freedom riders had their buses firebombed. They were shot at and brutalized. The illegal aliens coming here get free government-sponsored housing, subsidies, jobs, and a free pass to a green card. And then afterwards, they begin attacking Black people just like these white supremacists do. So what kind of fool would dare compare freedom riders to that? And those caravans coming here from countries that openly practice anti-Black racism. Were Dr. King alive today, he would be condemning the heinous and violent racism that comes from these immigrant groups. The real Dr. King terrified white power. That's the reason that they had to kill him and then lie about him both before the assassination and lie even more about him afterwards. They had to do it to invent a safe, defanged, non-threatening Dr. King. One that would program Black people, young Black people in particular, to think that all he wanted was Black and white kids to play together on the playground and that's it. A cardboard cutout that wasn't going to be harmful to white supremacy if you believe it. They are terrified that we're going to remember the real Dr. King and that those who are under the white media's illusions about him will come to know the real Dr. King for themselves. It's not the responsibility of Dr. King's enemies to tell his story or to teach Black children about him. It is the duty, the responsibility, and the glory of his people to do it. So let's make sure that we, as Dr. King himself put it, get this right. Remember the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s real birthday. Remember the man himself as he actually was. Remember what he stood for and who he stood for. That his dream was to see his people, Black people, empowered. And then let us all do our part to make that dream a reality.
Entrepreneur or one.
Later for the commercial.
We all put that on MLK.
Okay, well, MLK had stated, and he had realized toward the end that he had led our people into a burning house with immigration.
And he said he was going to go get our check.
Yep, he's coming to Washington to get our check.
Yep. That was
returned marked insufficient funds.
The violence had a place in it. I mean, he can no longer say not to be nonviolent. He recognized that fact.
I will say that Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was one of many great disciples that we had.
Yes.
like I said, you know, a lot. I don't like the narrative that gets pushed about him now. Like, I mean, we all know that he was a lot more militant than what people know him for because of the fact that the FBI was on his ass.
Yeah. Well, the FBI was on all of us, Sister
The narrative that we get pushed about the inclusion and equal rights and equal this and equal that still hasn't even been seen. So it's like, if you guys, as far as white people that love, oh, I love Dr. Martin Luther. Okay, so then why haven't y'all honored any of the things that he was asking for?
That part.
I mean, if y'all really want to show tribute or commemoration to someone, you know what I'm saying, and you feel like their death was such a tragedy to this nation, why wouldn't you honor what they stood for and what their wishes for this nation?
Right.
Okay, but also
now let's know, because I mean, if we're gonna, because they do give the tribute and commemoration to other people, like the bombing of Pearl Harbor and all that.
Right.
You know, they've done it. They can do it.
Okay. But keep in mind that the bombing of Pearl Harbor, they don't give you no recognition of Dory Miller that shot down 6 Japanese Zeros. And if you ever saw that movie called Pearl, the role that Cuba Gooding played in that movie was that of Dory Miller, and they did decorate Dory Miller. But at the same token, at Port Chicago, California, they don't talk about how they had all these black men handling ammunition and the motherfucker
that part.
blew up. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying? The people that they do highlight is narratives that they can twist.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now keep in mind, Sister Bianca, we all do what I just said. We talked about it here at Frontline Black News and Shabaka's Black Experienced Enhanced. Oh hell yeah. We talked about it. Okay. Now Ali, 1967 right there. Message to the black man that he's standing up there talking, but you see, he gave a speech inside of an auditorium at the University of Texas, and they called him every coward, every black son of a bitch, every nigga that they could think of, and he says, right. Yeah, but why is it that you all want me to go to the war in Vietnam and you white boys is running to Canada, you white boys is burning your draft cards, okay? If I'm going to die, I'm prepared to die fighting one of you, and you could hear a goddamn pin drop in the room.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just say
I wonder how come they didn't take him up on fighting him.
Because they didn't want to get...
Of course not.
Why didn't they want to fight that dude?
Because they didn't want to get...
Oh, yeah.
Are you talking about Muhammad Ali?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because if they would have fucked around, they would have found out from his triple jab, right cross, left hook, right uppercut, you know, you would have put them flat on their back.
Look, they wouldn't have been able to go and serve if they wanted to, messing around with him.
Hey, let me just say that.
But however, though, out of all fairness, though, ladies and gentlemen, out of all fairness, okay, we have to say this here about Ali, okay? All that shit that he talked, he backed it up. That's how he made his money. And keep in mind, boxing is a brutal business. You see what I mean? And then on top of it, he did go out there to Alameda County to speak for Dr. Newton. You know, when Dr. Newton was the one that was trying to gas Huey, he spoke up for him. Ali, you know, he did a lot of times at his fights is that he would dig in his own pocket and pay for people who couldn't afford to go to his fights, you know, to give him tickets. And then one thing about him is that everywhere he went, people got around him in droves. And you know what? He never turned down an autograph to anybody.
Nope.
He stood there until he signed all of those autographs, rather if it was 1 hour, 2 hours, or 8 hours. But play this clip here. This is an effective clip. Where he's telling these motherfuckers, where he's giving them the business.
Yeah, hold on, Shabaka. Go ahead, Lady Cherry.
What I was going to say is back to Martin Luther King Jr., Martin Luther King, right? I'm just gonna say this, Reverend, right? I'm gonna say this. They perverted, the whites and every other group, every buffer class, every group other than us has taken that I have a dream speech, pieced it out, tokenized it, perverted it to suit whatever fucking narrative, cause, or whatever they want to fucking highlight to drag us back in and out of their fucking shit.
They've capitalized off of rebellion.
Capitalized
and
on
found a way to make it docile.
Exactly. Instead of
Yep. But you see, that's why the Black Panthers, a lot of them gave down their lives, because when Dr. King got killed, they went on a rampage.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because now, even in present day times, they're still tokenizing and perverting the fucking actual message. Versus
look at gangs. They capitalized off of that rebellion as well.
Yeah.
When they capitalize off of rebellions, it is to actually hide what they're fighting for and the real fight. Do you see what I'm saying? And as long as they can do that and make it look like it's docile in some type of way,
right?
Then and under their control in some type of way. That's how our organizations get perverted, everything.
And this goes into another thing about how FBA got to protect and gatekeep not just our moral teachers and leaders, but everything that we've done. Because this right here, that's ours.
Yeah.
That man belongs to us.
Right.
Muhammad Ali belongs to us.
Right.
Dr. King belongs to us.
Yeah.
You dig? And so we have to gatekeep that because the white, every other fucking non-existent motherfucking buffer class, alternative, elbow, emoji, Cabbage Patch Kid, whatever the fuck, is perverse our shit to the point where we don't even recognize it and we're not consciously aware of it.
Yeah.
You know what our mistake has been in the past? We've wanted to educate other outsiders about our history and everything like that so that they can better understand us and interact with us and deal with us better, right? When in all actuality, what we should have been doing is just educating ourselves, educating our children, because the outside world, as far as, I'm not even going to say outside world like that, but when it comes down to other races, there will always be a narrative spun upon a real part of our history. There will always be that amongst other races with us. So it's more important that we know our own, so that way when the narrative gets spun, it's like, no. Yeah, that sounds like a good fairy tale story, but do you want to know the real story? I've already let my children know, so you can't bamboozle them either.
Right, Crew.
There you go.
Right.
He said they understand our history because they caused most of it.
Yep, that's right, Crew. That's right, Ray.
But that's why it's so important not just to go looking at what they have written. You know what I'm saying? Like, of course, there are journalists that actually during that time did their due diligence or whatever, but there was a white narrative being pushed that we cannot negate. So even in certain things that are written in history and stuff like that, we got to look at the narrative that's being pushed there. You know, was this fear propaganda? Was this, what kind of bills were they trying to get passed during that time for this story to have came out? Because they still do the same shit. Everything that they've done before, as far as historically, the fear tactics, everything like that, they still do now. They still do now. So us knowing that, we gotta definitely make sure that if we're not gonna teach anybody else, because ain't no reasoning with somebody who's meant to misunderstand you,
right?
Or has alternate plans on knowing you. You know, they're not knowing you to understand you.
Right.
So the most important thing to do is educate our youth at this point. We have to educate our youth, because our youth are the ones that can be misled right now. We already know the deal. That would be like 8 years from now. My daughter's 18, right?
Yep. Yep.
And they get to trying to tell her that George Floyd never happened, or it didn't happen the
Oh
way.
my God.
Now, no, I was around when that happened. So no, I have that
That's what
historically
you lived through.
locked
Right.
up
That's
here.
what you lived through.
You see what I'm saying? And so we have to actually keep those types of ways of tracking history.
Right.
You understand? Because they're not going to track it accurately. They're not. And there's going to be all kind of narratives spun with what they do try and hold on to, because they're only using that, like I said, even with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Yep.
They literally just kept him because as an influential icon, they knew that they could do something with that. Oh, we can say that he said this, and we can type it up so that way, you know, if it's in black and white, they can't deny it. And
well, but also too, another one to look at during Dr. King's time was,
and that's when a revolutionary turns into that's when a revolutionary turns into a Care Bear.
Right.
Oh my God. Yeah.
And
and then also
real quick, one more thing, just to Bianca's thing. You know, with us being able to know the real truth of Dr. King, Muhammad, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, right, with everybody, we have the conditioning to be able to combat the narratives spun by them with our own children. You know, and that's the beautiful part. Even though they're playing the Mandela effect right in front of our own fucking eyes.
They try to play in our faces. They do.
But that's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, carry on, Justin.
All right, so before Shabaka leaves us for the night, he wanted me to play this clip by also one of our icons, one of our leaders,
who was born 2 days after Dr. King, whose birthday's 2 days after Dr. King's.
Let's not forget about Justin today.
Yeah, mine's is right in the middle. So,
I'm right in the middle.
Yep, right there.
I got carry on, right?
So,
you know, we all got revolutionary birthdays. Me and Nat Turner share the same birthday.
Yep, y'all
I
sure
don't know
do.
who I share a birthday with, but I'm my own revolutionary, goddammit.
Are there any April 1st revolutionaries? I guess Letitia's the only one.
The only one. I'm an April Fool. Ain't nobody like me, man.
All right, so
but that's okay. I'm gonna lead the way.
The slave name being Cassius Clay.
Never heard of him.
Never heard of that guy.
But Muhammad Ali.
Him I'm familiar with.
I just said it.
That's right.
He is also yesterday now, day before yesterday now.
Also FBA.
Also FBA. Also wonderful month.
2 days ago.
In the wonderful month of January.
That's right.
On the 17th, a day after me.
And exactly 30 days before Huey Newton's birthday, and they were born exactly 30 days apart in the same year of 1942.
Let's not forget Justin's birthday.
I tell you.
Yeah, it's my weekend.
We are full of historical facts around this motherfucker.
So this is a speech that he did at Howard University, April 22nd, 1967.
I don't know how I'm gonna sit my damn phone.
We are striving today for freedom, justice, and equality. And as a matter of fact, the whole world is fighting for freedom, justice, and equality. And I would like for you to know more about my leader and my teacher, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. I'm signing autographs today too. And we have newspapers here entitled Muhammad Speaks Newspapers. And these newspapers are sold for a cheap price and just 20 cents. And you cannot buy the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding that's in this newspaper. And I would like to see as many of you as possible who can afford it buy one of these papers. And I don't care if you buy 4,000 of them. I'll be here until I sign every paper, every one. If you just line up for miles, I'll stay here and sign these papers. It's just that important.
And that he did do.
Now the money, I'm not here for the money. As you know, I'm average around $2 million a year, you know. You all are not crazy. You're not fools. You're intelligent. This is 1967. People are going to the moon. Other countries that were slaves under masters are getting independence. And if we check it down, get right down to it, we don't know who we are. What's your name?
Oh, I see they fucking with the algorithms
See?
again.
Yep.
They do it every fucking time. Yeah, they do it every fucking time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you put a
If I
video
said it
up
was
there,
Mr. Chang Chong, you'd pitch your Chinaman. Selves. Mentally, we are not free. See, Jesus said, the truth shall make you free. The truth alone. You shall know the truth, and that will make you free.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't say setting in, laying in, walking in, forcing, integrating in. Truth. And once you become free, find out who you are, then you'll start saying, I am the greatest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We look at Miss America, we see white. We look at Miss World, we see white. We look at Miss Universe, we see white. Even Tarzan, the king of the jungle in back Africa, he's white. We can't go to heaven. We can't go to heaven until we're washed in lamb blood till it's white as snow. When we get to heaven, we walk on the milky white way. We were taught when we were little children that Mary had a little lamb, his feet as white as snow. Then we were taught about Snow White. This is not...
yeah, they throwing monkey wrenches in our works, the motherfuckers. Yeah, throwing monkey wrenches in our works. Yeah. But anyway, people, that's Ali right there. And
Here it comes.
This is serious. This is the fact, true fact.
Okay. All right. You see what they did. You see what they did.
You know what they do. We know we are very privy to what they do.
Oh, absolutely. And then keep in mind, sisters, that the video that I was really looking for, okay, is where he was on the inside of an auditorium at the University of Texas. And he's coming up to the stage and they calling him a nigger, a black son of a bitch and all that. And he said, right, you know. Mm-hmm. And then they said, you ought to go for your damn country, you black son bitch. Right. And then he says, you know, it's very interesting that you want me to go to the fight in the war in Vietnam. Oh, wait a minute.
Then we were taught about Snow White. This is not funny. This is serious. This is the fact, true fact. White House cigars. white swan soap, king white soap, white cloud tissue paper, white rain hair rinse, white tornado flow wax, white plus toothpaste. All the good cowboys ride the white horses. The White House. Angel food cake is the white cake, but the devil food cake is the chocolate cake. You feel already if you're hearing this for the first.
What is your feeling about the championship, the crown itself? If they, as they say, they plan to do, take it away from you over this induction controversy?
I'll tell you one thing. We'll check with the public. The public know who the champion is. Now I'm going to ask these people something, and let's just see what they say. They don't even know what I'm going to say. Can my title be taken without me being whooped? No! One more time. No! That's all I can do.
Man, when he was in Africa, it was the best.
There's certain leadership. There's certain leadership, and see, this is one thing. They know that the government knows how they control the masses, right? They control the masses through money. When you can control the masses through your words, that's when they know that they have to get you on their side. They either that or they got to get you out the way.
Yeah, that's true, Sister Bianca, because keep in mind, now I'm going back to my
out the way. See, this is why we're getting on code. They can move the person out the way, but they can't move the code out the way.
Right.
That's right.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what Fred Hampton said, that you can kill a revolutionary, but you cannot kill the revolution. Okay, now this man right here, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not talking about shit that I read. I'm not talking about shit that I heard. I'm talking about what the fuck I lived through. Anytime when he became the champion the second time, when he beat George Foreman, right? Okay, all his big fights against the number one and the number one contenders who he gave the title shots to, right? Okay, there would be pay-per-view. You had to go to the movie theater to see it on closed circuit. But when he would fight the contenders, I believe, who were like ranked number 4, number 5, number 6, he would have the fights on ABC, CBS, and NBC. Now, there was one guy from your town who he gave a title shot to.
Sonny Liston.
And no, wait a minute. No, he took the title from Sonny Liston. And Sonny Liston used to train at a place called Fern Hall when he was in Denver. And Sonny Liston was a great heavyweight champion too, ladies and gentlemen, because what he'll like to do is get drunk and beat the shit out the police and throw them in trash cans. Great heavyweight champ. Okay. He did it in Denver 3 times, I believe. But anyway, but when he would fight, like, not the top 2 contenders, like the number 4 contender, the number 6 contender, and what have you, he would have the fights on ABC, CBS, and NBC. And they would say, why, Ali, why you doing this right here? He says, well, you sponsors got money, you know, you can pay me. And plus that, this is giving the people a chance to see me fight live who cannot afford to go to the closed circuit or to pay for the tickets, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, he fought, let me see. Okay, he fought a dude named Richard Dunn on TV, on regular TV, who he smashed in the 5th round.
Well, look, they didn't like to make it too common for a black man to be pummeling a white dude on TV. They didn't really want to put that out there like that.
Especially when he didn't want to.
Now here's something for you that you are really gonna love.
You
Muhammad
remember that
Ali,
movie, Brother John? That's the reason why they didn't put that out there. They loved Sidney Poitier, but they didn't like that movie.
They didn't like that slap.
Oh yeah, and then
when he beat the shit out of that officer.
and then there was now this fight here after he regained the title from Foreman in the first defense of his title fighting Foreman, right?
I had one.
He fought this dude by the name of Chuck Wepner, okay? Ali beat the shit out of Chuck Wepner, finally knocked him out in the 15th round, right? Now, there was a young up-and-coming movie writer who was at that fight, who got the idea, who won the Academy Award for Best Picture in 1976. Their name was Sylvester Stallone, who played Rocky. When you look at the character of Apollo Creed, okay, it's clearly evident of who his character was based on, but keep in mind,
you know what's sad
is
that there's not a Muhammad Ali statue, but there's a Sylvester
with no red, white, and
Stallone
blue stars on it. Muhammad Ali did not enter the ring dressed up like George Washington,
even though he was from Washington.
Right.
Was.
Sir. The point is that I'm making is this. Ali was not going to project no pro image of a raping, slave trading pedophile like George Washington, like Thomas Jefferson, like James Monroe.
No.
Understand?
Never.
So he was Pan-African. That's what you're saying.
But you know what's so sad is when they had him hold the flag at the Olympics. When he had you remember when he had
and you're talking about 1996 in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I cried.
Yeah, because you knew it was them having their claws in him by then.
Yeah, exactly. And then again, is that they say Ali took too many blows upside the head, right? Ali was known for not getting hit in the head.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So, in my opinion,
that was the FBI messing with him. That's my opinion.
There you go, sister. They slipped something on him because they wanted to kill that man's influence.
And it's not hard for them to. They do it all the time.
Yeah. You say,
look, even in modern day society, certain things look very tampered with, altered.
They were.
People look like very
out of it,
like they've been poisoned, all kind of things. Like there's a lot going on, and if people realize, like I said, that this isn't a company, this is a corporation, and it's actually a mob, a mafia, then it would make more sense that if the truth is about to come out somewhere in the mob, they will silence that person. They will alter that person. They will do whatever it takes to make sure that their narrative gets pushed the way that they want it pushed.
It has influence.
Or get gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now here's something for you, Sister Bianca, and also too, Brother Che. Y'all do know that when John H. Johnson, who was the founder and the publisher of Ebony Magazine in Chicago, okay,
just like Bob,
he was married to a woman by the name of Eunice Walker, who became his bride. Eunice Johnson, who brought you the Fashion Fair ebony cosmetic displays that they used to go across the nation on.
Yes,
so
I remember
both of them died. Okay, both of them died. They left the business, Johnson Publishing, to their sole heir, which was Linda Johnson Rice, okay, because she married a guy by the name of Rice. You know that she turned around and sold all the rights out there to Time Magazine?
Yes.
Broke my heart. Because the thing is about Johnson Publications, rather if it was the Ebony, rather if it was Negro Digest when they first started, or rather if it was Jack, it was the chronological records of the Black empowerment era and the civil rights movement
and it was
as it was
our
unfolding.
perspectives. It was our narratives. It wasn't being siphoned through, you know.
Exactly.
It wasn't being cherry picked, and you know, we were talking about actual topics that were relevant to our survival, to our living.
At that time.
It wasn't just all about, you know, it wasn't just all about beauty. And in fact, yes, that was the drawing in attraction to that for women, but there was so much more in the context, in the topics. And if you look at any of these modern day magazines, there are none actually geared for Black women or Black people the way that that foundation was. And you won't find anything that's really talking about anything relevant. It's gonna be dumbass quizzes, all kind of dumb stuff, you know, and gossip basically, because you're worried about how somebody else is living their life and you're not even able to afford living your own. And you have more of a problem with if Cardi B is getting cheated on than whether you're getting cheated out of taxes.
Right.
But you got to keep in mind, Sister Bianca, as you know, the entertainment industry is a multi-trillion-dollar organization.
Entertainment is a distraction, and that's the reason why it's a multi-trillion-dollar corporation. They get paid very, very vastly to distract us.
Yes, ma'am, they do. And
on
did you
real
see
social
Bianca,
issues, on really surviving. Because if we knew that we needed to survive, we definitely would prioritize our lives better, you know? We would definitely prioritize our lives better.
Go ahead,
When it comes to the Black Beauty Foundation line care or whatever, I you know, it amazes me how ignorant even some of our people are when it comes to that. Because when that happened, when that was going on, you know, it was the effort that it took, right, for melanated sisters to get a proper line, right? And they never could get it right. They never could get it right. It was always some bullshit, right? It was always too light, or it was way too dark. It was never right. And I remember just last summer, I was talking shit, right, to a brother that you know was kind of like misclassified me, right? And I was just like, you know, this is really important to Black women, you know, the makeup, especially foundation, right? Important to richly melanated sisters, right? How important it was to get the right tones and even it out, because they like to raise the cost for the sisters to get the right foundation. Back then, the cost was too high. They like to put all kinds of
a lot of our own sisters would customize their own makeup. They would.
Exactly. And even like with me, like, you know, like in certain areas, certain winters, like I get darker, sometimes I get, you know, lighter. And I find myself doing that same customization because no one had took the proper time to really address a serious thing. Look, women want to feel pretty. Women want to feel pretty, regardless of what's going on in their life. Women want to put on makeup. They don't want to be 10 shades lighter than what they actually are, or 30 shades darker than what they really are. They don't want to have those lines and creases and shit. They don't want to have caked on stuff. They want to look even, natural, shit, get out of breathe, right? Well, it was so that the makeup shit was so for the whites and Hispanics or fair skinned that they forgot everybody else, right? And at that time when that shit was going on, it was like, shh, all right, you made a little wave, but that's it, wrap it up. Nobody gave a fuck. And even in this day, 2024, 2025, I found myself wanting to sell way back in like 1999. I wanted to sell Mary Kay, right? I want to sell door to door because I can sell anything, right? But I said there's no black women's line.
Well, Mary Kay was a racist, so I'm glad that you didn't really make that venture.
I didn't do it because there was no black woman line. Because not everybody's fair. There's all kinds, there's 48 shades of black that I know of, right? And they come in all different types of tones and colors, right? So there's no black women's facial care, like for foundation, oily, non-oily. And now what I like to see is sisters making their own hair care line, and they actually put it like 4C, and they give dialogue like, if your hair don't look like this product isn't for you. If you got
integration really crippled us. You know, we were such inventive people before integration. Integration crippled us. And so in order for us to get back into creating for ourselves again, we're going to have to step back.
Right.
Yep.
I agree.
We're going to have to step back and worry about us.
Exactly.
And look, if some crazy shit is going on over here with that alphabet community, and they even right here next to me, that's just not my problem. That's how I have to be, because I honestly know that I have a goal and a mission for my people, and I cannot be distracted
at all. And even with this, they think it's so little that it doesn't matter, but it does matter. They don't care enough to ask us what shit matters to women, black women. You dig? And that was one of those.
All right, I'll give y'all a call tomorrow.
For us, was a thing. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, you don't have a line for richly melanated women. They come in different tones and shades. You know what I mean? And this won't work for them. You can't just sell them a lipstick and an eyeliner and a mascara. That ain't gonna do it.
I'm thankful. I'm very, very thankful. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm thankful that I don't really have to have that battle. Very much. I don't wear a lot of the foundation face makeup. I just don't. But that's that's my business. I know what you're talking about though, regarding the complexions, the complexion diversity, and a lot of people don't acknowledge how much of a struggle that was, during that time. But
they didn't even have proper washing care for different types of oily, non-oily, sensitive, non-sensitive, hyperallergenic.
No, we had a lot of homemade stuff. Do you understand? Like we had a whole lot of homemade stuff.
I don't wear foundation like that because I feel like I'm naturally pretty, right? I have my ugly days, I have my pretty days. Today I'm having a pretty day, right? However, I want to some days feel like at least that option is there. And I told them, I said, sisters want to at least have an option if they don't even want to use it. They just want to know it's there. In any shade, that it's there for them to, color coordinate with themselves.
Well, look, what I'm gonna say is that I definitely understand that view. However, I would like to see a time where there's such a embrace of a person's natural beauty that like none of the shit is actually relevant anymore. That's what I would love to see. You know what I'm saying? Because there is going to come a time where none of it matters. Like
Doesn't matter.
Civil arrest crack off tomorrow. I promise you, ain't nobody gonna be worried about what shade of Fenty you wearing.
Not at all. Not at all. They were worried about whether that stick gonna hit you or not. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah.
That was in 19 something. You know, like before 2000s. And even then, you know, somebody had to say something because it was so. These little trivial things now are that, but they weren't that for a lot of motherfuckers. And if nobody said something, they continuously ignore black women regardless of what happens. You know what I mean? And that's all. That was my point on that. You know, I myself personally, I love natural skin. I like natural hair. I like natural everything.
All natural.
I like women.
I'm not too bad.
I like women being women, so it don't matter to me. You know what I mean?
Oh look, all natural. I mean everything organic, including body parts.
Exactly. Hey, beauty is from the inside. You know what I mean? That's that. You know what I mean? Exactly. And true too. How the fuck are these motherfuckers gonna try to out woman a woman?
You know, men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. So I mean, you can do whatever you want, but you can't change chromosomes.
All right.
No.
Right.
No.
Right.
Like you can change your underwear, you can change your chest, you can change everything. Dude, I don't give a damn. You can't change chromosomes.
No, you're not changing that
Hey,
DNA.
man, and next time I hear a man say he could feel what it's like to be a woman, I want to slap the fuck out of him. Because look, I love being a woman. They'll never get that understanding.
They never took us up on
Hey man, you know,
I don't give a fuck what they
like
say.
I said, because this is the age of the divine feminine, you know, I guess there are certain men or you know, males that are gravitating toward that energy so much that they're like, oh, I want to be divine feminine too. No, listen, there is a divine masculine and a divine feminine to every person. We are to dwell in ours, you're to dwell in yours. When you get to crossing over, that's when shit gets confusing.
Right. And then when you throw it in our face.
Because I don't really want no sassy ass dude. Like, I mean, I'm supposed to have the sass a little, you know, but not a lot, you know, but
I don't want no sassy ass dude. Nobody wants no real serious.
and no dude wants no Hulk ass female. You know what I'm saying? He gonna go and try and pick up something. I got it, babe. Just what the fuck? Put that down. Put that down right now. Be a lady. I mean,
dude, you gotta fight with me to put pants on. Like I'm that much of a girl, you know.
Hey, you know, just as long as I don't get to a point where I'm sharing clothes with my dude, I don't really give a damn.
You never go sleep in no big t-shirt, cuz.
Hey man, no, look, I don't look. I'm serious. Give me the phone, cuz I'm not playing about that. I'm not sharing my clothes with no dude. No. I'm not, you know what? I'm not even gonna play around and wear his. Cause he might get like weird about that one day, like, nah, man. Like, come up out of them. You are not the man. I'm like, okay, well, these are your man pants. Let me.
Hey man, he knows I'm a total girl. I'm like, I scream when I see mice. I don't want to take the trash out. You know what I mean? I wear dresses. I'm a girl. in all essence of the word.
And you know, I'm not gonna say that there aren't certain women that are more, you know, inclined to having, you know, masculine energy, and it might be because of, you know, just being a product of their environment. However, I do know that, like I says, this is the time for people to be dwelling in their actual energy.
Right.
A divine female is supposed to be in her divine feminine energy right now. A divine male is supposed to be in his divine masculine energy right about now. Because when you cross over, that's when shit gets confusing for everybody.
Just cut. No, but You know, I'm glad that doesn't happen. I'm just saying, like, I mean, so you know, the motherfuckers they're clowning on the bitches, the lesbians fighting the fighting the fires. But I'm like, God damn, man, what are you gonna do?
Well, I mean, and the dumb thing about it is, okay, if we're gonna talk about who's fighting the fires, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the real people that are fighting the fires. Let's talk about the prisoners that are fighting the fires right now. Now that will not have any eligibility once upon release to go and be a firefighter, but they have to do this shit right the fuck now.
Gotta do it.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's do that, but let's get to the next topic and then we can
talk. Oh, okay.
Jesse gotta do his show.
This show must go on.
Hey, look, I want to hold the swilling.
I'm just saying, and prayers go out to everybody out in Cali right about now who's like, if somebody's on here watching, you know what I'm saying? Prayers go out to you. However, I says, man, it's just
go check out my grave.
The inmates, man, we really got to consider that people are doing this and they ain't got no damn choice.
Right, but first let's check on the babies. So the babies is being...
And stop accusing black folk of looting when they live there.
Sheriff, the deputies handcuff an 11-year-old black girl claiming she fit the description.
Of what?
We always fit
we
the
all
description.
one big motherfucker.
It's a fear tactic, and it's so sad that they are doing. They're literally terrorizing our children in our face.
Yep. That's exactly what they're doing.
That's why we got to teach our children.
And they're using it as a scare tactic for black parents. Oh no, honey, because you never know.
So it's Uncle Phil gonna give us the update on this.
Oh man.
Okay.
I'm so angry with him
right now. This guy.
I'm gonna play the video. And let y'all see that, and we'll play a news report that goes after that. The news report to me really got on my nerves, but let's go ahead and let you see the first video, then we get into the second.
Walk home from school.
Oh, wrong one. This one.
Wait. Wait, I'm actually so confused. I'm scared. There's another one right there. I'm staying with her. I don't care about what your dad says. Y'all can go. Y'all can. No, I gotta stay with her. This is my sister. Yes. We can't just leave her. It's my sister cousin. We're related.
It's my sister cousin. We're related.
We're coming from school. We were literally all just playing in the yard.
I just said you're between the team right now.
I'm okay.
Fit a description for what? It kind of makes me wonder if there's a backstory, like this girl was being bullied and like another girl called the police on her for something, or if she is actually being targeted.
What do you mean? Most kids can't drive and they're still out here stealing.
There's a lot of these HT rings have CPS and the police in on it.
Wait, can I get her phone and stuff?
Everything's gonna be okay.
I know, let me get her phone. What's her password?
No, there's no reason that girl should be getting detained or anything like that. Where's the parents?
Right.
Where are the parents? Man.
You're gonna lie and tell me that's not you. If you're honest, it'll make it easy.
09
It's not her.
No.
Sorry. I'm just undo your handcuffs now, okay?
No. No.
It's okay. This is crazy. Right? Like, this is really
Protect that girl Watch that girl, because now they got her information unnecessarily. Why did they need that girl's information?
That's two different heights. Y'all can see that she has pictures the other girl had way she's going, which were
Like I said, they could be doing it for HT purposes or for intimidation purposes, but they're doing it for something nefarious. Fuck that. Why do you need that little girl's information? And like I said, where are the parents?
This girl's got hair down to her ass, that's why, like, otherwise, like, those bands, I just watched the video, like, you guys are all, like 10. That's gross.
Okay, let's go, guys.
All right, so let me go on and play the news clip now. Let's cue that.
Interrupted by Onondaga County Sheriff's deputies.
Wait, I'm actually so confused. I'm scared.
A young girl starts recording after two deputies place her 11-year-old cousin in handcuffs.
You guys can keep going. No, I gotta stay with her.
The deputies explain that this girl matches the description for a young person who allegedly stole a Kia.
Ain't no telling if them girls would have left. If they wouldn't have just abducted that damn girl. Nah, that shit still don't sit right with me. I'm gonna need some follow up on that. What's really going on with that police department?
Exact same description. Yeah. The children repeatedly tell the deputies that
from school anymore. That was the only freedom she had, and it's now gone.
Eventually, the deputies realize the girl they placed in handcuffs is not their suspect. One of the deputies seems to say that the alleged car thief they're looking for has longer hair.
I'm sorry, that's the description pretty clearly.
Okay, let's go, guys.
I'm sorry.
Mom is not accepting the apology.
I promise you. I couldn't even finish watching the video. Even if it wasn't my child, I wouldn't be able to finish watching the video because that's not how you handle children.
Late this evening, the sheriff's office released a statement saying that Sheriff Tovey Shelley met with the mother this afternoon. He described it as a productive meeting. They also clarified that the deputies, in their opinion, did everything by the book, saying that they were within their right with certain provisions to be able to put juveniles in handcuffs. We've reached back out to see whether or not there was actually a formal apology, as that was not clarified in their statement.
Read them laws.
All right. Now,
in Kathy Hochul's state,
when it comes to our children, right? And I don't believe in letting our children just walk everywhere for a lot of reasons. That's one of them. You know, letting our children just walk in places. And you may say, well, white kids walk and this kid walk and that kid walk. Well, as long as you live in America, you know it's a different system for us. Is it right? No, it's not right. Until that system changes, until this system is
What's going on?
At least, with a system of somebody else.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And what makes me upset about this video, so about not last week, but week before last, on our very first live stream that we done on the African Diaspora News Channel app, and you don't want to miss those live streams. We were doing one Friday. This Friday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. All our Friday live streams will be on the app, and we're going to be talking about a couple of figures and revisiting the Jasmine Croccett thing too. So make sure you be there, because you don't want to miss out on those Friday live streams. You know, download the African Diaspora News Channel app in the Google Play and Apple App Store. Then you can click Create Account, and you can choose monthly, quarterly, or yearly, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out of the exclusive live streams. All right, so we had on the app when we did the live stream, we were showing some police videos, and this one particular police video that we shown, there was this white guy, and he had ended up taking the life of a homeless white guy, and he dismembered him, and his the police that he did it. When the police guns drawn, going on, and the female cop literally is talking to him like, you know, like no big deal, like he didn't even do anything. And then they finally go over there and investigate over in the area where he said that the body parts were, and they found it. They found it, and I'm sitting up here like, are you serious right now? So when it comes to a white guy that chopped up somebody, they just cool, nonchalant, you know, okay, well, this is what we're gonna have to do, and just being so nice to him. But a little girl who fit the description, you have her 11 years old in handcuffs in the snow. You didn't have to put no handcuffs on that child. You could just, you know,
knows exactly why. We know
verify
exactly
her location.
why.
Really,
So,
all you need to do
like,
is verify her location.
I
If
mean,
she was at
how
school,
much of this
you call
are
the
we
school and say, hey,
like?
you know,
Are
was
we
this
really
student at
mad
school
about
today,
this shit
XYZ?
or no?
They all said she was at school.
Do you see
just
what I'm saying?
verify
I'm
her
done
whereabouts.
asking
Okay,
why.
clearly
We
she's
know
not the
why.
suspect because we call the school. Like, what was she gonna do with y'all?
But it don't matter.
That's what I'm talking about. When Connor and them
And I'm
go
glad that
air
they
out the
didn't
movie
show the mother,
theater,
because I bet
go
you
air
that
out the
mother
school and
already
all of
knows.
that,
She's
they don't
taking
even be
that shit
acting
further.
that
Fuck
way with
all the
Connor and them.
TV shit. I don't
They
know.
go air
Y'all
out the
don't
thing,
need
they can
to see it.
surrender, and they take them in like, oh, you know, even after he has
Protect that
Connor
woman, protect that little
had the
girl.
bloodbath in the
Because
school.
like I said, there was something
And they
nefarious
just
as far as that situation. Why else?
him
Why would y'all need that little girl's information? I'm just saying. I have a daughter damn near the same age. I wish a motherfucker would try and handcuff my baby.
He stole something out of Walmart, shoplifting. That's how they.
And then look alike.
That's why.
No, but this is the whole thing.
Black boys fit the description,
There
but
are
not little
other
white
ways
boys.
to go about detaining, and you already saw that her peers
All the
were
school
children.
shooters that we
Why
have
wouldn't
seen
she
has
be a
not been
child?
black boys.
She's 11 years old.
As a norm.
Right. But
let a black boy have some behavior issues in the school, and they will treat him worse than.
You mean to tell me that
they'll
you
handle him.
cannot read the fucking
But
room
Connor
or
can go
read
shoot
the
up
environment?
the
You
school,
can see that she was a
and they're gonna
child.
arrest him like, oh well, you know, that sort of thing.
Parents teach the little girl better.
I said a long time ago. They
Like I
really,
said,
they really.
and what's so sad
back in the day when
is that
when
our
the first
children
black
should
police,
be able to be afforded
if
the
you do the
freedom
research,
to
the
walk
black policeman
around.
was there to
You know
patrol
what
the
I'm
black
saying, and
community.
go places with their friends.
I really believe we should go back to that. Just to be honest with you, I think we should go back to that.
But
The
in
black
this
police
day and
patrol the
age,
black community.
doing something like that,
Let the folks go
I
patrol
don't
their
know if I'm
community.
sending my daughter
Let
out
the
on a
Asians
suicide
patrol theirs.
mission
Let the Hispanics
for some
patrol
fun.
theirs. That way, you take away the racial aspect of it and all of that, right?
No.
I
Not only do I not fit the description, not only do I not fit the description, but I am a minor. Call my mom.
People that police in your community need to look like you.
Yeah.
I'm not, because I'm gonna tell you this: these people don't want black people to control their community, whether it's law enforcement, whether we own all the property in our community, we own the grocery store, we own the gas station, we have our own private school, whether it's a charter school
And the
or
way that they
private
said to
institution.
move
They
along,
don't want
like the
us
way that they told
to
the other
own our
girls
own
to
stuff.
leave, that
They
just
don't.
that still don't
And the
sit
reason why
right
they
with
don't
me.
want us to patrol our community, to
I
own
feel like they
anything,
was
is
gonna
because
take
by
that
control.
girl.
You have to understand, he or she who owns controls.
Do some shit to that little girl. That little
That's why ownership
Yeah,
is
I
key.
feel like they was gonna take
Ownership
that
is
girl.
key.
I'm telling
If
you, the
you
shit
don't
don't
own
sound right
anything,
at
then you're
all.
not in control. The
And it
person who
goes
owns
to
it is
show,
in
like
control.
I said, as far
Even
as
if they're
this
allowing you to use
HT
it,
ring,
they're still in control.
they've already
Prime example.
said that they found
You go
people in
buy a
CPS
house
a
or a
part of
car.
it.
If you're
They've
paying a
already
mortgage,
said that they
it's still not
found people
yours.
in
You say
law
it's my house.
enforcement a
It's
part
not
of
really
it.
your house. It's the bank's house. Until you pay off that mortgage, you get the title in your hand. Then it's your house at that point.
The little boys didn't want
Or the car. Yeah, my car. Yeah, stop paying payments. You see who owned that car real quick.
they were getting touched down there.
Because the bank could come take that car. The bank owns that car until you pay them back.
Jail.
So the key
Ain't no
is
telling if
ownership.
them girls would have walked away if they would have ever saw that
But when we
girl
patrol our own
again.
community, we don't have a lot of shenanigans. We don't have the crime. Remember with what was his name? Darren Wilson? You know, that cop, the race soldier that took the life of Michael Brown. When he first started, he said he wanted to go work in the black community because that's what the action is. It's not that the action's in the black community. Y'all go create calamity. Y'all patrolling the black community all day long, yet how come black people got crime? You would think higher police presence, no crime. So really what it is, the police presence is facilitating crime. How many stories we covered over the years, these police out here dealing drugs or working for different drug dealers, robbing drug dealers, right? Some of these police out here is Dan Claw here being to block all the thing, right? I've been said that a long time.
Now what's going on here? I can't hear anything. You can't hear anything over here.
Can you hear it now?
Yeah.
I don't care.
I gotta.
Y'all hear it?
I drank all my horchata.
Number one, discrimination and extremely offensive.
Yeah.
Because Black people don't have a single city they can go to have sanctuary from. Law enforcement or whoever. We don't have a single city.
That's
but
what
our Black
you're
children,
supposed
look,
to
you got
create
migrants walking
for.
around here who and the
That's
police
what
ain't
you're
run up on
supposed
them.
to
They leave
create
them
for.
alone.
Like, what is he
Now,
talking
when
about?
Trump get in here in the next 2 days, that'd be a different story. And we can't wait to cover them stories. But as of right now, with Biden's still in, they can be here. We're not having them. You fit the description. Notice they'll run up on the migrants and say they fit the description of anything, right? Have you noticed that? They never fit a description. There's only our people that fit a description.
I remember the cops in Greek.
Our people being mass incarcerated. You have to understand. You say, well, you may say, well, how do you do that to a child? Because they don't look at her as a child. They look at her as an enemy combatant. You understand? They only look at their children as children, not our little girls.
They don't look at our little girls that way either. They also look at our
boy.
girls as something to be bought and sold.
You say, well, she's
Bought and sold. Mishandled, misused.
detained her.
It's just so important.
They should not even done that, traumatizing that child, but they didn't, they didn't put do nothing. I would say that's harmful, other than mentally. But sometimes mental harm is worse than physical harm, because at least physically you can heal up from a bruise or whatever, broken bone, but mentally you may hold that for years. So now you don't know what this little girl gonna turn into. Is she gonna be afraid or whatever? See, little white girls at 11 years old, they're not afraid of the cops. They're not worried about the cops running up on them saying they got a fit a description of somebody who stole a car. They ain't had to worry about that. Yeah, the little white kids are free. They don't worry about that. They'll come up to the policeman and talk to them. When they go into court, oh well, I'm gonna give them a chance. That's how they are with their own.
Fuck all that, man. They ain't no freaking.
But when it comes to black folk, oh no, because they look at us as an enemy combatant because they have anti-black racism as their culture. That's why I say they can never really give us justice like talking about.
So let's give ourselves our own
but they never can do it because you can't do nothing when you taught to have anti-black racism in the culture and the household. And this is a global thing with them.
You can't expect anybody to lead you with integrity if they don't live it.
To distrust black people. She was taught that in her house.
It's frozen.
Okay. And
What's gonna happen?
on their children like that, or their community like that, and there are people that watch the show that may be a part of their community. Listen, if you are watching this show, then maybe you get it. If you don't get it, well, you gonna get it. Some of you may like came over here because when I'm talking about the Democrats, right? Oh, you love when I'm railing against the Democrats. But you better believe at the end of the day, everything circles right back to racism, white supremacy for me. It always have, it always will.
Tackle me to the ground. I guess you're gonna.
And if a black person is a Democrat and they're being wronged by the system, I don't care what their political affiliation is, they're still a black person in my community that I got to speak up for. We can talk about that politic crap later. But when it comes to something about my people, I'm going to speak up. So some of you Democrat shields, when I talked about Jasmine and you was noticing I was kind of defending her in a way against that Nancy Mace chick. Right. Well, you said this about, in private. Yeah, I sure did say it about Democrats. What the hell they got to do with a black woman in the community? I can disagree all day about politics, but a black woman in my community, whether I disagree with her or not, we're going to defend our community. Then we'll deal with that other stuff later. Just like you other groups. You other groups defend your people. You stick by your people and everything. You argue with each other later. But you defend your people. So that's the way I take it. I'm going to defend mine. Even if I disagree with them, I'm going to defend mine.
I can't.
I mean, I deal with them after I defend them because I know that I know.
Said it.
I'm thoroughly convinced. It's no matter where you go. When I went to the continent of Africa and I see how they go over there, I'm like, bro, we can't go nowhere. When they used to tell us to go back to Africa, the way they would talk is like, we ain't going nowhere near that place. Y'all need to get out of here and get away from us. If everybody went back to Africa tomorrow, they'll be on the plane with us, going right over there and say, well, I want to go where y'all going. I don't want to be over here. They always want to be around us. They say they can't stand us and everything else they do to us. But everywhere we go, if it's an app we own, they gonna be there. If it's a YouTube, Facebook, they gonna be there. If it's an event we're at, they're gonna be there. If it's restaurants, if it's wherever, they're gonna be there.
Bow and arrow from one wall to the other.
And like I said, I told y'all, they can't stay out the continent of Africa. Oh my Lord. They can't stay away from there. The only time that they was kept away is during the pandemic, and that killed them. They couldn't go over there because the African countries like, nah, nobody coming in here. Our people are here, but nobody are coming.
All this magical, majestical, glorious.
They want a vacation down there, all that. They do not want to be in Europe. They don't. They do not want to be in Europe. Even the ones over here in the U.S., they don't want to be in Europe. Try like on vacation. They want to go to the Caribbean. They want to go to Africa. They want to go to Latin America. They want to go everywhere else where everybody else is at, but they don't be saying that. That's a gang of us go to the UK. That's a gang of us go to Iceland. Let's go to Norway. Let's go. Hey, that is the motherland for us. You know, we need to be there. We need to practice pan-Europeanism and you know.
You say
go back to the land of our ancestors. They don't talk like that. Boy, a lot of them don't. A lot of them do not like.
A lot of them have a lineage that they're ashamed of. They don't want to. They don't want to think about their grandpa being a sadist and a rapist and all kind of shit like that.
Speak English and go back to Mexico. A gang of them is showing up, but they'll tell them here speak English, but then they go to their country vacation. That's the weird part. If I'm telling somebody, like, if I don't like a person, why would I even go over there with them people? I wouldn't go.
Yeah, right. You definitely going. Don't let me go get my TV to pull your whole card again. Anyway, listen. B. Moray, right? Moray was riding a motherfucking camel, cuz. Yeah. A camel in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what I want to do. Motherfucking camel, real fast. I'm gonna let all this motherfucking hair just blow off in the wind. No brain.
Look, Brother Moray been doing some amazing things.
Brother
Shout
Monterey,
out to Monterey Colbert.
he built himself a motherfucking bow and arrow that went from one wall to the other, and he was like this, pulling it back, right? A bow and arrow from one wall to the other. It was like as long as Jesse, if not longer, right?
Mm-hmm.
God damn, you gonna kill somebody. I'm like, I want to go I want to have the Moray experience, right? Because Moray was
Well,
right.
I mean, and it's, you know, it's a part of his life, and that's a beautiful thing. Being in charge of your own. That's why I says we gotta really step up as a people this year. You know what I'm saying? Coming into 2025, because technically this is still 2024. If y'all don't look, if y'all don't believe me, whatever, I don't care. If it don't apply, let it fly. If it's 2025 to use, then fuck it. But what I'm saying is, for me, it's drawing to the end of this year. You know, that being said, I'm looking at the logistics of everything. Like, no, we already see that there's going to be a lot of push on both sides. So why even try and get in the middle of that shit? I am not no motherfucking peanut butter or jelly, okay? I don't need to be in the shit sandwich. I really don't. I'm gonna make sure that I'm making the moves that I need to make strategically to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Right.
Exactly. Dude, when he was riding the camel, I was like, God damn, man. Right? I was like, that's all I want to do. I want to ride it real fast, right? I want to let all my motherfucking hair out. This shit is long as a motherfucker right now. But, dude, when he made that bow and arrow and he was over there talking to us, that and the motherfucking fact that he was getting his twists done, his little locks done, right? It was like right when he first got there, right? Or maybe like a year after he got there.
Yeah.
Right? He was like, they're right up in my face. They're so musty.
Yeah.
I like Moray as a motherfucker, dude.
He's back now.
He's back now.
Yeah, but the change of environment, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Being able to experience.
He's having a whole experience.
Yeah.
Yep.
He said they was majorly off code and they let the crackers do
Majorly
whatever.
off code. He's like fruit. He was like getting fruit and shit, and he was bobbing around, and he's like, man, I'm glad I got that done. I was like, Moray, look, you know, Moray makes me laugh when he says some shit. But man, when I saw him, he was riding that motherfucking camel.
Well, first,
I was like, that's exactly what I want to do. I get up there and be like, mush, bitch, mush, cause mush.
Right.
I will let all this motherfucking hair out. I'm like, shit. I was like, just mush, bitch, mush. Don't pause from shit. Just go racing. He was racing down the beach. He was camel racing, cuz. I was like, camel racing, cuz, stop it.
Yeah. Yeah, because he was staying initially. He was living off the beach. Yeah.
Man, dude, he was having a whole experience, and I was like, damn, he's having a whole experience, and that shit was amazing to me. Fuck Uncle Phil. I wrote him a ugly little note too. I left him a ugly little comment.
Yeah, I gotta get up with these munchkins here in a bit. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call it.
All right. Thoughts on the fires, because that's what we was about to hit next.
What'd you say?
I love you.
What are your thoughts on your way out on the fires in LA?
My thoughts? Like I said, prayers to everyone who's going through it, you know. Prayers there. However, I feel like everybody, and I mean everybody, whether you're going through it or not, needs to look deeper into these insurance companies and follow that money and see what the fuck is really going on. Because see, it's a bigger picture that people are not knowing about. There are certain agendas that came with Project 2025, and because Project 2025 is here, we better start looking at the what they're trying to change. These smart cities popping up that are these smart cities that they're hoping to have implemented by 2028. This is no joke. This is no coincidence. And spiritually, this is a year. This upcoming year is the year of the number 9. It's gonna be a year of completion. So we're gonna see. Which, I mean, Hollywood has been Babylon for a long time. I mean, the whole nation right now, this nation, is Babylon, but Babylon will fall, and we know this.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'd say buckle up. It's gonna be one hell of a ride this year, you know, and you gonna either have to be in a position where you gotta draw a line in the sand, you gotta put up or shut up, and you know, really look within yourself and figure out if you are ready to be in charge of your own destiny.
That's right.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
thank you for joining us. Send the Muskins our love.
Hey, I'm gonna send
all
you.
right, I sure will when I get them up for breakfast in the morning. Well, in the AM. All right.
Real quick after you get off, okay? I love you.
All right. Love you more. Peace and abundance.
Ashe.
All right, so moving along, we got the LA Fires. So there's 7 conspiracies. Yes, it's just us. Just the 2 of us. LA Fires, conspiracies that will leave you speechless.
I really feel like the media is not telling us anything irrelevant.
Force of nature, so
the Martin Luther King thing. Was that where I left it off?
No.
Where did I leave off at?
They're letting you off.
No, before that. When I said I gotta get my 2 cents in.
No, I guess that was King. I thought you finished.
No, where did I leave it off at? Carry on. Go ahead and press the thing. We'll figure it out.
destructive. They leave communities and families climbing out of ashes, looking for answers. But what happens when the answers aren't so clear? When the explanations, they feel incomplete, even a little bit suspicious. That's when people do what people do. They start to speculate, or what some people call conspiracy theory. In this video, I'm going to run down to you the 7 most popular conspiracy theories about the wildfires in Los Angeles. Trust me, folks, this one is going to hit home. Number 1, let's talk about one of the most talked about conspiracy theorists I've seen online: directed energy weapons. For some folks, the idea of wildfires being sparked by dry brush and winds just isn't enough for them. They need something a little bit more sexy. Instead, they claim it was lasers. Yes, lasers. Lasers fired from satellites.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Those lasers are the real culprits. Why? It's one way for these rich fat cats. Clear the land away so they could buy up everything and rebuild in a manner, that's more profitable to them. Billionaires, developers, or even secret government agencies. Now, I know some of y'all shaking your heads going, come on, Tim Blacc. Come on, man. This ain't real. Think about it. It does have merit. If you're a Black American, then you know you on conspiracy. Number 2, here's another theory that caught fire. No pun intended. Some believe these wildfires aren't natural at all, but there's something that have been set in order to push the agenda of climate change. Yeah, you need some way to confirm to people's mind that this climate change thing is real. And remember, there is money to be made creating climate change objects, climate change abilities, from the electric cars to the windmills to the solar panels. It's a big market. It's just as big a market for
oil and fossil fuels as there is about climate change renewable products. And it also sells the rest of the world on this whole idea about climate change. Remember, this is a theory.
Yeah.
Some say this is all being done to push the climate change agenda. Not only that, but by having a natural disaster, and they say that the natural disaster causes a climate change, it lets the corporations who have been damaging our earth off the hook. Whether it's increased taxes, restricted land use, or controlling resources. This theory plays into the idea that the system is rigged. Number 3, the elite land grab. This one is straight out of a dystopian movie. Sort of like Mad Max. The theory goes, these wildfires are no accident. These are deliberate attempts to force people off their land, making it ripe for development. And when you see the aerial shots of untouched mansions surrounded by devastated areas, homes, it could almost make anyone think for a second, how'd that happen? It's easy to understand why some people would find that a little suspicious. Black folks, let's keep it real. This ain't the first time the idea that folks are destroying land in order to push people off the land or trying to grab land from us in particular, that ain't a new concept, particularly when it comes to someone else gaining profit at our expense. From the Tulsa Massacre to Katrina, history shows us that land ownership isn't just about property, it's about power. This theory hits home because, well, we've seen this playbook before.
Yep.
Number 4, the insurance scam angle.
Yeah.
Now, we've got the insurance scam angle, and folks, some theorists claim these fires are orchestrated by wealthy homeowners or corporations looking to cash in on insurance payouts. With sky-high property values in LA, a disaster could turn into a financial windfall for the right people. Now, I'm not saying it's true. In fact, I'm not saying anything on this list is true. But if you ever dealt with realigning or struggling to get fair insurance coverage, you know these companies ain't saints. Look at what's going on now with the healthcare industry. Folks, what's happening with insurance companies for homes due to fire, flood, and other disasters is just as diabolical. They were dropping people a month before the fires. It is a plague of homes that are under either not covered or undercovered for fire. The idea that the rich can weaponize our systems while working people and poor people struggle, that's not a new idea. That's something that is as American as hot dogs, apple pies, cookouts, chicken wings, and the Super Bowl.
Yep.
This ain't far-fetched.
Right.
Number 5, political motives. Yes, some people, they have a theory that this is all done in order to empower certain political parties or to destroy or damage other political parties. Hey, some say the Democrats may have done this because they want to put Trump on his back foot, make him come into office dealing with the catastrophe. This is something that's going to require years of cleanup. Then others say, well, maybe Trump people did it because they're trying to what? Shame Joe Biden on his way out. The Republicans just took power. What way to dominate the news cycle? Point at the Democrats, shame them further. Further erase their power and influence across the country to give them a disaster. Be honest, as dirty as our politics is, I don't put anything past a political party. We're talking about billions of dollars on the line. We're talking about special interest groups. I'm not saying they made the fires, but the idea that people could have did less or did more, they could have did more, didn't do more, intentionally, based on political motives, Worse things have happened. Let's just say that. Number 6, cover up and theories. That's right. Number 6, cover up and theories. Some believe that these fires were set in order to deflect and provide cover for other things that are happening right now that they want to overshadow and destroy evidence to. Notably, Sean Diddy Combs and his freak-offs. That's why some unfounded theories say that the Diddy sex crimes are going to be huge news, and a lot of celebrities and notable figures, politicians, even former presidents will be ensnarled in this. So what they want to do is get rid of as much evidence as possible. And what better way to get rid of evidence than to burn it? It is a theory. And number 7, diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's right. Some conspiracy theorists blame DEI. Here's the idea. There's a theory that's being pushed by many people on the right that diversity, equity, and inclusion objectives caused the fire due to a lack of focus on actually fighting wildfires. They say money was dumped into building up this narrative, the promotions of some and the lack of hiring of others, notably the promotion and hiring of LGBTQ workers, without a focus on traditional firemen like white guys, has led to there not being enough white guys fighting fires. They're saying that the LA Fire Department took its eye off the ball and stopped doing what was needed in order to fight these fires because they are wrapped up in a narrative that is political correctness, that is of the woke variety, that is a focus on equity and inclusion. And I'd just like to add, I'm not saying I promote this idea at all. I mean, hey, for Black America, I want you to know only 3% of firefighters in LA are Black. So I don't know what they mean by, they ain't talking about Black people. They talking about other groups of people when they talk about diversity, because ain't no real diversity in the LA Fire Department when it comes to Black folks. In fact, the demographics of the LA firefighters, you got like 3% Black, 4% Asian, 20% Latino, and the rest are white. 95% of firefighters in LA are men. And look, so I don't know what they're saying, but it is a theory. They believe that DEI directives lead to less effective, less competent workers. Not the fire itself, but the response to the fire. So why do these theories take root? It's simple. When there's a lack of information, people fill in the gaps. And when you got gaps that can be filled with historical facts, such as COINTELPRO and all other types of historical documented facts, well, folks, that's a ripe soil for conspiracy theories. Let me be clear. If you're a Black American, you got a lot of reasons not to trust the U.S. government. Some of us would say, if you do trust the U.S. government, you a fool. And let me provide that, because there's not a group in America, not an ethnicity or race, that has any reason to disregard distrust for the U.S. government. I mean, please. We've all got our reasons, whether you're Asian, Native American, Black, working class, poor, what have you. I mean, look how long they let big tobacco poison you with cigarettes before they had to officially say cigarettes cause cancer. 100 years or so. You think it really took 100 years to figure it out? Here's the thing. Not all conspiracies or ideas are conspiracy theories. And not all conspiracies are nonsense. Sometimes asking what's really going on, it's the only way to get answers. If you don't ask questions, how do you find out? If you don't put pressure on the U.S. government, they'll tell you nothing. The key is knowing when to draw the line between healthy skepticism and fear. Healthy skepticism can make you not go along with the sheep. But fear how you running out in the street, screaming with your head on fire, like your head's on fire, and get hit by a bus. Fear can be dangerous. It can also make you hurt other people. At the end of the day, whether these theories are true or not, we need to come together. We have to make sure we're not left behind when it comes to information that is vital about what's happening in our world. Let's turn our speculation into education. Because while they're busy hiding the truth, we got work to do. What do you think? Are these wild theories or reasonable questions about issues that have not been explained? Let me know in the comments. And remember, don't let fear guide you. Let knowledge lead you. I'm Tim Blacc. Stay strong. Wolfpack.
Yeah, shout out to Tim Blacc. Oh yeah, don't let nobody take your cornbread, Black family. No, these theories aren't too far-fetched at all. Like, I wouldn't put nothing past this government, these bureaucrats, these elitists, whatever the hell you want to call them. I would not put nothing past them. Sorry, Letitia, had to step away for a bit. But fear is false evidence appearing real. But yeah, I think it was definitely a real estate move. And they're making way for something. So all 7 of those conspiracies, they have a lot of truth to them. Based off the treatment that we as the Foundation of Black Americans and Citizens of American Child Slavery Freedom have had in this country. Okay. So now I'm going to go to democracy now and hear these untold stories about the LA fires, the incarcerated firefighters, Black Altadena, which we have touched on, especially on Black Experience Enhanced and other shows, and Octavia Butler's warning.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in Los Angeles, where at least 24 people have been killed in devastating fires that have scorched and flattened entire communities over the last week. Dozens of people are still missing. The fires have burned over 40,000 acres and forced some 150,000 people to evacuate, while an estimated 12,000 homes and other structures have been destroyed or severely damaged. This is Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna.
Yesterday, we started a search and rescue operation out in the Eaton area, where in the first day of this operation, grid searching, we searched approximately 364 properties in the Altadena area. And unfortunately, during that search, we did locate 3 deceased. As these searches continue, I unfortunately anticipate that those numbers will increase.
Firefighting crews continue to battle 3 active blazes in the Los Angeles area, making progress over the weekend against the 2 biggest fires, Palisades and Eaton. But authorities warn of a new wave of strong winds expected to return to the area this week. Los Angeles County Fire Chief Anthony Marone says the risk of new fires remains high.
Elevated critical fire weather conditions will continue through Wednesday. Please rest assured that your County of Los Angeles Fire Department will be prepared. These winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in all of Los Angeles County very high.
As of Friday, nearly 1,000 incarcerated firefighters had also been deployed to battle catastrophic fires, working around the clock, with some making as little as between $5.80 to $10.24 a day. Meanwhile, wealthy residents in Los Angeles are hiring private firefighters who cost as much as $2,000 an hour to protect their property. Mexico has also sent firefighting personnel to help contain the LA fires. Laura Vasquez Alzua is the head of Mexico's civil protection.
We will stay as long as necessary. We will support in a spirit of solidarity and with all our experience and commitment to the people of California.
This comes as the U.S. Health and Human Services Department and Los Angeles County have been both declared public health emergencies due to the smoke and particulate matter from the ongoing fires. Despite that, many schools located outside mandatory evacuation zones are scheduled to reopen today. For more, we're joined by two guests. Sonali Khokhar is an award-winning journalist and author and host of the radio and TV show Rising Up with Sonali. Her forthcoming book, Talking About Abolition, A Police-Free World is Possible. She's in Pasadena and had to evacuate. And Leah Stokes is with us, an associate professor of environmental politics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, researcher on climate and energy policy. We're going to go first to Sonali. Sonali, we spoke to you last week, just after you evacuated your family, your parents, your kids. Can you talk about what you went through this weekend? Is your house still standing? And what about your community?
Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate that you had me on. In the midst of my evacuation, I last spoke to you from a hotel I had evacuated to. Friday morning, I returned to my home with my family. I am one of the lucky ones whose home is still standing. My husband and I went and checked on it. This house was very well sealed, and my elderly parents who are disabled, it was very hard for them to remain evacuated. They hadn't showered in days, and their house, which is right behind mine, is relatively new. So we made the decision to bring them back. And, had been covering every square foot we could with air purifiers in our house, wearing respirator masks until the air indoors subsided and the quality increased and improved. We had to make sure that we were stocked up on bottled water because we are being told that out of some caution, the water should not be consumed for any kind of drinking or brushing teeth. So we had to make sure we had enough water. And it has been, the air inside smelled of smoke for a while. Now it's subsided quite a bit. We're staying mostly indoors, although I've been walking around my community and trying to capture the stories of people who've lost everything. On Friday afternoon already, there were crews of young people who were kind of deputized, if you will, by the Pasadena Job Center, which is basically a day laborer center here in Pasadena, to go around and help people clean up debris. People in Altadena, so I live like 1.5 blocks south of the border with Altadena. That border is being completely barricaded and policed by local law enforcement, the sheriff's department, and National Guard. And so anybody who wanted to go into Altadena to clean up couldn't. So North Pasadena sort of 2 hours. So that helps me this week. I mean, it's been quite remarkable to see my community rise up. But there's also this grim reality, where I'm driving west on Woodbury Avenue, and on the right, there are law enforcement standing, just preventing people from going. And on the left, there's members of the community who are helping one another. And those are such starkly different realities. And there's a curfew in place in Altadena and the evacuation zone. So anybody who's caught walking outside in Altadena after 6 p.m., even if they live there, is being arrested. And every day those barricades are coming further and further and further, 1 block south into North Pasadena. So it does feel like we're living in a war zone. There's remarkable resiliency, but there's also this grim sense that, it could happen again. My concern is no one's really strongly linking what's happening now to climate change, because my house may have survived this round of Santa Ana winds. What about the next round next week? Or what about next year and the year after that? So yeah, it's been strange. I'm so lucky. I now know 23 people and counting who have lost their homes. People I saw just days before the fire, and now who have GoFundMe pages set up. It's very devastating.
And can you talk about the community of Altadena, the historically Black community where Octavia Butler is buried?
Yeah. She's buried just a couple of miles from my home. I visited her grave. Last year, my book club read Parable of the Sower because her book, was written in the 90s, but it opens in July, I believe, is summer 2024. So we sort of read it just a little bit after that. And it is so prescient because it is a post-apocalyptic Southern California around Los Angeles. Octavia Butler called this area her home. The cemetery she's buried at, Mountain View Cemetery, is just on the Altadena side of the border. I drove by there yesterday. There seemed to be a little bit of damage, but the reports that I'm reading, because I still can't go in to Altadena, are that the cemetery was by and large not too damaged. There's a lovely, amazing Black-owned bookstore in North Pasadena called Octavia's Bookshelf, run by Nikki High, a Black resident of Altadena, who has turned her bookstore into a local hub of donations. I interviewed Nikki. She hasn't even been back home. She thinks her home is standing, and she has just risen up for her community. And I spoke yesterday with Perry Bennett, the owner and proprietor of Perry's Joint, a beloved institution in North Pasadena, who was telling me about the tight-knit Black community in Altadena and Pasadena. And you're right, Altadena is home to about 18% of its population is African American, so a little bit higher than the general country. And it's, Altadena is a town that was rapidly gentrifying, but that Black community has stayed there for generations. I can count, friends who have lost their family homes. And it's a very tight-knit community. Perry Bennett was telling me yesterday how everybody knows everybody else. Everybody knows their moms and dads and neighbors. And then I encountered 4 young Black women who were giving away, who had set up a donation hub on someone's front lawn. And they were incredible women who had grown up in North Pasadena, Altadena. Some of them were now going to college elsewhere, but they had come back. Their families were impacted. It's a tight-knit community. It's a community where people have had the chance to own homes because they hadn't been redlined historically. And the people are grieving, wondering if they can rebuild those networks. There's developers already circling around. Predatory capitalism waits for no one. And they are offering people offering to buy up their property already. And it's insulting. I mean, the embers haven't even gone cold. The smoke is still rising and the developers are circling.
As Naomi Klein wrote about the shock doctrine, the rise of disaster capitalism, I wanted to turn to the science fiction writer, Octavia Butler. On Democracy Now! Back in 2005, she writes about global warming, about totalitarianism. We were one of the last interviews with her before she died and was buried in Altadena. We spoke after the catastrophic Hurricane Katrina.
I wrote the 2 parable books back in the 90s, and they are books about, as I said, what happens because we don't trouble to correct some of the problems that we're brewing for ourselves right now. Global warming is one of those problems. And I was aware of it back in the 80s. I was reading books about it. And a lot of people were seeing it as politics, as something very iffy, as something they could ignore because nothing was going to come of it tomorrow. That and the fact that I think I was paying a lot of attention to education because a lot of my friends were teachers, and the politics of education was getting scarier. It seemed to me we were getting to that point where we were thinking more about the building of prisons than of schools and libraries. And I remember while I was working on the novels, my hometown Pasadena had a bond issue that they passed to aid libraries, and I was so happy that it passed because so often these things don't. And they had closed a lot of branch libraries and were able to reopen them. So not everybody was going in the wrong direction, but a lot of the country still was. And what I wanted to write was a novel of someone who was coming up with solutions of a sort.
Prophetic, the Black famous writer, Octavia Butler, back in 2005 from Pasadena, buried in Altadena. As she talked about prisons, Sonali, what about the incarcerated firefighters? We went out to California, interviewed them years ago, now making what, between $5 and $10 not an hour, but a day.
Of the firefighting effort in Eden Canyon and Palisades, authorities are so skewed. Yes, it's true that our fire departments are severely understaffed. So instead of us, training more non-incarcerated people, or for that matter, frankly, allowing incarcerated people to simply not be incarcerated so they can actually be active and, fulfilled members of our society, we turn to prison labor. And prison labor is used in so many different aspects of our capitalist society. Firefighting is one of them. I, personally haven't had the chance to interact with any of the firefighters here because they're in the thick of it, in the throes of fighting the fires. But to me, this is why I talk about how it's important for us to start veering away from policing and in prisons and into keeping us really safe. Incarcerated firefighters are trying to keep us safe, but they themselves are part of the architecture of violence, and they are the victims of the architecture of violence as well. In my new book, Talking About Abolition, A Police-Free World is Possible, I speak with 12 abolitionists who talk about these very issues, about how we need to start funding the things that truly keep us safe. The climate, right? One of the people I interview is Leah Penniman, who works on food justice issues. Melina Abdullah, who talks about participatory budgeting. The great Gina Dent, Ruth Wilson Gilmore, Dylan Rodriguez, longtime abolitionists who talk about the importance of pulling money out of policing and the architectures of death making and into the things that keep us safe. Robin D.G. Kelly, who wrote the foreword to the book, who's been on Democracy Now! Many times, there are people who have been thinking for so long and strategically about primarily Black leaders and activists who I interview in the book, who've been thinking about how we start applying an abolitionist framework to our economy, to our society. And in such a framework, in such a world, we would not only be climate resilient, we would not only not have incarceration at the mass level that we do now, we would have less crime, we would have fewer fires because we would have dealt with the climate crisis, and we would have more resilient homes, and we would have equity along racial lines. This is the world that we need to manifest and make happen and actually fight for, rather than the apocalyptic promise of racial capitalism and policing and prisons, which is what we're living in right now.
And people can recognize the incarcerated firefighters by their orange jumpsuits.
Yes.
I want to also bring in Leah Stokes, Associate Professor of Environmental Politics at University of California, Santa Barbara, author of Short Circuiting Policy, co-host of the podcast, A Matter of Degrees. Professor Stokes, talk about climate change and what we're seeing today. There's a lot of discussion about individuals responsible for these fires. Almost no discussion. Yes, we hear about the Santa Ana winds, the fierce winds. We hear about the very dry weather. But I mean, what, 1/100th of an inch of rain since beginning of October, when it's usually 4.5 to 5 inches. Can you talk about how climate change contributes to the catastrophe we're seeing in your state?
Absolutely, Amy. You really hit it on the nose there. Who is responsible? It's fossil fuel companies and electric utilities who lied about climate science for decades. And, that's why laws, for example, in Vermont and New York, where they've just passed these Superfund laws to basically hold big polluters accountable to make them pay for these disasters. I can only imagine that California will be thinking about that too. We know that climate change is the main driver here. The fact is that LA County, more than 80% of it is under extreme drought. And we're looking at the driest 20-year period in 1,200 years. And there have been papers, academic, scientific, peer-reviewed papers that are almost 10 years old now, which showed that more than twice the amount of area is burning in California that would have otherwise because of climate change, and that climate change is the main driver of all this dryness. And the other thing that climate change is doing is it's leading to more extreme precipitation and sometimes, and then more extreme dryness, right? And so last sort of wet season, there was an enormous amount of water that fell in Southern California. That led to a lot of new fuel being built up, all this chaparral, the bushes that they grow. And then the next year, which we're in right now, the October period starts that rainy season. When no rain is falling, all of that new fuel, it builds up, it dies. And then when these massive hurricane force winds hit during January, and you have this period of dryness, that overlap of these extreme winds and that dry landscape, that parched drought landscape, that's what creates this tinderbox situation. And in the past, we wouldn't have had the same overlap where you would have had such extreme drought and these winds at the same time. And so that's what's really creating such a dangerous situation for people.
And the Santa Ana winds, if you can explain more, because of course, they are well known, these fierce winds, but what is called, the media will talk about the perfect storm, but not the climate catastrophe and what it would mean to change the way we live.
Yeah, the ultimate driver here is climate change. There's been a lot of reporting that, people can do things to try to protect their homes, things like metal roofs or reducing the amount of vegetation that's close to a building. But how are you supposed to do that in a hurricane force wind when there are embers flying everywhere? If one neighbor their home lights on fire, that just creates a massive fuel source for all the other areas. There are things we can be doing in terms of urban planning, how closely we're building these homes together, and whether or not we're building them in this wildland urban interface in places that are more likely to burn. But again, I don't think it's about blaming individual homeowners here or thinking that there's some magical solution for how we can harden infrastructure during red flag warnings, where such extreme confluence of dryness and wind comes together. We're about to go into another one of those experiences just tonight in LA and Ventura County. The fact is that the number one thing we have to do to really get at the root cause of this disease is to stop burning fossil fuels. And people have been saying that for decades, including Octavia Butler, who wrote that extremely prescient book, that didn't just talk about climate change, but also she had forecast that a fascist president came to power in her story on a campaign slogan of "Make America Great Again." So in these horrible disasters, people can turn away from facts and reality, and that can create even more danger. But what we really need to do is reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We need to electrify all the buildings that we can, including our infrastructure, our transportation, and that will also make us safer next time. When we're building back these communities, we need to be building them back electric. And we need to be making sure that our infrastructure, like water pumping stations, have backup energy through things like battery and solar backups. That can make sure that we're safer for the next fires.
So let me ask you something, Professor Stokes. Governor Newsom has been saying, when you consider the scale of the horror, they're going to deregulate so people can build quickly. But what about the problem with this, deregulating what the requirements are? For example, Los Angeles County identified 70% of its burned areas this year as being in very high-risk zones. Do you think that development continuing in these areas is a problem. And the idea that everything has to be even more regulated, considering the causes of climate change.
Yeah, it's really tragic. You know, these communities go back, you know, decades, a century, and people have really long-term relationships with the landscape. But the fact is that the places where they were living, they're becoming less and less safe. And what I can imagine might happen, given what happened in Santa Barbara and Montecito, you know, my community after the Thomas fire, is that after this horrible months-long fire that affected so many people, we then had half an inch of rain fall in 5 minutes in Montecito, and this is one of the richest zip codes in America. It led to horrible mudslides, which killed people, some, you know, lower income Hispanic communities, but also very, very wealthy people died in those mudslides. And that is what we will see if we have extreme rainfall, you know, in February and March on these, you know, hills that have been burned out because there's nothing to hold back. There's no vegetation left. There's no roots to hold back mudslides. And so I think that will cause some really hard questions about, are these places where people really want to be building back at that same density with that same risk? I feel really terrible for the people who are going through this, especially lower income communities who don't necessarily have the resources to just up and move somewhere else, or who are living in these tight-knit communities that go back decades. And I think it's really tragic, but we do have to be asking tough questions because of the climate crisis, because we have not stopped burning fossil fuels, about where it is safer and less safe to be building back.
Leah Stokes, I want to thank you so much for being with us, Associate Professor of Environmental Politics at the University of California, Santa Barbara, climate researcher. And I also want to thank Sonali Kahatkar, the well-known TV and radio broadcaster who does the show Yes Presents Rising Up with Sonali. Democracy.
Yeah, Octavia Butler.
Can I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can take me out for me back on thing. Octavia Butler. Okay, look. I done read every Octavia Butler book that she ever wrote. And almost 90% of them I read while I was locked up. I really did. I read almost every one of them while I was in jail. That's not a flex. That's just a fact. Man, I loved her writing. That's one of my favorites, right? Fun brandy fact, you know. I read almost every single book that she wrote, you know. And another fun fact about being in jail is that nobody else was reading them. You know, some of the black girls I was in jail with, they didn't even know who she was. You know, so I'd be walking by cells and sliding them under the door. So some of my friends would read that, because it take me like basically one day to read a whole book, and that's just because I was reading slow, you know. The thing I wanted to talk about was that this, to me, especially when it comes to Altadena, seems like climate racism, systemic climate racism, that they want to pin it on the climate. But it seems to me to be very targeted, very, very targeted, where that particular section is being already pre-stocked and hunted for their property. You know what I mean? And so with this, then people feel like, well, they're just going to walk away from the land. You know what I mean? And so their land is going to be up for grabs, and they're going to want to sell it and get rid of it so they can buy new things. That's what racism, white supremacy thinks about us. That we're so quick to give up on our property, our generational property, that we'll just walk away. We'll take any amount of money and just go. We'll just submit to that. And the fact is, families that live there, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't sell that land. You can always turn over the land and rebuild. The fact is that that's yours. don't walk away from that. No matter what they say, no matter what they're giving you, you can always turn over your own land. You know what I mean? Because it's just the top couple of layers that are fucking burnt, fucked up. You can always rebuild your house. You know, you can't rebuild your memories in that house.
Right.
You can't rebuild the loss of things, items that you may have had, generational things.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that that's not your land and that's not your property. Don't walk away from that, because they would love for you to walk away from that. You know, when you talk about all the motherfucking people up there who lost their shit, yeah, the whites don't know what to do for a second. Yeah. Right? But you see how Mel Gibson was. He's almost like shoulder shrug, right?
Yeah.
He was doing what was it, old Rogan show? He was like
Joe Rogan.
kind of like nonchalant about it, right?
Yeah.
But they kind of all are like that. It is only black people that are upset, right? Some of this shit is, you already know, family, some of this shit is arson. Some of this shit is man-made, fire starting. Look, they don't want black people to have shit. Land, a fucking idea, a fucking job, a home. They want to see us fail on any fucking level.
Yeah.
So if a fire starts there and it happens to go down to this fucking community of black people that they happen to catch on camera moving to a safer location, they're going to call them looters, right? They're going to criminalize and tokenize a fucking tragedy is what they're good for.
Yeah.
Don't believe the hype, family. Don't walk away from your property. Don't walk away from your land. Don't sell it to them. Rebuild. Build it better the way you wanted it. Better than what you bought it for. Right? But that's yours. Don't leave that. Matter of fact, go up there. They're selling their shit off like hotcakes. Buy their shit too. Fuck it. Build something else over there. But don't leave your shit. Whatever you do, don't leave your shit. You can always turn it over and rebuild. You know what I mean? All it is a system of filing paperwork. What I'm curious about is the fucking insurance companies bailing on everybody beforehand. That's a serious situation. And everybody knows what land is up there, and that shit is a timber waiting to start a fire.
Yeah.
So they can talk about forest management all they fucking want.
Yeah.
Right? But excuse me, that doesn't mean dick. They know people know what they're getting when they built up there.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted that view, they got that fire.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? The shit rolls downhill though. Sadly.
Yeah.
Don't walk away from your land, black family. Don't walk away from your house, don't walk away from your property, go rebuild. Build the way you want to, but don't fucking sell. And don't leave. Because that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
You can always go purchase up the hill. They're ready to give up their shit left and right. You know what I mean? They don't give a fuck about that land up there. Keep in mind though, it is a timber. But if you're smart, you'll go up and do that management yourself and create fucking a way for the fire to come away from your properties. That's what they didn't do. It is management. It's called digging and moving. You know what I mean? Other thing I didn't like was that in that particular article, that particular thing, is that the Indian chick was so nonchalantly racist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so nonchalantly, like, I was one of the lucky ones, you know, but just right around the corner, bitch. No. I went to see her grave, bitch. No. Clearly, a lot of offensive shit was going on with that lady, and even the white lady at the end, she had no feeling for what the people in that area, the black people in that area, are going through, because they don't care. don't get it twisted, Black family. The Indian chick don't give a fuck either. Right? They might be in front of Democracy Now! And shit doing an interview, and that Indian broad was promoting a book. The white chick didn't give a fuck about that. She was just anything to deflect from what really was going on, which is a lot of arson, a lot of fucking wind blowing, and fires are pretty motherfucking common in California. This extent, bit much, a lot much. You know what I mean? It's a lot. But you see, none of them white folk are trying to help Altadena be rebuild, right? They don't give a fuck about them people. They're more concerned about what they lost or what property they lost or what the firefighters aren't doing. They're not talking about the fucking slavery that's going on right there with convict leasing, though, right? They have the inmates fighting fucking fires. Inmates fighting fires with no pay. And they're just happy to get outside. That's some fuck shit right there. And nobody's saying anything about that. That right there is under harms on reparations. That's convict leasing, right? What's that? Kamala?
Yep. Kamala.
Yep, it's a Kamala Harris thing. Yeah. Fuck all that. That's fucking wrong. So if we're gonna do anything, family, let's stand up for our people, especially free the land, man, for our fucking inmates in there. Fighting fucking fires for $5 a day. Putting themselves at risk for lung cancer and I don't know what else. And they just want to get outside in the sunshine and heat. Fuck all that, man. That's bullshit. Nobody want to say that that's modern day slavery. You know what I mean? There's a behind the looks. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. That's all I had to say. I'm about to go off.
Okay. Thank you for that, Lady J.
You're welcome.
So we had 7 black celebrities who lost everything in the LA fire.
Yep.
Play that next.
Yep. Let me take over. Switch ones. I can run the show.
The year 2025 has barely begun, and here we all are, greeted by one of the greatest destruction of all time, the Los Angeles fire outbreak. 12,300 structures destroyed, at least 24 people killed, 40,000 acres of land burnt. 250 to $275 billion of economic losses incurred. And then on the other side of the coin, nearly 1,400 fire engines, nearly 84 aircraft, over one seemed at first to be short of a pointer. Award-winning actor Mel Gibson joins in the media to express the shocking betrayal he feels from his findings.
I know they were messing with the water, letting reserves go for one reason or another. They've been doing that a while. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things. And then in the events like this, you sort of look, oh, is it on purpose? Which it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be?
The crisis has given rise to too many on-point questions flying around lately. First, fresh water is empty in LA. Why aren't firefighters using seawater to put out the fires then?
What happened to the water system? Was it, and by the way, was it just overwhelm? That you had so much that was used, we drew it down? Was it pipes? Was it electricity? It was a combination of pipes, electricities, and pumps.
Second, why were thousands in LA dropped by their insurers ahead of the fire outbreak? Why are there so many left with no insurance to cover losses?
But losing a home to a wildfire without insurance, that is life-shattering. And in Los Angeles, it is a grim reality. LA is battling devastating fires. Yet just months ago, thousands had their insurance cancelled. Why is that? Why are so many homes in LA uninsured?
And just while the confusion persists as to what may have gone dead wrong, the media suddenly finds a scapegoat, ChatGPT.
That's right, social media has a new scapegoat, ChatGPT, the same AI chatbot that can do maths and pen poems. Social media users say ChatGPT caused the fires. But is that true? Is ChatGPT really responsible for the fires? And why is social media blaming artificial intelligence? To understand that, let's look at how ChatGPT works. Imagine you type a prompt into ChatGPT. The prompt is turned into code. This code flows through a network of servers. The servers run thousands of complex calculations, and ultimately they produce the best possible response for you. Now, all of this happens on massive power-hungry servers. These servers work hard, so they generate heat. Lots of heat. And so data centers need to prevent overheating. For that, they rely on cooling systems. And this is where water plays a crucial role. Cooling towers use vast amounts of water just to keep servers at optimal temperatures. Essentially, ChatGPT is a water guzzler. To put it in perspective, a 100-word email needs around a bottle of water. Same for every 4 to 5 prompts. ChatGPT gulps almost 500 ml of water for this. Now let's zoom out and look at the larger picture. In 2024, ChatGPT had 300 million weekly active users. 300 million weekly active users. So you can imagine the amount of energy it consumed and the scale of water it needed. And that is why social media is complaining. Los Angeles is located in Southern California. This is a region that has experienced drought in the past, which means water is already scarce here. The wildfires exposed that scarcity and made it worse. The fires began on January 7th. Soon, fire hydrants were low on water. The LA Fire Department was panned, and that's when social media started connecting the dots. ChatGPT relies on water. Los Angeles is running out of water. So naturally, ChatGPT must be to blame.
Quite a revelation, isn't it? But our dear reporter isn't done with us yet.
The fire hydrants ran dry because of overwhelming demand. On top of that, the municipal water system is poorly designed. It cannot handle the demands of fast-moving wildfires. So this is not an AI problem. This is an infrastructure problem. But that does not let ChatGPT off the hook entirely. Yes, it is responsible for, not responsible rather, for this particular fire, but it is very much part of a bigger problem. Our planet is heating up. Extreme weather events are becoming increasingly common, like these wildfires in Los Angeles. Addressing this crisis needs collective action. You need to conserve natural resources like water. Instead, you're building more AI data centers that use gallons of water and electricity to write emails. So you can see where the problem is. The crime.
Now this is the 10th day since this chaos from the pit of hell visited. The Los Angeles fire outbreak of 2025 had begun, and nothing in America would ever be the same again. The panic, the screams, the tears of unforeseen, irredeemable loss has rippled through the whole of Los Angeles like some bad dream. The sound of planes dropping water from above as firefighters battled valiantly to save homes from the raging inferno was no different than the kind of actions found in movie scenes. Buildings crumbled, electric poles burned, and smoke billowed over the Pacific Ocean. The entire scenario was a gut-wrenching testament to the fury of nature, leaving behind a trail of destruction and despair that would take years to heal. Many residents were affected in the worst kind of ways, including a great many white and a few black celebrities. However, our deepest sympathy goes out to all out there in Los Angeles who are victims of this hell-born crisis. We are with you in this, and pray earnestly for your speedy recovery and healing. Going forward, let us have a look at our black celebrities whom this exceedingly frightening destruction of chaos and death affected in one way or the other. One, Dr. Dre. Dr. Dre, whose real name is Andre Romel Young, is a renowned American rapper, record producer, and entrepreneur. He is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in hip-hop history. Dr. Dre's properties in LA are truly fit for a hip-hop legend. His primary residence, which was reportedly destroyed in the 2025 LA fire outbreak, was an 18,298 square feet mega mansion located in the exclusive Brentwood neighborhood of Los Angeles. He'd purchased the home in 2014 for $40 million from celebrity power couple Gisele Bündchen and Tom Brady. Located at 12780 Shalon Road in the affluent Brentwood neighborhood and situated on 4 acres of land, the French chateau-inspired home was designed by renowned architect Richard Landry. It features approximately 20 curved breakfast room, library, home office, wine cellar, gym, numerous covered outdoor living areas, 6+ car garage, bridge with moat, lagoon-style swimming, and much more. The Brentwood neighborhood where Dr. Dre's home was located is known for its picturesque views, luxurious homes, and high-profile residents. It's a favorite among celebrities and affluent individuals who value privacy and exclusivity. The loss of Dr. Dre's Brentwood home was likely a significant investment, reflecting his immense success in the music industry. Dr. Dre's response to the loss of his home has not been publicly disclosed. However, it's likely that he will rebuild and continue to thrive, both personally and professionally. 2, Magic Johnson. With thousands of people still evacuating Los Angeles as the city is still being hit with deadly wildfires, many have vocalized their support and condolences to the LA community, including Lakers legend Magic Johnson. My heart goes out to everyone in Los Angeles affected by the wildfires, Johnson tweeted Wednesday afternoon. I'm thinking of those who have lost homes and more during this difficult time, and I'm especially grateful for the first responders who are working diligently to protect others. Cookie and I are praying for strength, healing, and hope for all, and that this city finds peace and recovery soon. Magic Johnson is a basketball legend and successful entrepreneur whose fame extends far beyond his impressive athletic career. As a key player in the Los Angeles Lakers dynasty of the 1980s, Ward valued at over $20 million, features stunning views of the city and is equipped with state-of-the-art amenities. In addition to his Beverly Hills home, Johnson also owns several other properties in the LA area. including a commercial building in the downtown area and a stake in the Los Angeles Dodgers baseball team. His real estate portfolio is estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars, solidifying his status as one of the wealthiest and most successful athletes turned entrepreneurs in the world. As a beloved figure in Los Angeles, Magic Johnson was among the first high-profile athletes to publicly address the devastating wildfires sweeping through the region. Fortunately, thanks to the swift and effective response of the fire department, some of Johnson's properties in the area were spared from catastrophic damage. Despite this, Johnson was quick to acknowledge the severity of the situation and offer his support to those affected by the disaster. His prompt response and concern for the community reflect his deep connection to the city and its people. 3. Dallas Curry. Retired actress Dallas Curry, known for her roles in films such as The Blues Brothers, The Ten Commandments, and Lady Sings the Blues, has died in the ongoing Los Angeles wildfires, as reported by Forbes on Monday 13th, 2025. She was 95 years old. Authorities confirmed that Curry's remains were found at her burned-down property in Altadena, California. According to her great-granddaughter, Dallas Kelly, Curry was last seen on the evening of January 7th, when Kelly dropped her off at home. The following morning, Kelly attempted to check on her, but was unable to pass police barricades near the area. The family searched for Curry at the Pasadena Civic Center, which had been set up as a shelter for displaced residents, but she was not located. Days later, officials confirmed that her remains were discovered at the site of her destroyed home. About an hour ago, the coroner confirmed her remains were indeed found at the property. Rip Mama D, Kelly wrote on Facebook on Sunday, January 12th. We had a great run. She impacted my life in so many ways. This loss is devastating. She was very active, said her granddaughter, Lori Beamer Wilkinson. You would not think she was 95. Curry's passing is one of at least 24 fatalities reported in the Los Angeles area as a result of the fires. 4. Snoop Dogg. As the devastating LA fire outbreak ravaged through the city, many residents were forced to flee their homes in search of safety. Among them was the legendary rapper Snoop Dogg, who, despite his home in the Inglewood area being spared, but his thoughts were with others whom he considered family, who had lost everything in the fires. So we did what we do. We come, we support, we pulled our troops together, we represent, and we give them everything that they need, he said, highlighting his commitment to supporting those affected.
A couple of enemies. You know, we did what we do. We come and we support and we pull our troops together and we make sure that we represent and we give them everything that they need.
Snoop, who is often referred to as the worldwide ambassador for Los Angeles, also praised the brave firefighters battling the wildfires and hinted at organizing a benefit concert to support those impacted by the blaze. The conversation was part of a thoughtful and somber episode of Jimmy Kimmel Live, which had halted production amid the fires. Jimmy Kimmel opened the show with a poignant monologue saying, "I think I speak for all of us when I say it's been a sickening, shocking, awful experience, but it's also been, in a lot of ways, a beautiful experience." The moment served as a testament to the resilience and solidarity of the Los Angeles community in the face of disaster. Snoop's appearance on the show underscored his deep connection to the city and its people, as well as his willingness to use his platform to support those in need. As the city began to rebuild and recover, Snoop's words of empathy and concern for those affected by the fires resonated deeply, inspiring hope and unity in the face of adversity. 5. Jenny Aiko. As the Palisades fire continued spreading on and on, all throughout the city of Los Angeles, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. R&B singer Jhené Aiko's life was forever changed. The tangible reflection of Aiko's tireless work ethic and dedication to her craft. Every detail, every design choice, and every carefully curated possession within its walls was a testament to the fruits of her labor, a physical manifestation of the countless hours, sleepless nights, and unwavering perseverance that had defined her journey to success. This was not Aiko's first experience with loss due to fire. When she was just in the second grade, her family home burned down, taking all their belongings with it. The trauma of that event had likely made her current loss even more difficult to bear. Aiko shared a personal account of the ordeal, revealing that a neighbor had sent her a picture of her home while she was out of town, intended to return the same day. She clarified that the destroyed house was indeed her home, contrary to misinformation spread by some blogs. In a heartfelt post, Aiko expressed her gratitude for the safety of her family and acknowledged the pain of losing her home, where she had invested so much of herself. I worked very hard, for many years, through a lot of pain, to provide my children with this house, she wrote. I put everything into it, praying none of you ever experience this. In a subsequent post, Aiko reflected on the devastating impact of the wildfires, extending her prayers to those who had lost their homes, livelihoods, and loved ones. Praying for everyone, those who lost their home, those who lost their life's work, those who lost their life. Praying for my city, praying for the wildlife and lost pets, praying for the world. She concluded with a message of resilience and compassion. Let suffering be a gift, a lesson in compassion. Aiko's emotional update continued. Burned to the ground with all of our things inside. Lord have mercy. Thankfully, we still have each other. Starting from scratch, my heart is so heavy. As she begins to rebuild her life, Aiko's words serve as a poignant reminder of the fragility of life and the importance of cherishing every moment with loved ones. 6. Bozoma St. John. In a poignant Instagram post, the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star St. John shared the shattering news that her stunning wildfires, relentless flames, leaving nothing but rubble and ashes in its wake. With her trademark candor, St. John expressed her gratitude for the outpouring of support from fans, friends, and her Real Housewives of Beverly Hills co-stars, acknowledging that this loss had knocked her on her expletive. As she navigates this incredibly difficult time, St. John humbly asks for continued prayers for herself and her daughter, Lael. On January 12th, the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star posted to her Instagram stories to thank fans for their support as she deals with the devastating loss of her Malibu home. I've been getting so many messages of comfort, I can't thank you enough, St. John wrote to fans. This has been an incredibly difficult time to navigate, and yes, I know I'm resilient and been through a lot, but this loss has certainly knocked me on my expletive. Please continue to pray for Lael and I. Thank you. St. John first shared the news of her loss in a January 9th post to Instagram. In a heartbreaking post, the former Netflix CMO confirmed that she was one of thousands of Californians who lost homes amid the devastating wildfires that raged across Los Angeles and surrounding areas. Bozoma St. John, who was married for 10 years before her husband passed away from cancer in 2013, explained that her house was a safe and welcoming space for her family. St. John shared photos of her gorgeous Malibu home, then captioned it with an emotional message. This is the house I wanted, the house I prayed for, the house I worked in blood, sweat, and tears for. She began emphasizing the immense effort and dedication she poured into acquiring and customizing
they wanted.
From her post, it's obvious that her journey to own an expensive mansion was not without its challenges. To a trust with a single Black woman with a teenager. This was my EFFU I'm here house, she declared, transforming her struggles into a triumphant statement of resilience.
The house that I built, a movie room dedicated to my sister so she could see her films in her own sanctuary,
wrote St. John, highlighting the love and care she put into creating that particular meaningful space. St. John had purchased the 2,501 square foot Malibu beach house for $5.2 million in 2021, according to Traded, a listing posted by Redfin, a real estate brokerage company in the U.S., described the property as a multi-level beachfront residence that commands sunrise to sunset ocean and island views and a sweeping panorama of the sparkling lights known as the Queen's Necklace. The 3-level, 4-bedroom home featured plank and beam wood ceilings, as seen in St. John's photos, as well as 42 feet of beach frontage with direct access, per the listing. Amenities included 3 fireplaces, built-in shelving, a spa tub, a steam shower, sauna, and a spacious wraparound view balcony. St. John previously told Los Angeles Magazine that her home was located a stone's throw from the famous Malibu Pier. Ultimately, St. John's Instagram caption took a somber turn as she confirmed the devastating loss of her home. This is the house where I finally felt like I could choose to spend time, when I wanted to and how I wanted to. At the end of her caption, St. John confirmed that the fires engulfed the entire property. It is gone, she wrote, a stark and heartbreaking conclusion to her emotional tribute. The RHOBH Season 14 newcomer wrote further down in her message, leaving fans and supporters to mourn the loss of her beloved home. 7. Tina Knowles. Tina Knowles, mother of renowned singer Beyonce, took to her Instagram page to share the devastating news that her beloved bungalow in Malibu. This is what I was looking at on my birthday this past weekend from my tiny little bungalow on the water in Malibu. Tina took a moment to express her gratitude to the brave men and women of the fire department who risked their lives to combat the wildfires. God bless all the brave men and women in our fire department who risked their lives in dangerous conditions, she wrote. We thank you for your dedication and bravery and for saving so many lives. Tina's thoughts also turned to those who had lost loved ones in the fire, as well as those who had suffered property losses. I'm so sad for the people who lost the 5 family members. My deepest prayers are with you, she added. To the people who lost their homes and belongings, I can only imagine how it feels to lose properties and everything you own. Tina's message concluded on a note of hope and resilience.
My heart and deep prayers go out to all of you. I cannot imagine the pain and suffering and fear that you are enduring. I am praying diligently for our beautiful city of Los Angeles. We are resilient, though, and we will recover. This too shall pass.
Yes, this too shall pass. Hit the thumb button to support our endeavors. Share with friends and families to keep spreading awareness, safety, and love. Join us in the prayer for the healing of all humanity. See you in the next video.
That's it.
I thought it was Snoop Dogg.
I thought that's what that played.
No, that was the house. Them losing the 10
Snoop
people.
was in there.
Yeah, but I thought you were gonna talk about the motherfucking The concert thing.
No, that's not on the topic list. That's for part 2.
All right. I just thought that was crazy. I'm at the Blacc House, family. I want to do the RVA. I just don't know how to do it from here. So I kind of want to do it because I got some stuff I want to talk about. I didn't get a chance to talk about right, on the show. So stay tuned for part 2, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know how to work the. I don't know how to do the RVA from here on that, and I want to use my phone, but I can't use that. So.
She can't. She just give it.
No, I mean I can't. I don't know how to use the phone to do the stream and to do the sharing and shit, and to do the RVA. I mean, like the RVA is ready, so.
Well, you can test it out. Let's see.
I want to do the RVA. I'm trying to do it, but it's we're at a polar vortex right now, so I can't shoot back to my crib
You can.
to do it. So I want to try it out, but I don't know how to set it up on this computer like that. So
All you gotta do is log in the phone.
Anyway, so I want to do it. Just note that we're gonna be here for a couple of days because the weather is it's about to be like below. I don't even know what it is right now.
It's below 0.
Below 0, yeah. It's supposed to be like negative 30. You know what I mean? It's crazy. So stay tuned. Part 2. Stay black. Stay dangerous. That was crazy ass. That was a crazy ass little moment right there.
Yeah.
There. It is. You dropped the ashtray, so I gotta go look for it. Stay black. Stay dangerous. I gotta pick up this little mess. So.
Yeah.
Be looking out for the RBA.
Yeah. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all our platforms, Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. We'll see y'all on part 2. Peace. Appreciate everybody that tapped in tonight. Peace.